I've spent over 2 years and $40,000 alone to give you all of the information that is in this video. I've spent months refining the system, testing it with hundreds of my clients, and breaking down every single detail that took me from $200 to my name to over $10,000 months in just under 2 months. And the best part is I'm giving it all away to you for free. This is hands down the most in-depth guide you are ever going to get to build an online coaching business from scratch. I've used this exact blueprint with multiple clients to scale their businesses from absolutely zero. One of my clients, Denzel, went from $0, literally about to quit fitness coaching, all the way to $8,000 in just under 4 months. One of my clients, Harmon, 18 years old, sold a 2.5K package his first week with signing with me, with a 31-year-old who bought from one of his YouTube VSLs that we made. And lastly, my client Ace went from $0 to $5,000 in just under 3 months of working with me with his online coaching business. All of these guys have achieved their dream results because of this exact blueprint that I'm about to share with you. I've seen so many courses give you all this theory and BS information that you can't even actually implement to get the results that you really desire. My goal is to completely change the fitness coaching space and put out everything I know for free, because I know if you can take this information alone and scale past $5,000-$10,000, I know then if you come to me alone, I can take you way beyond $10,000. This information alone literally changed my life. A year and a half ago, I was delivering pizza, college dropout, super broke, no money to my name, and my mom was literally working 3 jobs at one time because I couldn't afford the woman of my dreams who just had came into my life that God placed. I could barely afford to even take her out to a nice dinner once a month, let alone, with her birthday coming up, stressing about, buying her gifts or even being able to afford anything. I was broke, desperate, and embarrassed. But then I did something that most people couldn't even fathom. I had $200 to my name, and I invested into my first mentor and took on a 5K loan. My life completely changed from there. Within 2 months of launching my online coaching business, I made my first $650 my first night of launching my coaching business, and then 2 days later, I made a $450 sale while delivering a pizza, and every limiting belief I'd ever had was completely shattered. My first 2 weeks of online coaching, I made $3,200, and my first full month, this was July of 2024, my first full month, I made $9,200, and I completely just quit my job from there, and I was all in on coaching. The month after that, in August, I did over $11,000. My life was completely changed forever. None of this means anything without the mindset. I'm going to be going over the exact mindset you need to adopt to be able to not only break a 5K, 10K, and even $15,000 month. Exactly how to set up your business the right way from day one. How to build a cult-like personal brand that actually attracts your dream clients that you'd actually want to work with. How to generate high-quality leads consistently, and the exact sales process I've personally used to close $2,000 deals with the fitness clients I was selling. And most importantly, the full back-end fulfillment system that is actually going to get your clients great results and help you market your business to continue to scale long-term. And the question is, are you actually going to take this information, implement it, and actually get the results that you want to achieve your dream life, so that you can go and quit the job you absolutely hate, so that you can start living your purpose and actually doing something that you love and helping other people get in shape and make a difference in their lives? Because the truth is, I shouldn't even be here. I'm simply only here because of the information that I know. I'm literally nothing special. I was never the smartest kid. I dropped out of college. I was a 21-year-old delivering pizza, just posting my fitness videos on the side. The only reason I found a way to make it work was because I got the right information. The difference between where I'm at right now and where you're at is literally a difference in just systems and information. And I'm giving everything away today for completely free. The first thing that we're going to cover is mindset. Because if you want to make $10,000 months, you can't be thinking the same way you've been thinking this whole entire time. I'm going to show you exactly how I broke all of my limiting beliefs and shifted my mind for success to actually get the results that I deserve. Changing my mindset was the exact reason that I was able to go from $0 all the way to $10,000 a month in just under 2 months. I remember being stuck at $0 for literally a full year, posting every single day online and making absolutely nothing. But then I realized I had to completely rewire the way that I think. That's the only thing that has allowed me to break through and build the business that I've actually wanted. Everything starts with the mind. If you can understand how to actually think like a 6-figure entrepreneur, everything is going to shift in your life from there. So watch this video, take notes, and implement every single thing that I'm about to teach you. Let's get into it. All right. What's up, boys? I'm making this for you because I want you guys to know truly that if you don't believe in yourself, it everything's pointless, right? I'm not saying you can't have your own doubts, and there aren't going to be times of uncertainty where you don't even know if what you're doing is going to work, all that stuff. That's completely normal, and that's a part of the process. But truly, deep down, like if you don't genuinely think you can do something, you're going to quit when it gets hard. You will, and that's why it's so crucial. Like if you're not actually passionate about this and you don't see yourself wanting to be a coach for the rest of your life and post content and build a personal brand and have a page that can impact tons and tons of lives, like if you don't and like if you don't have a passion for showing up and doing this every day even before you start getting paid, it's not going to work. But as far as self-belief, bro, like trust me, I know what it's like. I'm from a small town, man. And I'm telling you, I was the only dude out of all of my friends who didn't go away to, some college to just party, right? And be out of the hometown and, hours away from our state, right? Like I didn't do that. I was one of the only guys who genuinely stayed back, in my hometown. And I went to community college for 1 year because I didn't know what I wanted to do with my life. But, you know, the gym was the one thing that I was always passionate about. The gym was the only thing I cared about. I hated school. I hated everything about it. I didn't try. I didn't want to show up. I didn't study. Like I hated it. And that's the thing. I kind of just went to community college for 1 year to figure out my life. But, I realized very fast that like I didn't want that for the rest of my life. Like I didn't want to work a normal job. I didn't want to go through school. Like I wanted to do something that I was passionate about. And I wanted to have the freedom to work for myself and impact people, help other people, right? Like do something that I enjoy that was going to fulfill me, you know? So I dropped out. And I'm telling you, like, my parents, and I know the whole thing with the parents. I work with many guys who struggle with the same thing. And I went through the same thing as well. I know how parents are. They're very skeptical of the online space, right? That's how it is. They grew up in a different time. They're basically the way they grew up is, go to college, get a good job, live a safe, comfortable life, right? And to me, that's never what I wanted. And this is what I looked at when I was making this decision with my life. Look, I love my parents to death. I respect them, but I did not want to ever trade places with them. I knew they did not have a life that I wanted. I've seen them struggle with money. I've seen them, you know, not be able to pay for things, right? And it's like the last thing I ever wanted was to have that same thing and have my kids live that same reality. We weren't poor by any means, but we definitely weren't like super wealthy, right? We were more so middle class. But that's the thing. It's like I didn't want to follow in those same footsteps because I literally like someone like my dad, bro. Like I see him, how miserable he would come home from like working a long day of work, and he just had so much stress and he was drained and no energy. Like all he wanted to do was come home and sit on the couch and drink beer, and he was just pissed off at everything. And it's like he literally worked, like he'd be up at like 4 or 5 a.m. in the morning. He'd work all day, all the way until night, come home, go to sleep, then wake up the next morning and repeat the same process, literally like Monday through Saturday. And that's BS. Like that's BS. I looked at that and I'm like, hell no. I would never, ever want that for my life. Ever. There's no chance. Like I'm gonna literally the way I looked at things, like I was 20 years old. No, I was 19. I'm sorry. I was 19 years old when I made this decision to drop out of college. And that's the thing. I told myself, I was like, you know what? I'm 19 years old. Time is on my side right now. This is the one time in my life that I have room to take risk. I have room to fail and mess up and try different things and experience different things and learn and grow. Like I have time to do that right now. I don't have a mortgage. I'm not paying for a family and trying to support them. I don't have a 9 to 5 job that I'm locked into, right? Like now is the time to do this, right? And what I told myself was, I was like, you know what? I'm going to give myself until I'm 28 years old. If somehow by the time I turn 28,
nothing paid off, nothing had worked out, and everything failed. Okay, you know what? I'll go fall back on a, police officer or firefighter or work a desk job, right? Whatever. Those jobs are always there, but your dreams aren't. Your dreams aren't always going to be there. And it's like I'd much rather face the discomfort that it takes to try to chase your dreams and go after what you want versus take the easy, more comfortable route out, but to get stuck doing something miserable that I'd hate for the rest of my life, that I would always have that constant regret of what if? What if I just would have set aside a couple years to chase my dreams and go after what I wanted, right? I could never, ever, ever live like that, ever. Because I know that regret is going to feel 10 times worse than the discomfort it would take to build something I wanted. And that's the thing. Anything you want to do, you're going to realize, and you'll come to realize with any business you start, right? Even if it's not fitness coaching, any business you start, they're all hard to do. There's all pros and cons to them. And you're going to realize that every single business, there is no get rich quick scheme, right? Like any business that you start is going to be very hard in the beginning. There's all these unexpected problems that come up and obstacles and roadblocks. It's not easy. It's not. So it's like that's why I tell you guys go with the one thing that you're actually passionate about because being passionate about something that is going to get you through the days that are tough and it sucks and nothing's working, right? If you enjoy doing something for free, think of how much more you'll enjoy it when you actually start getting paid and making an income from it. So that's always what I tell these guys. And listen, my parents, they fought me on it for a long time. They fought me on college and they wanted me to stay, right? Because I was going for free. But here's the thing, they told me, they were like, Jake, why don't you at least just get your associate's degree, right? That way, just say, oh, this doesn't work. You have something to fall back on. To me, I didn't do that because I knew one, I was never going to use that associate's degree for anything that does nothing for you in life. But two, it's like, okay, just say I did go and finish college and, I had that degree to fall back on, right? The second shit got hard with my business and I wasn't seeing results and things just weren't going well. You know how easy it would have been for me to just quit and be like, "Oh, well, I got this degree right here. I might as well just, go do that. This is tough, right? This is too hard." You know how easy it would have been for me to do that? So that's why I completely like I knew like I was all in. Like it's either I chase my dreams or I die trying, right? But the last thing I'm going to do is get stuck somewhere that is keeping me miserable. So I went all in, bro. No safety net, no plan B. It was either this or nothing. I didn't want to hear anyone else's opinion. I didn't want to hear what anyone else had to say. I knew I wanted it. I knew I could do it. And I knew I was damn well going to put in the work and the consistency to get there because I was not going to quit. That's my thing. Like when I start something, like I will not quit. I will not quit. I don't care. If I want something, I'm going to go get it. I don't care how long it takes. And that's the mentality you have to have. So that's the thing. Like, regardless of what my parents said, I was like, no, I'm going to do this. Like, this is what I want with my life. And if I never would have made that decision for myself, you know, I wouldn't be making more money than both of my parents right now. And I say that very, very humbly, but you have to realize like your parents do it out of love because they care about you, they love you, they don't want to see you go and get hurt and fail, right? It's out of love, but you have to realize it's also destroying you at the same time if you're letting someone else live your life for you, especially someone who's not even in a position you want to be. If you're letting them make decisions for your life, you already lost. Like you already lost. There's no chance, bro. And it's like, that's the thing. My parents fought me on it in the beginning, but now that I actually have like the proven results, the real physical proof, they couldn't be more proud and more happy for me for what I'm doing. Like me being in this apartment right now and buying my dream car and being able to send them money on like their birthdays, holidays, whatever. Like they couldn't be more proud of me and the man I'm becoming. And they're so glad now that I didn't listen to them 2 years ago, right? But that's one of those things like you have to be willing to just put your head down and work until you do have actual real physical proof. That's what it takes. And I heard this one thing from my first mentor that I'll never forget. He said, listen to the people closest to you, not the people, or I'm sorry. He said, listen to the people closest to your goals, not closest to you. So think about that, right? The people closest to you, who is that? It's going to be your family. It's going to be your friends, maybe coworkers, whatever. Those are all people that you're going to naturally go to advice to. They're the people you trust most in your life. They're the people that you've spent the most time with, right? So naturally, you're going to go to them with everything. But do they actually have the best advice for you that you should be hearing? No, because here's the thing: these people that are closest to you in your life, that you trust the most, why are they giving you advice on, just say you want to start a fitness coaching business, right? How are they going to sit there and tell you that, oh no, don't do that, it's a scam, that business isn't going to work, you're not going to be able to do it, right? How are they going to sit there and say that when, one, they don't know anyone in their own personal life who has ran a successful coaching business, and they also have never done it themselves, so they're giving you advice that they're not even qualified on, and you're going to listen to them, right? Because you trust them, right? They're the people closest in your life. But that's the thing. That's the mentality you have to have. It's not about listening to the people closest to you. It's the people closest to your goals. I'm going to go listen to people who are actually in a position I want to be, who have already done it, who are successful, who know what they're talking about, who understand the way that I think, because that's what that whole year consisted of. When I knew I wanted to drop out of college, I started reading books. I started researching online. I started listening to guys like Alex Hormozy and Bedros Keuilian, these guys who were super successful, who I wanted to be like. And it started reprogramming my mind. And I started unlearning all the BS they taught you in school. And I actually started thinking for myself for once. And, my mind started to grow and expand. And you know, I didn't resonate with these people in my hometown anymore with all these small limiting beliefs. And yeah, they didn't understand me at the time. I was this, I know what it's like. Excuse me. I was this college dropout who literally was delivering pizza, posting fitness videos on the side. Do you know how much that sucked? Like literally, you looked at my life when I was 19, also then when I turned 20, right? You looked at my life as a 20-year-old. All I have to my name is I'm some broke college dropout delivering pizza, literally the lowest of lows of a job you could ever do in your life. I'm delivering pizza while posting fitness videos on the side that weren't making me any money, and I was getting no views, no followers. That's the reality. But my self belief, knowing that, okay, it's not about being perfect, I realized it's not about being perfect. It's about being consistent. If I showed up at this every single day, and I didn't quit, and I continued to keep going and keep going and keep going, eventually I knew it was going to work out. I didn't know how exactly it was going to work out, but I knew eventually it was going to work, and that's what I held on to. And if it wasn't for me building my relationship with God and truly seeking him during those times, God's the one who gave me the confidence to drop out of college. God's the one who gave me the confidence to even start posting on social media in the first place, because my whole life all I've cared about was people's opinions. Like I was always the shyest dude in the classroom, like never wanted to talk, like literally, like all I cared about was people's opinions. I didn't even want to raise my hand in class because I was worried about someone like judging me for what I was going to say. All I've cared about my whole life was other people's opinions. And this was the one time in my life that I finally just said, screw it. I'm going to do what I want to do. And if it wasn't for God giving me that confidence and me knowing that his validation and what he thinks about me was the only thing that mattered, not other people, I never would have got through it. And that's what continued to keep me going. And it's like I've heard it all, man. Like my friends, like when I first started posting videos, that was the hardest part. Was you know the only people who were seeing my videos were people in my hometown, obviously. And it's like I'm getting like 4 likes a video, and it was just embarrassing. Like everything they were saying for a short period of time was right, but that's what I couldn't wait to do. Was like all the things they were saying, man. I could not wait until the day that, I didn't even have to say anything, right? My success and my results was going to be enough to just be like the biggest slap in the face, like right back at them, bro. And that's what you have to do. It's like right then and there in that moment, you can't defend yourself. Everything they're saying, yeah, they're going to be right for a short period of time, but they're not going to be right forever. They're not. And if you continue to keep pushing and keep going and never give up and never stop, you will eventually see it through. Consistency compounds. You're not going to see that immediate result right away, but down the road you will. But that's the thing. The one thing you can guarantee is that if you never quit, you will eventually get to where you want to be, and that's a guarantee. That's a promise. I don't care if it takes 5 years, 10 years. If you never quit, you will get what you were chasing after. You will. That's just how things work. But the second you quit, forget about it. You literally just wasted all the initial time you already put in, and it's useless. That's the thing. You start something, you finish it. If you want it bad enough, it doesn't matter how hard it gets. It doesn't matter, the problems, the struggles that come up within it. You should be willing to see it through at all costs, man. And I'm telling you, there is no greater feeling than, sticking with something and actually getting the results. Because I think the most valuable thing is not the results itself, but it's seeing the man who you become in the process. That's truly the most valuable thing is the personal development that comes with it. There's a reason it takes so long to build a business because you're developing, you're growing as an individual. It takes a certain level of a man, a certain level of personal development and growth and just value as, who you are as a man to run a business doing 10K plus a month. It takes a certain individual to do that. And that's why you have to go through that startup. You have to, go through the pain and the suffering and learn those hard lessons that you have to learn in order to get there, because there is no growth without the discomfort. This business takes massive, massive, massive amounts of discomfort to build, but I promise you, every sacrifice, every sleepless night, every hard time, all the pain, all the suffering, it is worth it 110%. I don't regret anything, and I'd do it all over again if I could, because man, it sucks going through it, but it is so, like, just such a blessing to look back on, because it's like you realize your deepest struggles end up being, your greatest blessings looking back on, because it's like here's one thing you have to realize is, eventually God will turn all your pain and suffering into something good. And that's what you have to hold on to, man, your faith. But yeah, I want you guys to understand truly like what this takes on the inside to build, because as long as you believe in yourself, it doesn't matter what anyone says, it doesn't matter what anyone else thinks about you. I promise you, if you have the belief up here and you put your faith in God and you trust him and you allow him to lead you, you can do anything you want in this life. Anything. Remember, hate always comes from below. You will never see hate come from above. It's always the people below you. It's a place of insecurity. They see you chasing your dreams, right? And they want to hate on it because it makes them feel better about the dreams they're not chasing with their life. They're stuck where they're at. They're complacent. They're deep down, they're miserable with their lives. And them seeing you chase after your dreams, they're going to make fun of it because they want to feel better about themselves. It's a mirror. They're looking at you and they're seeing, it's a mirror that's reflecting onto their life what they're not doing, the dreams they're not chasing. They just want to make themselves feel better about what they're not doing. And that's all it is. You got to feel bad for these people, man. Don't take it so personal, because eventually, I promise you, people will treat you so differently when you actually get results and you achieve, a little bit of success. People treat you so differently, bro. And I'm telling you, all the people who made fun of me or had something to say in the beginning, they look up to me now like I'm just like this, you know, like it's crazy. I'm not even here to I'm not trying to like show off or boast for myself, but people treat me so differently now. Like the same ones who literally made fun of me are the same ones who come to me now who look up to me and like ask me for advice. It's crazy. But that's what happens. You're going to find out who the real ones are when you're on your way up, because it's very, very easy for, people to leech onto your success when you do finally have results. But the ones who treated you good before you had anything and supported you no matter where you were, those are the ones you hold on to in your life. Those are the true, real ones who have your back no matter what. Always remember that. You guys got this shit though. I promise you, it's not easy. It's gonna be hard. I'm telling you right now, it is. This is gonna be one of the hardest things you ever do. But I can guarantee you, if you want it bad enough and you're passionate about it, and you truly want to do this for the rest of your life, it is 110% worth the struggle to get there. What's up, guys? So I want to talk about the importance of alignment and congruency as a coach, because this is literally everything. If you're not holding yourself to the standard that you set for your clients and yourself as a coach, and if you're not being congruent and aligned to the man and coach you want to become, there's going to be a very large disconnect between your audience. And what I mean by this is, like, you cannot fake this as a coach. Like, here's the thing. If you're out there and you're preaching to these guys like that they have to track their macros, measure everything on the food scale, they have to train every day, they have to wake up early, do this, do that. It's like, if you're preaching all these things but then your life isn't following it, there's a very big issue, and people are going to start to see into that, and there's going to be a lot of trust lacking. But here's the thing as well. Here's the thing with a coach, that this is one of the biggest things I've learned about being a coach, is your personal development is everything. If you are not in a line with your personal development and your life isn't congruent to the coach you want to be, to the man you want to display online, there's going to be a very, very big confidence issue, right? Like, if a key aspect of your brand is basically, how you wake up early and that you track your macros every day and you go and you train really hard, right? If that's a key part of your brand and who you are and like the things that you preach and kind of the standard you set for your audience, and you're not doing that, you're gonna feel a lot of conviction on, even jumping on your stories or making these reels or trying to encourage your audience, right? There's going to be a lot of conviction there. You're not going to have the confidence because you're not living up to that standard that you set. You're not congruent to the man you want to be, right? So what will happen is, a lot of guys who this happens to, instead of just being vulnerable and letting their audience in and showing them how they're not perfect and showing them that, they don't have everything figured out, right? A lot of guys will go and try to fake it. And this is one of the worst things you can do, because you can only fake that for so long. But deep down, it really does build a lot of conviction. And because of that, your content is going to be very inauthentic and you're going to lose that connection with your audience, right? So here's the thing. I'm not saying being a coach is about being perfect, but what I will say is, if you're going to preach certain things and you're going to tell your audience to do certain things, and even your clients, these certain systems you have for them and methods you have for them, if you're going to be coaching all these things, you need to be doing it yourself. That's the biggest thing as being a coach, is like, everything needs to revolve around you. It needs to be personal. It needs to be your methods. It needs to be how you built your physique, right? It needs to be centered around how you live your life and how you continue to build your physique, and things that you implement, right? It has to be centered around that. So if you're preaching one thing and you're not practicing what you preach, there's going to be a very big, not only congruency issue, but also you're gonna lack confidence. You're gonna feel convicted to even jump on your reels, or jump on your story and talk to your audience, right? Because you're gonna feel like a fraud, and that's the dangers of it. I've fell into this a couple times, and what I realized is, instead of just getting in my head and not posting, which isn't good, or jumping on and trying to fake it and trying to act like I'm still doing these things when I'm not, those two things is what you don't want to do. What you want to do, because here's the thing, like I said, being a coach is not about being perfect. It's about, also, it's not about being perfect, it's about being consistent, right? But also, you want to show that you're human. Like, the last thing you want to do is be another one of those guru coaches who's just constantly talking down to people and telling them what to do, and not showing that you're a real genuine person, right? The worst thing you can do for your business is try to act like that coach who has it all together and is perfect and never misses every day, because no one can relate to you. No one. Like, people don't want a guru coach. They want a genuine person, a leader to follow, right? A leader isn't someone who's perfect. A leader is, someone who faces these problems and these challenges and these struggles, like, despite of how they're feeling or what's going on, they face them head on, and they overcome them, right? And that's the thing. It's the last thing you want to do is claim you have this perfect lifestyle. If you mess up, like say you miss a wake up time, or you don't take a cold shower, or you eat a cheat meal or whatever, instead of sitting around and getting in your head and then feeling like a fraud to your audience and all those things, bro, pick up. I'm telling you, pick up the camera and talk to them about it. Be vulnerable. Share what you just did, right? Like how you're struggling, how you're going to get back on track, right? Like this is showing a leader. This is someone that people can relate to and resonate with. Because here's the thing that you guys don't realize is when your audience is looking up to you as a coach, right? You are someone that they admire. You are someone that they look up to. So the more and more you can kind of meet your audience where they are and relate to them and resonate with them and show them that, hey guys, listen, I know that, I'm this guy who's in great shape and seems like I have it all together and I'm on top of things, right? But guess what? I struggle the same way that you guys do. I go through the same battles and struggles that you guys do, right? And this is how I handle them. And the more that you can show that you have your own problems in your life that you're continuing to overcome, the more your audience and your clients are going to trust you to help them with the problems that they have. And that is what you want, right? I'm telling you, the last thing you want to do is portray this perfect lifestyle. So, it's really like what this is about with your page and your content and your social media. You want to be in alignment and congruent to who you want to be as a coach, right? But again, I'm not saying that's going to be perfect. We're all human. We all mess up, right? So you want to be as congruent to that as possible. But listen, when you mess up, because that time is going to come, when you have inconsistent days, when you mess up, when you make stupid decisions and don't do what you're supposed to, talk to your audience about it. Be honest with them. Be vulnerable. Share what you're going through. Share your struggles. This is going to build massive amounts of trust. I'm telling you guys firsthand because I didn't, you know, for the longest time I thought like being vulnerable. I was like, oh, then, who wants to do that, right? Like, I don't want to share what I'm struggling with, right? I don't want my audience to know that, I'm not doing okay and I have problems and I'm struggling, right? Like, you know, that was always my way of thinking. I thought, being vulnerable and sharing my struggles was a sign of weakness. But what I didn't realize is the most vulnerable content I've posted have been some of my most viral reels, have been some of my reels with the most engagement I've ever gotten. The reason being is because people see that and right, they look up to me, right? My audience is inspired by me. They look up to me. I'm in a position that a lot of people would want to be, right? I'm not saying this to boast. I say this very humbly, but that's kind of the page I've created, right? I coach people on this. So that's the thing. The more that I can like meet my audience where they're at and share struggles that they're probably going through as well, and sharing how I'm overcoming them and how I'm handling them and what I'm going through, right? It shows them that, hey, I don't have it all figured out either. I still struggle with the same things you guys go through. I still have the same problems, right? And it builds so much trust because the more vulnerable you are and the more that you can share that you have problems and all these things, the more people are going to respect you. You know, it's not easy as a man to jump online and talk about your struggles and talk about your problems that you go through in life. That is one of the hardest things to do as a man, is jump on and be vulnerable about that. So, people not only resonate with you on a much deeper level because you're meeting them where they are, but they're going to respect you 10 times more. You look at guys like, say like David Goggins, for example, right? Why is he so well respected? It's not just because of like the way his mind is now and the way he lives his life and who he is now, right? A lot of the respect that David Goggins has is from his come up, where he used to be and what he went through to get to where he is now, the struggles he faced, the problems, the battles, you know, how weak his mind was. Like, that's what people respect, seeing where he was compared to now. So I'm telling you guys, it's all documentation. And vulnerability is a superpower in itself online. I'm telling you, people think that, being more vulnerable is a sign of weakness, but it's not. It's showing that you're human, and people are going to respect you 10 times more for that than anything else. I'm telling you, like, the last thing you want to do is go and claim that you have everything figured out and everything's perfect, because no one can resonate with you. That's not realistic. That's not real life. Everyone, every single human being on this planet has their own problems and their own struggles and things that they face. So I'm telling you guys, being a really good coach is not necessarily about being perfect. Being a really good coach is being able to be real, raw and authentic and vulnerable with your audience, and meet them where they are, relate to them, resonate with them, show them that you're a genuine human being, and people will respect that 10 times more, and then you become someone who they actually want to learn from, and want to build a real relationship with. So what's up, guys? So this is a very, very important module. I want you guys to know exactly what you're getting into with this business, because I can promise you guys, it is not easy to be a coach. It is, by no means is it easy to show up each and every single day and inspire, encourage people, motivate them while keeping your life in check, right? It is one of the hardest things to do as a coach, especially when personal issues happen, problems in your life, whatever it may be, with all of those things going on, and then to still have to show up every day for your clients, for your audience. It is hard. This isn't for everyone. It is not easy to do by any means, but I'm telling you guys, if you guys are truly passionate about this and you want to do it for the rest of your life, this is what it's going to take. So the raw reality, bro, and this is a thing that you guys have to realize when starting out. In the beginning, no one has a reason to pay attention to you. No one. So that's going to be the hardest thing. You're going to be posting content for a very long time. No one's going to be focused on you. It's going to be very hard to get people to pay attention to you, right? But that's the thing, is over time, the more you start to develop, the more you show up, the more consistent you are, right? Eventually people are going to start paying attention to you, but that's not the case in the beginning. In the beginning, you're just this random dude who jumps online, who, no one knows who you are, right? No one has a reason to pay attention to you. And that's the hardest part in the beginning. You think people cared about me when, I was this college dropout delivering pizza, posting my fitness videos on the side? The only people who saw my stuff were the people in my hometown, right? And that was one of the hardest things. I just got made fun of, right? No one understood what I was trying to do with my life, or where I was heading. But that's the thing. I didn't stop. When I first started, I posted 5 times a day for 3 months, every single day. Despite of, like, I literally told myself, I don't care how many followers I gain. I don't care how many views my videos get. I don't care how many likes they get. As long as I show up every single day and post 5 times a day for 3 months, I am guaranteed to get some kind of result, something out of it. Even if that result was, yeah, maybe not more followers or more views or likes, but even if that result was just like, you know, getting a little bit better at content creation, it's like those were the things I was looking for, because I genuinely didn't have a plan B. There was nothing else to fall back on. This is what I knew I wanted to do with my life for the rest of my life. And I was willing to see it through at any cost. So you guys need to understand that this is not easy. You have to jump online, you have to talk, you have to share who you are, your life, the way that you think, what you believe in, how you live your life, and you have to do that every day. It is documentation, right? That's the thing. You don't just jump online when you're magically already, making money and you have your dream car and whatever it is. It's like, no, the guys who you see doing that are the ones who started documenting like 2 years prior, leading up to that. And that's what builds massive amounts of trust with your audience because they not only see where you are now, but they see where you started. And that's what they see is that personal development in real time. That's what builds the trust. You cannot skip the documentation. You can't. It's required for everyone. When you first start, you're just starting to post content. You're not going to be good at content. You're not going to be good at talking to the camera. It's going to feel weird. It's going to feel awkward. It's going to be uncomfortable. No one's going to be listening to you. People are probably going to make fun of you. But how do you expect to get better? You have to consistently show up every day, no matter what. That is how you get better over time. And that is what this takes. Yeah, people may not be listening to you right now, but eventually they will. Eventually they will. And then guess what? Down the road, when you have all these results and you've developed a lot and they see your growth in real time, they're going to be able to go back to when you started and they're going to see where you were when you started. And that's what's going to be even more inspiring to them because then you can meet them where they are and they're going to see exactly where you came from. And that is truly valuable. I'm telling you guys, you can't jump into this business and then just magically expect just because you have a good physique to just post your physique a couple times and throw up on your story a hard CTA, DM me this for coaching and magically expect people to buy from you. That's just not how it is at all. You're not selling, coaching. People aren't buying your coaching just because you have a good physique or you have this amazing workout plan or meal plan. They're buying it because of you. Once you realize that you are the product and you have things about you that person wants, whether they it's normally through they built such a strong connection with you through your content. It's going to be your story. It's going to be the struggles you've been through, the way that you live your life, how you do things, the way that you think. This is what people are resonating with. No one buys from someone who they wouldn't want to trade places with or who they wouldn't want their life to be like. And that's what you guys need to realize. You're not selling coaching, you're selling identity. You're selling who you are. There has to be something different about you. When people look at you and then five other coaches, they have to see something different in you, something different about you. If you're just talking about the same things everyone else talks about with nothing specific, nothing personalized to it, right? No depth to your content, you're just going to look like everyone else. You can't be a copy and paste coach. You got to be different. And the way you find that is through you. You have to realize that you have things that are so different about you that no one else has. Everything you already need to post content is found within yourself, but it takes your creative ability and you portraying that to the camera to actually go far with this business. But it takes time. That's not going to come overnight. First, you have to get good at just talking to the camera in general. I promise you, when you first start, it's going to suck. It's the most uncomfortable thing in the world. Trust me. I grew up very shy. I always cared about what people thought of me. I never wanted to talk to the camera, right? But I forced myself to do it. And over time, I got more and more confident and I got more and more comfortable with it. And now it's like natural. I do it every day. I don't even think about it. I just pick up the camera and I go, right? And it's natural. It's authentic. That's how you, excuse me, that's how you have to be. So you can't expect to get good at this overnight. I'm telling you guys, in reality, like it's normal, from starting from like ground zero, like literally nothing, like no following, no content, nothing. It's normal to not even land your first client within like 6 to 8 months. Obviously, everyone's different depending on consistency, their skill level, their physique level, the knowledge they have, how hard they actually work at this, right? Everyone's different and some people are naturally more well spoken than others. That's a factor too, but it's like everyone has a different time frame. But like realistically, I'm telling you, like 6 to 8 months starting from nothing, that's like a realistic timeline for most people to not even have landed their first client. I posted content for a whole entire year before I even launched my business. I spent a whole entire year just to learn content creation and to build up a decent following and build trust with people before I even started selling coaching. A whole year of making no money. And a lot of you guys are mad because you're not already at 10K within, 3 months. And it's just not reality. I'm telling you guys, like if you focus on the money, you're never going to make money. But if you focus on what's actually going to get you the money, the things you have to implement, the consistency, the work that's required, it will naturally come to you. Like, the more valuable you become as a coach, the more money you're going to make. That's why, I heard this from my mentor, John Mark. It's one of the best things I've ever heard. He said, your lifestyle will never exceed your level of personal development. Personal development is everything with being a coach online in this space, right? If you're not constantly progressing and trying to improve yourself as a man and your life, like, your business isn't going to go anywhere near as far, because you're not, like, if people can't see your growth in real time and see, like, look up to what you're doing with your life, and you can't lead by example, you're not fit to be a coach. And that's just the reality. So that's all this business is. Like, you're just documenting your personal development. People can go back 2 years ago to literally, like, when I was still delivering pizza, just posting content, right? And then they see where I'm at now and they're like, holy shit, how did this happen? Well, it's all documented. It's all there. They can go and, like, literally watch where I started all the way up to where I'm at now. And it's the most beautiful thing, right? And I didn't see that 2 years ago because I only saw where I was, but I didn't know where it could actually lead. But you know what? I wasn't focused on that. I was focused on the work at hand every day and just staying consistent and continuously showing up every day. And that's what got me to where I was. I was never, like, focused on buying a nice car, or, obviously I wanted to move out, but I was never focused on a nice car or anything like that. Like, I genuinely just wanted to work for myself, a job that I love, a job that I'm passionate about, and I just wanted the freedom and to be able to take care of the people I love in my life, man. And that's what I truly do it for. The car's great. The car is an amazing blessing, but I wouldn't, I wouldn't keep that car over my relationship with God. I wouldn't keep that car over my relationship with Blake and my family and freedom, right? Like, there's so many more important things, and it's something you guys just have to experience for yourself, because you won't be able to resonate with what I'm saying yet if you haven't got a car yet. But you guys will see, man. It's an amazing blessing. I'm thankful for it, but it's not the center of my life. Um, so there's much bigger things to work for, man. But I'm telling you guys, like, this business it's not supposed to be easy. It's not. It's one of the hardest things to do, but I'm telling you, it is worth it every single time. It is worth all the struggle, the sacrifice, everything you have to go through to get here. I promise you guys that. So, I'm telling you, once you get in it, it's one of those things. The startup's going to be the hardest part. Everything's new. You don't know what you're doing. It's awkward, it's uncomfortable, but I'm telling you, it does get easier over time. The more and more reps you put in, the more and more consistent you get, the more confidence you get, and the easier it gets over time. So I'm telling you guys, this is not easy. It's not supposed to be easy. Don't focus on the money, focus on what you need to do to make the money that you want to make. I'm telling you, focus on your personal development, focus on impact, genuinely care for the people you're working with in your audience, and you will get rewarded for that. All right, what's up, boys? I'm going to show you everything you need to know about Trainerize itself, how to get clients on here, how to set up their plans, all that stuff. So by the end of this video, you should know step by step exactly how to set all of this up. First things first, and I'm not showing it in this video. I don't think there's really a need to, but obviously before you get to this screen, right, you do have to go and create a Trainerize account. So basically, they're just going to ask you some questions about your business, answer them, as if you're a fitness coach, right? It's very self-explanatory. If you guys have any questions, obviously shoot me a text. But I believe the only question that's given people trouble is, like, the website one. You don't need to have a website yet for the website question. If they ask you that, just make sure you can just put, like, your Instagram link or whatever, and you'll be fine. So with Trainerize itself, it does cost money. I believe your first clients are free, or your first 5 clients are free, but then after that, you will have to pay a monthly subscription. It's very cheap, but the thing is, like, I believe it goes from 5 to 15 clients, and then you get up to 30 clients, and then even up to, like, 50 clients after that. So obviously, the more and more you have to upgrade your subscription, the better. That means you're making money. It means you're getting new clients, so that's good. But keep that in mind. You do have to pay for this service. It's not a lot of money at all, and it is a write off too, which is good. So, and also the thing is too, your clients will be paying for it anyway. But here's the deal. So when you do make a Trainerize account and you get in here, first thing you have to do before you even set up any clients is you have to go and build out, your workout program. So I'm going to show you how to do that really quick. Go down here to master libraries, workouts. And then as you can see right here, these are all the workouts that I pretty much went ahead and, made ahead of time. As you can see, I have them all right here. So the reason I did it like this, I did them all kind of individualized with each different muscle group, right? Is because I understand that I'm going to be getting all different types of clients, right? So people used to come to me who were maybe like just beginning in the gym and literally knew nothing and never stepped foot in the gym before. I also got intermediate people and then maybe even some people advanced, right? So you need to be versatile. You can't just be that coach who's like a one size fits all and just gives everyone the same split. That's ridiculous because not every, that split isn't going to work for every person. People have different body types, people have different, I guess, experience level, people also have different schedules. So you need to be able to accommodate for each specific type of client. So that's very, very important. So you can't just be making one split for every client. It just doesn't work. So that's why when I did this, I went ahead and pretty much made every different type of workout possible. That way I could be versatile and give, any type of workout split possible for any different type of client's needs, right? I wanted to make sure I could fit everyone's schedule and everyone's needs. So all of my programs like look completely different depending on the client, their experience, their schedule, all that stuff. So please take that into consideration. You can build these out however you want, right? However you train, however you want to make your programs, obviously do that, but just keep that in mind that not every client should have the same workout split, right? So when you're ready to go and make these, go here to new, and then I'm just going to use back and triceps for an example because I haven't done that yet. So right here, you put the workout name and then make sure this is on regular and then press start building. So when you get to this screen, you can see they already have like pre-made exercises already filmed and made for you. So what you want to do when you want to start adding your workouts is go here to search and let's just say, start this with lat pull downs. I'm going to type in lat pull downs here. And then as you can see here, right here, lat machine, wide bar, pull down. This looks good. I'm going to drag this over to here. And then once it's in there, they already got the pre-made video that they can see as a demonstration. And then right here, maybe change the sets. You could change the sets. So maybe do like 2 sets. Right here, you could put the reps, maybe like 10 to 12 reps. And then also you can change the rest period. I do a minute 30. And then right there, it's all done. We got the demonstration video, the sets, and then the amount of reps they're doing. You could even put failure for this if you want. I do that for more advanced clients, obviously. But it's all completely up to you and how you want to build these. So that's the first exercise. And then maybe, let's just say going into Smith machine rows. I will type that in. And then as you can see right here, Smith machine bent over row. This looks good. Perfect. Drag that, maybe 2 sets, 8 to 10 reps, maybe a little heavier, right? And then you're literally just going to do that all the way through until this whole entire workout is complete. It's very straightforward, very easy to do. It's very very simple. So let's just say you do type in an exercise though that they don't actually have. For example, I know they did not have lat pullovers with the rope on the cable, so that's something I had to add. So let's just say you look up an exercise here and they actually don't have it. What you want to do is go to add custom exercise. And then you can title it right here. You could put instructions as well if you want. And then just go to YouTube and type in the exercise tutorial itself. Make sure it's not longer than 5 minutes. And then you can drag the file right here and then save to exercise library. So you can make custom workouts as well. You could even do that with your own footage if you wanted to. You don't have to, but you can. But here's what it'll kind of look like. So I made this for lat pullovers. So right here, standing cable lat pullover. This was from YouTube. So perfect. Got it right here. Drag it over, maybe 2 sets, 12 to 15 reps. Whatever you want to do. But yeah, you would just go all the way through, put all your workouts right. And then when you're done, um, with these specific muscle groups itself, just make sure you save in the top right. And then once you do that, you're going to have to go through and repeat that same process basically for all of, the muscle groups that you want to add in, right? So you're just going to do that for each and every single one. However you want to program splits for people and that type of stuff, it's all completely up to you. Again, I kind of did every single workout combination possible just so I could be versatile and, come up with any type of split that a client may need. That's just kind of the way I saw it. But once you're all done with this, you'll be good to start assigning training plans to clients. So what you want to do is go here to clients, and then let's just say you just jumped off a sales call, right? You got the payment and you are ready to start building out this person's program. So what you want to do to add them, go to the plus sign, client, and then you would just type in their email, their first name, their last name, and then add and send invite. And then once you do that, it's going to look something like this. So as you can see down here, Joey Rossi, this is just a demonstration, but you can see he has no type of training program assigned to him yet. I just sent him the invite. So what your client needs to do on their end is go check their email. They're going to have a Trainerize email. What they need to do is go in there, basically create their account, add all of their information, their personal details, like their height, weight, all that stuff. And have them create their account. Also, it's going to give them a link to download the app on their phone as well. And from there, you'll be good to go to start setting them up. So you want to go here to go to client's training program. And then once you get to this screen, start building out Joey's program. Right here, I would just put, Joey's workout plan. And then right here, you can change the start date. So it doesn't matter. Let's just say he paid today. Maybe he doesn't want to start until next Monday, right? You can absolutely do that. Click Monday. For example, we'll just say he's ready to start tomorrow. So I'll do Wednesday. And then right here, you can change the amount of weeks. So let's just say he paid month to month. Obviously, start him on 4 weeks until he renews, and then you would have to renew the program. If he paid for 3 months up front, it would be 12 weeks. And then obviously 6 months would be 24 weeks. We'll just say he paid for 1 month for right now. So you would save that. And then once you're in here, this is where you can pretty much go and start building it out. So right here on import, you're going to go to master workouts, shared workouts. And then these are all the workouts that you pretty much went and built out ahead of time that you saved to your library. So from here, I could build out any type of split that I want, right? We'll just say, for example, that Joey is a complete beginner, never stepped foot in the gym in his life. He's probably someone who I would start on push pull legs 6 days a week, just because he's not going to be training anywhere near as hard yet, to be overtraining with 6 days in a row. Obviously, someone more like advanced, I would never have them train 6 days in a row because they're going to be training a lot harder and need to recover. But for someone like this, who I'm just trying to not only build the consistency of getting them in the gym, but also get their muscles used to the movements and training and learning all the exercises right, I'm going to start them on push pull legs every time. So that's what we got here. So I would obviously do chest, shoulders, triceps, um, and then back and biceps, and then legs. So can import that. Also, like, I have abs as well. I do cardio for every client too. And then even calves as well. I have a calf workout. I add those for like every client as well and build it into their split. I'm not going to do it here, obviously, for time's sake, but you guys get the idea. So add everything you want to add for their programming and then press import. And then now that this is all set, basically you have it all right here. And then the last thing you need to do is schedule it, right? So go here to schedule. And then basically for chest, shoulders, triceps, I'm going to make that every Monday and Thursday. So I would go here and click this. Got to move this out of the way. Sorry about that. So back to this, I would go here and just click every Monday and Thursday until they're already through the whole entire 1 month, right? And then same thing for back and biceps. This would be every Tuesday, Friday. So I'm just going to go here and click Tuesday, Friday for each day, get it all the way through the month. All you're basically doing is scheduling these workouts. So last one, legs. This is every Wednesday, Saturday. So I'm going to make sure I have that. All right, perfect. So that's all done. And then once you schedule those, make sure you just double check here, go to your schedule, make sure it's all, the right days, obviously. Make sure this is all good, perfect. And then also what I recommend you do for every client, go down here to the goals and habits section. So I recommend you do this with every client, obviously make goals for them for the duration that you guys are working, but also daily habits are really good to implement as well. As far as goals, if you want to make a goal for them, go here to new, fitness goal, custom goal, maybe it's lose 30 pounds by the third month, right? You can save that goal and then they could basically, track in their progress through here. Very, very good to do. I always recommend you have goals for your clients. Um, so speak with them, go over a couple goals, set them, put them in here. Also habits, if you want to do habits, I do like 5 of the same habits for each client that I do. It's very simple. It's like, drink 32 ounces of water when they first wake up, 6 to 8 hours of sleep, um, drink at least a gallon to a gallon and a half of water a day. Also 10K steps a day, and then maybe like, take a cold shower every morning or cold shower before the gym, right? Those are an example of like 5 habits that I give every client. And then on top of that, if they maybe want to add more habits in there, or maybe they even have bad habits that like they want to get rid of, you can absolutely add that in there for them to do. So when you want to do a habit, go here to habit, custom habit. The start date is Wednesday, 4 weeks. Make sure it's on every day. And then, for example, 6 to 8 hours of sleep every night. Simple. Add that here. Now they have their habit to do every day. And then you can double check this on the schedule. Now, with their workouts, all of their habits are going to be here as well, and it kind of works as a little checklist. So, you go here to their dashboard. This is what they're going to kind of see in the app. So, you can see he'll have his whole leg workout to do. He has to check everything off for that day. He can enter his stats. And then also, all of his habits will be listed here as well. And a big thing I recommend you guys do with every single client, you want them to track their weight and also upload progress pictures to here. So I'm going to show you how to do that. All right, so when you scroll down here, they have a place to not only upload their body weight, but also they could upload progress pictures as well, front, side, and back. I recommend you do this for every single client. I have them upload this once a week, and I have them do it fasted on the same day every single week in the morning, fasted in the morning. The reason I do that is because that is the most accurate representation of progress, right? When they have no food in their system, they're fully fasted. That is the most accurate representation for results, especially with like progress pictures. The last thing you want is like, someone to upload, when they first started with you, fully fasted in the morning, pictures of them in, normal like bathroom lighting or whatever. And then like the transformation photo is like them 2 months later in the gym, 2 meals already in their system with a pump and good lighting. It's just not very realistic. So I have my guys just say like you pick one day out of the week. Like let's just say like every Wednesday morning, you and your client know those are going to be the check-ins for not only them to upload their fasted body weight, but also progress pictures. This way, you can get basically week by week, you're going to start to notice little changes, and from their progress and the way their weight is changing, you'll be able to know if you need to, excuse me, you're going to need to know if you need to adjust anything with their program, make any changes, right? Also, it's really good to use for testimonials, if they're down like 10 pounds, or if they have like a 3 month side by side transformation that you can post. This is going to be really good to get not only testimonials, but also show you like, okay, is their client actually even following the diet and the training? Are they staying on top of things? Are they making noticeable changes? Do I need to adjust anything with the diet or anything on my end, right? This is all going to tell you like not only if they're doing the work, but if you have to adjust anything as well. So that is pretty much everything inside of Trainerize as far as setting up a client and everything like that. And in the next video, I know I didn't cover it in this video. This was workout programming specific, but in the next video, I'm going to show you guys how to not only create meal plans, but also upload meal plans to their Trainerize. So I will see you guys in that one. All right, so now that you guys have a full understanding of how to set up your clients' workout programs within Trainerize, the goals, the habits, all that stuff, make sure they're documenting their body weight, progress pictures, all that. Now that you know how to fully set up a client, now we're going to talk about how I structure the meal plans because it's different. I used to use a software called Evolution Nutrition, and basically what this did, it was another software like Trainerize, but it was a meal plan service software. So I stopped using it because one, it was like $70 a month, but two, basically how it worked is you would go through and kind of same setup as Trainerize, right? Like you would send your client the email, create their account, all that stuff, but basically you would put in the client's like information and it would basically like AI generate a meal plan for that specific client based on like their body type and their goals. And I didn't like it because I saw that a lot of my guys like weren't actually following the meal plan itself because the foods were like just very like whack that Evolution Nutrition would give. So I kind of like got rid of that, and then now I just take a way more personalized route that I think is honestly the best way to go. I mean, it's completely free to do, and like, yeah, it may take more time, right? Like, you can't have an AI spit out a diet in 3 minutes, right? But it's like doing it this way to just be a lot more personalized with your clients and, actually making something that's sustainable for them to get them the best results. Yes, doing it this way is going to take a lot more time, but I'm telling you guys, you're going to get a lot more results for your clients themselves, and more results obviously leads to more money down the road, attracting you more people, showing you, or basically you showing them that you're actually a lot more qualified and more credible, right? So doing it this way, I'm telling you, it takes longer, but it will pay off. So I basically make custom meal plans using Google Docs. So I'm going to show you how to do that. So this is basically how I structure it on Google Docs. This is an example. This is my client, Mark. But basically how it works is what I do is I get like their basically their height, their weight, how many times they exercise a week, and their age. And then I go to a maintenance calorie calculator online. You can just look that up on Google or whatever. I plug in that information and then it gives me like a ballpark estimate of like what their maintenance calories would be. I take that number and then depending on their goals, whether they want to lose weight or gain weight, I either put them in a surplus or a deficit. So with that information, I get, okay, like how many calories should I have them at? And then with that, I go to this client specifically and I ask them, hey, listen, like what foods do you enjoy eating? What foods can you eat? What foods are foods that you could stick to and eat majority, like almost every day, pretty much. And based off that, I actually create a meal plan for my clients that is sustainable with foods that they actually enjoy eating. So you can see how I structure it here. I got meal one. I do the food itself, the measurements, right? Like how much of it, calories, all that stuff. And I just do this all the way through for their whole meal plan. And then at the bottom, I'll have their total number of calories. So it's very, very simple to do. Yes, it takes longer, but I'm telling you, I've noticed that my clients actually like follow this. It's a lot more sustainable and they get way better results. So it's worth it. Um, So once you're done with this, building this out in Google Docs, what I do is just go here to File, and then literally you would just download it as a PDF. And then once you do that, I'll show you how to add it to their Trainerize. So we would just go back here to their Trainerize, go down here to the knife and the fork, and then attach a meal plan PDF. Press this. Let's start. And then, let's just say his meal plan is right here, right? Obviously, for an example, I'm going to change it to, it would be Joey's meal plan, right? But this is just an example. Joey's meal plan, confirm. Simple as that. Literally uploads it to their Trainerize. So now they have everything inside of their Trainerize app that they need specifically, right? So everything's on their phone, on the app. They have their whole day-to-day schedule with their workouts, their habits, everything like that. They have their full-on meal plan from here that they can access as well. And then apart from that, obviously, you want to be doing one-on-one calls with them. Obviously, they need your number to text you at any point. Um, but this is basically everything you need to actually set them up with a good plan, right? And what's going to determine the results, right? The accountability, making sure they're on top of everything, right? Building a good relationship with them, super, super crucial. But this is very straightforward, very simple. Wanted to show you guys how to go about this with uploading a meal plan. So yeah, very straightforward, very easy to do. That is everything you need to know as far as. All right, guys. So this is everything you need to know as far as Stripe and setting up your payment processor. This is how you are going to be able to charge people, also financing options within this, all that good stuff. So I'm going to walk you guys through step by step exactly how to do this. So first things first, obviously you need to create a Stripe account. It's going to be the same type of process as Trainerize, right? You need to go through, answer the questions that they're going to ask you about your business, right? Obviously, answer them from a fitness coach perspective. Here's the thing with Stripe. It really, really does help if you have an LLC that you can link to your Stripe account. This is more so for those of you coaches who are already doing like at least 5K a month consistently. That is definitely the point that you want to make sure you not only get an LLC for your business to protect, you personally from your business, right? If someone were to sue you, they can only go after the business, not you personally. So an LLC not only like legitifies your business, but also protects everything like that. So really, really crucial, like at that 5K a month mark plus, definitely recommend getting an LLC. Also, just you're gonna have to start doing taxes and all that stuff, right? You need an LLC for that. So if you have an LLC for your business, definitely make your Stripe account with that because that is going to show Stripe that you are a lot more legit, right? Definitely helps, but you do not need to have an LLC to make your Stripe account. So by no means do you like have to have that. It just definitely makes you look a lot more legit to Stripe, which is good. But yeah, once you go ahead and create your account, you need to like basically verify your identity, link your bank info, all that stuff. And then once you've gone through every step on your home screen, it should say that you are like eligible to start receiving payouts now, which is good. That's the point you want to get to. So basically, once that's all good, I'm going to show you guys not only how to set up your financing options, and I'm going to explain financing options, like the ins and outs of it, because this is very, very crucial for you continuing to scale your business as you move into like higher ticket coaching, like higher prices. When you build your credibility up to that level, when you're selling high ticket coaching, you're going to realize that you're not every customer you come across is going to have the money in full to pay you everything up front. So financing options like Affirm, Klarna, Afterpay, they're crucial because if someone has a good credit score, they're at least 18, they can go through and, finance, basically do their own payment plan for very cheap. And then like, Affirm or Klarna or whatever sends you that money up front. So it works both ways. You get your money up front. The client gets to do a comfortable payment plan for them. So it's very, very crucial for those people who can't afford to buy your coaching in full.
this pertains to like 3-month, 6-month, and 12-month coaching packages. For month to month, that's just a reoccurring payment. They cannot finance that. But I'm going to show you how to do this. So first things first, when your Stripe account is all set up, we need to go to settings in the top right, and then come down here to payments, go to payment methods, press default. And then once you're on this, scroll all the way down, and then right here, you see Affirm, Afterpay, and Klarna. These are the top three. Make sure these are active. These are your financing options. Really, really crucial. I'm going to explain how these work, right? So as far as like these financing options go, like especially when you're pitching your coaching to someone, like I said, 3 months, 6-month, or 12-month, this only works for one-time payments. But the way the financing works is, you know, I think like realistically, you will need to start doing this. I'd say when you're selling anything from like it could even be like $600 and up. I feel like anything under $600, people should be able to afford in full. But again, who knows, right? Like maybe you're selling a 3-month coaching package for $450 and someone for some reason doesn't want to pay that in full and they want to finance it, right? Okay, you can still do that. I'm just saying that like this is more so going to be a huge factor when you start charging like $1,000 plus for your coaching packages. This is when this is going to really, really start to be useful because like not everyone is going to have $1,000 plus just laying it around to invest into your coaching, right? So how it works is basically with these financing, it's a third party buy now, pay later option, right? So they do this through your Stripe link, but instead of going through and like putting in their card info and paying in full, they could either go through Affirm, Afterpay, or Klarna. Now it works differently for everyone. Each one, you got to realize like with these payment plans, like it may put some interest on the payment plans depending on how long it takes that individual to pay off the full thing. So be mindful, it will add interest, but once they pick a payment plan, they can go through and like pay it off in full whenever they want to try to cancel out more of that interest. Like, let's just say, for example, like a $2,000 coaching package, right? I believe the lowest someone can pay with a $2,000 coaching package is $70 a month. And that is basically for, I don't know if it's 18 or 36 payments, but obviously they're not paying off that 2K within a 3-month period, or I'm sorry, within a 6-month period. So obviously interest starts to stack on top of that, right? Um, so that's the thing. If they choose like the $70 a month for 18 or 36 months, I forget how long it is, but if they do that, just let them know like, hey, listen, like you don't have to stick to that payment plan. Just say a couple months from now you want to just go ahead and fully pay this off in full. You can do that and cancel out a lot of the interest, right? But the way you qualify people for this is they need to be at least 18 and they need to have at least a 650 credit score or higher. I'd say it all depends, but like if they have like little to no credit, it's very hard to get approved for these loans depending on how much you're charging. But the way Affirm and all these work is they go by credit score, credit history, and then also annual income. So what I do, I use Affirm specifically. That's like my bread and butter. That's what works the best for me. Very reliable. What I always do is like, if I identify, okay, this person can't pay in full, we're going to go through Affirm. What I always have them do first is like download the Affirm app on their own, and then I'll walk them through it. Like we'll create an account for them, right? Um, have them go through all that, and then once they create an account on the Affirm app itself, at the top on the homepage, it should like give them a purchasing power. So that way, like it'll tell them like basically how much they have available to spend up to. And with that purchasing power, you'll know like, okay, are they even going to get approved for this loan or not? So that way, when you send them their payment link, it's a lot faster of a process because now they go through Affirm on your payment link. You already know, okay, they have enough to get approved for this loan, but also they already have an account made. So all they really have to do is like go through, pick a payment plan, verify their identity, and like they're good. It's a smooth process because that's the last thing you want is like
you to send someone your payment link, right? And then they have to go through a firm, they have to create a whole account, right? And then like while they're doing all that, they're thinking more and more um about the coaching. Maybe they back out, whatever, like they're running through scenarios in their head. You want to make this as smooth as a process as possible. That's why I always just have people go through the Affirm app first, get that all taken care of, and then we identify, okay, do they even have enough to purchase this, right? Because the worst feeling is like having someone get denied by like one of these financing groups, and it's just the worst, because then it's like you don't even know what to do at that point. Do you have to come up with like your own payment plan for that person, make a subscription, whatever? um it's tough. Like, these are definitely the way to go, because it's like it locks them in, you get your money up front. Very, very good. So that's kind of the ins and outs with this. You want to make sure that someone's at least 18 and they do have a good credit score. But that's kind of how all that works. So when you are ready to go through, like once you set this up, now you just have to create your payment links, right? So go here to create. Sorry, let me move this. Go here to create, go to payment link. And then once you're on this screen, basically add new products. Start with, month to month coaching. And then down here, if it's reoccurring, um, yeah, it's month to month, obviously. So this is reoccurring. Then you just put the amount. I always recommend, like, those of you newer coaches, bro, start low. Like I started charging $200 a month and then $450 for 3 months. Did that for my first couple of guys, right? Just to get experience, but also like, it's very cheap, right? So it's like people aren't going to be as skeptical. That's one of the hardest things to do, is like, just say you're a new coach and you haven't even really worked with that many people yet, and like you don't have many testimonials and you're already charging like $2,000 out the gate. Good luck selling that, because one, people aren't going to see the value in paying that for your coaching yet. Like, your value and credibility isn't that high, but also you're not even going to really even have the confidence to sell that, because you have nowhere near enough experience to sell a package that high, right? So I'm telling you, start lower. Don't be greedy. Don't be greedy. Like, start lower. $200 a month, $450 for 3 months. Get your first couple clients under your belt. Get experience. Get them results. Build your credibility. Get more comfortable, right, with selling and taking sales calls and all that. And the more confident you get in yourself as a coach, right? Obviously, and the more people start to trust you, you can slowly start to raise your pricing from there. I'm telling you, you can't just come out the gates charging $2,000 for coaching. It just doesn't work. I started $200 a month, $450 for 3 months. Now I'm selling up to $4,000 or $5,000 for coaching. Right? It's because I took the time to get the experience and build my credibility over time. People trust me a lot more now. I wouldn't have been able to sell that in the beginning. So you have to be patient. This is a process. It's can't scale overnight, right? It's a whole process. Your results are never going to exceed your level of personal development. So remember that. But put $200 a month for here, and then make sure billing period on monthly, and then you would just add product, and then the same thing. Basically just say for 3 month coaching, right? If it was 3 month coaching, put 3 month coaching here. And then, like I said, for 3 month coaching, 6 month coaching, 12 month coaching, right? These are all one time payments. Make sure it's on one off. And then it'd be 450 for 3 months, and then you would just add product, right? So that's basically the whole process. For every time you go to make a payment link, I recommend getting the Stripe app on your phone itself as well, because when you create your payment links, it'll be a lot easier to, just go into your Stripe app on your phone, copy the link, shoot it through the DM with them while you're on the call, right? Um, Also, it's a lot quicker to just go on your phone and check if the payment actually went through. Or even if you have to go on your phone really quick and make a custom payment link, maybe you had to like negotiate with someone or whatever. It's a very simple process. Go to the plus sign, payment link, come into here. You just put the name, whether it's month to month, 3 month, 6 month, whatever, one off or reoccurring, and then the price. And then that's it. And then you just add it. Very, very simple process. So that is basically how you do that. And yeah, man, it's pretty straightforward. So just make sure you got your financing set up, your payment link's good to go, and that's pretty much it as far as Stripe. That's really all it is to it. And then you can start charging people, and you'll see within your Stripe account, right? You're gonna have the balance at the top of how much you made for that day, and then you go to balances on your Stripe app. It'll show you when it's transfer into your bank account and stuff like that. Very, very good to have a payment processor, man, because you do not want to be processing everything through like Venmo or Zelle or PayPal or whatever. Like I've done that before, yes, to avoid like fees and all that. Like Stripe does have fees, but you got to realize too, if you're doing like Venmo and Zelle for everything, one, you don't have access to financing options, and then two, people just may see it a lot more skeptical than like you actually having a real professional payment processor, a real link for your coaching, right? So always take that into consideration as well. But yeah, that's basically how you get it set up with Stripe and everything you need to know about it. All right, what's up, guys? This is everything you need to know about Calendly. 100% need to set this up. It is just a good thing for your clients. You can send them basically your Calendly link. They can go in, book a time of their choice based upon your schedule. And now you guys have an actual location to meet. It's very professional. And, the last thing you want to do with your clients is kind of have one of those things on the fly where they just text you, when they need a phone call or whatever. Um, Not very good. I'm not saying phone calls aren't good. I do phone calls with my clients as well, but it's more so one of those things, just say they're struggling with something or they're about to jump on, a quick sales call or whatever. They'll shoot me a text and be like, "Yo, Jay, can we talk, real quick?" And I'll shoot them a phone call and we'll talk for like 5 to 10 minutes, whatever. I'm not saying that's not okay because that's fine. I do that too, but I'm talking about like actual like one-on-one check-ins during the week, like actual one-on-one calls. You need something like this that's more professional, an actual place to meet that is face to face. You sit down for 30 minutes to an hour and work with this client, with their goals, how they're doing mentally, structure, any questions they have about their programs or whatever, just to ensure that they're on track and continuing to give them that accountability and encouragement to continue going, right? So 100% need something like Calendly that's more professional to have these calls, right? So basically the way that it works, you're going to have to go and create an account like anything else. It's very simple. Create an account real quick with your email and everything. And then as far as like plans, I'm pretty sure I'm on like the standard like $10 a month plan. I just do one up from the free version that gives you unlimited calls. Believe it's like $10 a month. So choose that one. And then from here, you can basically do like a custom, availability for like your hours, what day you want to be able to take calls. Um, as far as like scheduling, these are all of my meetings. So relentless one-on-one coaching call. This is my one-on-one for basically actual clients, right? I have this here. I even have like relentless coaching private mentorship meeting. These are for like people in the DMs who like um, basically don't have, they're not available like right then and there or that same day to jump on a sales call to see if they're a good fit for the program. So I send them one of these. It's like a pre-qualification. They go through, and before they can book a sales call with me, they have to like answer specific questions based upon where they're at, what they need help with, their budgeting, all that type of stuff. So I recommend you make one of those for like your leads. I have one right here, Relentless Coaching Qualification. I can pull this up for you guys just to show you an example. Within here, you could always, like when you make one of these, right, you can choose the duration, um, location, right? I do Google Meet. I just think that's the simplest. Um, and then if we go to more options, I can show you guys. Basically, I have like specific questions on this one that I can show you guys. So first one, I question one, I say this is required to answer. This is only for men 18 plus who are determined to transform their body. do you confirm that you are over the age of 18 and are determined to make a change? And I say, like, if you're under 18, please do not book a call. Um, make sure you make everyone a required question so they can't skip it. But this one, confirm you're booking this call because you're looking for help attaining the ultimate version of your physique, mindset, and self. And then I say, what is your physique based goal within the next 180 days? They have to answer that. I give them like a little multiple choice. If I were to help you achieve the goal stated above, how much would that mean to you? What is your current budget for physique and mindset coaching? Do not book a call if you are not ready to invest in your future. And then I do a standard like budgeting for this. This is a really good question to have to see how financially qualified someone is. If you're accepted into the program, when would you like to start working towards your dream physique? I say, if it's over a month from now, please don't book a call. Wait until you're ready. Confirm you understand that if you do not show up to the call you schedule without notice or letting me know beforehand, any calls you book in the future will be canceled. Um, so yeah, really, really good to make one of these qualifications. It's going to pre-qualify people. You may have less people fill it out, obviously, but it's better for your end because if they don't fill it out, obviously they weren't even someone who was serious or qualified for your coaching. So it'll save you, the half an hour to an hour of wasting your life on a call with someone who wasn't even going to buy anyway. So that's very, very good to do that. Obviously, you don't have to do that if you don't want to. You could just make a standard one for your leads to go through, but I do that just to save time. And then obviously this one is just very standard for my one-on-one guys. Always meet on the Google links, have my availability, all that stuff changes throughout the week. But yeah, you basically just have to make your meeting links and then you can copy these links and send it to your clients or, for the qualification, copy that, send it through the DM to the lead, right? And it's very, very simple, right? These are very, very good to use to get you a location for your meets with clients and leads. And then the last thing I was going to show you guys is a service called Fathom. So this is a completely free service, but I recommend you guys get this. It's an extension that literally records each and every single one of your calls. So I have my clients use this for like their sales calls too, just so they can like send me their sales calls. That way I can take a look at it and see how they're structuring, like, basically how they're handling these calls, maybe points where they went wrong with the objections and stuff like that. Or maybe I'll see areas where like, oh, bro, you could have said this and, you would have been able to overcome that objection, stuff like that. Just, I'll have them send me their sales calls so I can take a look and then give them feedback. But I use Fathom as well to record all of my client calls. That way, with the calls with my clients that I have specifically, they can go and review them during the week, watch them over and over and over again, because it's not always, that you have to learn new things. Sometimes it's just basically relearning the things that you were already taught. And sometimes it takes hearing things multiple times to actually start to understand it. So that's why I feel that's super valuable. That's how my clients get the most out of our one-on-one sessions, is being able to go and like, hear things over and over and over again to finally start to understand how to implement it. So for example, this is Fathom. Just had a call with John Mark today, the GOAT. But yeah, these are like basically I have access to all my meetings here with all my clients, right? So they're all right here. And basically what Fathom does is it sends an email directly to the client right after the call. They get not only a full recording of the call, but also like a AI summarized, basically summary of like the most important things we talked about. So these are really, really, really good. I can kind of show you guys. So inside of here, obviously we have the full recording, but if we go here to basically the summary, it does like a whole breakdown and analysis of like everything we talked about. And this is completely free, by the way, completely free. So really, really recommend that you guys use this for your clients. It's super, super beneficial, but also for sales calls as well, just to review and see things that you could improve on and where you went wrong, and get better. Obviously, the better you get at selling, especially selling yourself as a coach, that's in a sense what you're doing, the more money you're going to make and the more deals you're going to close. So the better. But that is basically everything as far as what you need to know at Calendly. Very short video, very simple, very straightforward. Highly recommend you guys use Fathom as well. It's a really good service. It's completely free, so no reason not to take advantage of that.
What's up, boys? Hope you guys are super blessed today, man. So in this video, I'm going to show you guys everything you need to actually create a strong personal brand, right? I know a lot of you guys struggle with this, and you guys need to understand this is the foundation, right? Like, this is the foundation of your page. We're not running ads or anything like that. When you want to grow the right way organically, your personal brand is everything. This is the foundation. This is what's actually going to drive in qualified leads for your business, the right type of clients that you want to work with. So we need to be very, very intentional without this, because you cannot go anywhere within this coaching space without a really strong personal brand and separation. Those are the two most important things when, becoming a really successful coach, right? So what I want you guys to understand is you need to identify a core theme within your page, right? This is what all of your videos are going to tie back into. So for me, right, an example, my whole page is centered around how I built this business and how it changed my life. Every single video you see me make, the ultimate, deeper meaning within everything, all the roads lead back to this main theme, right? The whole purpose of my page is centered around how I built this business and how it changed my life, right? That is what my whole page has been built around, So within each of that, there's all these unique branding aspects that fall into that same thing. But why, does this have to be the main theme? Because this is what I'm coaching people on. This is what I'm coaching, coaches on how to do. So this has to be the main theme. This is what I teach as a coach, right? So for you guys, your main theme may be centered around, your personal development and fitness and how your transformation changed your life as a man, right? How you did it and how it changed your life, right? Your personal development. So it's the same thing, because that's what you're coaching other people on, right? You're helping other people, build themselves mentally and physically, right? So it needs to be centered around that, because that's the type of following you're trying to build, right? You're trying to build a following of people actually invested into who you are. So how do you identify your key branding aspects? So your branding aspects not only are a reflection of who you are, but will also always lead back to that main core theme. So I'm going to run through, and I literally picked my page apart, and I'm going to show you guys, because I know it's you guys look at the content I post every day. You've seen, the documentation that I've had for the past 2 years plus, right? But what you don't understand is everything I do is very intentional. My content is very specific. I'm not here to get a whole bunch of views. I'm here to target specific people who I'd actually want to work with within my business, right? Because if you're not attracting the right type of clients, you're just going to be working with a bunch of people who don't respect you as a coach, don't respect your program, maybe don't respect your pricing, or they're just lazy, they don't do the work. They're not actually people you can build a good relationship with, and you're never going to be able to build your business with that, right? You don't want to be liked by everyone. You want to be liked by a select group of people, and those are going to be your ride or dies. That building your brand is like building a cult, right? So when we dive into my first branding aspect and, my most important one, my faith, my relationship with God, I'm so open about it. Why? Because those are the type of people I'm trying to attract. There's a reason why 99% of people in this mentorship are Christian, because I put that through my content, right? And I don't do it for a profit, right? I don't talk about my faith just to make me money and for my own profit, right? I do it with the intention of, God is the biggest part of my story. He's the biggest part of why I'm in the position I am now. And I feel that urge to speak about it, right? When you love something so much, you're not going to not speak about it, because you want to tell other people, right? You want to bring other people closer to what has brought you so much joy. And for me, that's God, and there were multiple times, before any cameras were on me, before you guys even knew who I was, right? This goes back more than 2 years ago, bro, when I was first starting and I was struggling. God was all I had. I isolated myself, and he was truly all I had. You know, building my relationship with God in the beginning, that summer of 2023, when I first dropped out of college, and, I fully isolated myself, and I was just like posting content, trying to, get this up off the ground. God was all I had. I was in this routine every day. I didn't see my friends. I didn't see much family. I was just like, it was me and God. And I'm telling you, that's what actually gave me the peace. And, God helped me recognize in life that, like, I don't need anyone else but him. And there was so much peace within that. I wouldn't, like, without God, I wouldn't have had the confidence to drop out of college. I wouldn't have had the confidence to start posting my first couple videos online. I wouldn't have had the confidence to take out a 5K loan with $200 to my name and turn my life around, right? That was all God. And I prayed to him many times, like before any of this ever happened, right? Before you guys even knew who I was praying to God consistently, telling him that, when I was in a position to where, I had received all these blessings and people started to know my name and people started to know who I was, I told him that everyone was going to know that it was because of him and not of my own doing, because he gets all the credit, because I've been through some very deep and dark things. And I'm telling you, it's nothing I can take credit for. I promise you that. So he's the biggest part of my story and how I got to this position. And you can see, right? Obviously, these types of videos, it relates to a lot of people. It gets me followers of people who, actually believe in what I'm saying and they resonate with it and they support it, right? Faith is a very bold thing to talk about, especially in this generation, right? I don't want to work with people who are just hyper materialistic and their only goal in life is to buy a nice car, right? So there's a reason I'm so open about my faith, because these are the kind of people I want to attract, right? Right here, 208K views, 250K views. This one got 150K views, right? So it's a really big part of my brand, and I get really personal within these videos, and it shows you a lot about kind of just my morals, my values, who I am, and why I take my faith so seriously. It's a very important thing when people decide, to resonate with me on that aspect. Moving into number 2, right? My story and my transformation process, right? So this is going to be one of the biggest parts of your brand as well, where you came from, how you got to the position you are now, and the whole transformation that took place. So for me, right, I took a risk, dropped out of college, right? Started posting on social media while I was delivering pizza for a whole year, eating shit, making no money, and my mom, right, was working 3 jobs at one time just to cover my bills. I've talked about this so much within my content. And the reason it's so important is because this is how you build the bridge for your audience, right? Because here's the thing, they're down here, you're up here, you've already made the transformation, they haven't. So if you just go about your content in a way to where you're constantly talking down to them, you're never going to relate to them, you're never going to resonate with them, and it's going to be so hard to build that connection. So the most important thing, all of your content, you need to build that bridge. You need to meet them where they are and bring them up to you. And how do you do that? You speak from experience, right? You speak from experience and you turn your story into a lesson. So that's why your story and transformation process is so important, because you're speaking through your experiences, you're speaking directly to their problems and their struggles. And chances are you're going to be speaking exactly to people who are either in a similar position to where you used to be, if not the same position, and they're going to have that relatability and be able to resonate with you. And you're actually going to be the one to inspire them and show them what's truly possible, right? So right here, this video, 547,000 views. She stayed when I was broke delivering pizza. One sale completely changed my life. This was a sale I made $450 when I was delivering a pizza. That was the day that literally showed me I'm quitting this job. I'm all in on this business, right? Like that was when I really realized this was possible, and it changed my life. So super, super important stuff. Third, my relationship with Blake, right? What does every single man want? They want to be a man who's successful, confident, disciplined, hardworking, a man who, has the ability to take care of the people they love, and also have that strong woman by their side. It's such a key branding aspect for me, because Blake was my rock. Like when I met her, it was, it was like right after I was reborn. She was the woman I literally prayed to God for. God placed her in my life. And without her coming into my life, I don't know if I ever would have started this business or be anywhere near the position I'm at now, right? Even if I would have started the business sometime later on, she was really my biggest drive for wanting to do all this, because when she came into my life, not having that ability to be able to, take care of her the way I wanted to and take her out to nice dinners once a month and being worried about money and all that stuff, I knew I wasn't the man she deserved. I wanted so much more for her. I wanted the ability to be able to take her to nice dinners, buy her nice things. Eventually, we moved into this apartment now and, I can fully take care of bills, expenses, all that stuff and just take care of her the way I've always wanted to, right? Because she's such a solid woman and she stayed by my side. She didn't care about the car I drove. She didn't care about the job I was working, the money I had. Like, she was just a solid woman who actually loved me for who I was and stuck with me through everything, man. And there's nothing more valuable than that, right? So I've obviously made videos about this. They went pretty freaking crazy. 361K and 197K. People really, really love this factor. It's super raw. It's authentic. It's showing more into my personal life and relationships and why I kind of do all this. And it's super, super important to have. So that's a really big one. And then obviously my fitness and personal development, this is kind of where it all started. My greatest passion, right? The reason I didn't go to school and pursue college football was because I was so passionate about the gym. So, getting out of high school, I didn't necessarily know what I wanted to do with my life, but the gym was like the thing I was passionate about most. I used to skip school just to make sure I got enough sleep and be able to eat my meals just to go and have a good training session. Like, that's how much I cared about the gym. And I would have never been able to build this business without the skills necessary that I learned through my personal development. That's the greatest thing it did for me. Everything I learned from my fitness, as far as like discipline, work ethic, delayed gratification, all those things translated directly into this business and how I built it, right? This is why I started posting content in the first place, was just centered around my fitness and my physique, right? So this is the foundation that, built this business. It's super, super valuable. And then moving into number 5, right? My mindset and mentality. This is a really big thing. Kind of just showing more so who you are, how you think, how you operate, the standard that you hold yourself to every day. Super, super important, right? That's a really big thing. No one would buy from someone who they wouldn't want, to be in a similar position to, who they wouldn't want their life to kind of resemble, or like, someone who like they didn't really agree with how they think, right? You want to be extreme with this. Like, I've been so open about my mindset. This all started way back when I was playing football, right? Just that mindset of like wanting to be the best, right? Working harder than everyone else. Like, it's not about talent. It's not about, skill. It's more so just having that mentality and that mindset of like, I will work harder than you. I'm willing to do more. I'm willing to work longer. I'm willing to show up more, be more consistent. Like, that was my mindset my whole life. And I put that into football, then into the gym, then into this business, right? And it's like, I'm very open about that through my content, kind of just the way I think, and how I got to this position. And that's super important because obviously your mindset and mentality is really going to be the content that can really inspire people and motivate them, right? So I have videos just like this, with my cars, which it's not about the cars, right? I'm not flexing the cars in these videos. I'm talking more so about the mindset it took to get to this position. And then 6, values and morals. Super, super important, right? Every single guy in the mentorship, right? What's the one thing we all have? We all share similar values and morals, right? And that's what, gives us all the ability to create a really, really good relationship and community. So it's super, super important when you're determining, especially someone you want to work with. So it's important for showing your true, authentic self. This is going to give you the ability to actually attract an audience who actually resonates with who you are and how you think, right? You want to be yourself because you're going to attract people who actually like you for who you are. And that's the most important thing, right? Building that audience who is actually invested into who you are. So I talk about this all the time, how I'm not like materialistic, stop glorifying the lifestyle. I go deeper into like what I truly value, right? Like, I go back to when my mom was working 3 jobs at one point just to cover my bills, right? And it's like, she's my biggest drive for why I do this. My woman's my biggest drive for why I do this, right? It's like, I show people that like having a deeper why further than your own selfish ambition, right? Wanting to do it for the people you love, wanting true financial freedom, wanting to work a job that, you love and you're passionate about, and being hungry to create an impact, right? Change lives, and also just have the ability to take care of your family and the people you love. That's what I stand for, and that's why I do this. And that goes into like my values and my morals, right? Morals more so, especially just how I treat people, especially my clients, right? Prioritizing the relationships I build with them, taking care of them, prioritizing fulfillment, right? And that's from God, I'm telling you, no, there's not a single thing good about me that isn't from God, because my flesh, apart from God, it's the most disgusting thing you'll ever see, right? So that's all glory to God. But I'm very open about this, in my content, and that's what attracts me, really, really good people and clients that, I resonate with too. And then number 7, bro, documentation. Documentation is so huge. I'm telling you guys, people need to buy into your journey and your development, right? You want to get people bought into the journey and the development, right? I've documented everything for over 2 years, and people have watched the journey and growth in real time. And that's what's given people the ability to trust me so well, because everything's documented. They've followed my journey. They were bought into the journey and my personal development, and they watched me continue to grow over time. I've had so many people who have bought from me down the road just from me continuously showing up and continuing to show my wins, and them constantly just seeing me grow and improve, right? Because that's inspiring to people. This is how you get more attention. I'm telling you, the more you start to win and you develop and you grow, and the more you're documenting, bro, the more people are going to want to pay attention to you and listen to you, right? So posting your wins is so crucial, man. You got to be winning, right? If you want to grow your business, man, you got to be winning through your personal development, documenting the journey. Post your wins, man. Like I was never really like big on this, especially with like posting my money, but like now I know, right? When someone's determining whether they want to work with me, it's one thing to have really good client results, but it's like they want to also know that, like, what results are you getting, right? Because obviously you're the one they're learning from. Like you wouldn't, just say a fitness trainer came up to you in the gym, and he had basically maybe like 15 insane client testimonials, but, let's just say he was just fat and overweight, but like he had those testimonials. It wouldn't really matter, because you would look at him and be like, hell no, I don't want to work with this guy, right? So that's what you got to look at, man. It's one of those things. So super, super important to post your wins, bro, because it's like, yes, people want to see you're getting client results, but you want people to be bought into your journey, right? Because that's what makes it so special. When you win, they get excited about that. It inspires them. It motivates them. And, that's a super, super big thing, man, with building a good audience. So the main takeaway I want you guys to get from this is you need to make content, directed towards your younger self. Every time I go to make a video, like everything I talk from is like, a lot of just experience and lessons I've learned and all that stuff. I make content directed towards my younger self. I sit there and I'm like, what is a piece of advice that like I would want my younger self to know right now? Because what that does, a lot of the people I work with are in very, very similar situations to where I used to be when I started. And those are my best types of clients, because I'm most qualified to coach them. Why? Because I've been exactly where they are. And it's like, I understand exactly where they're at, exactly what they're experiencing as far as their struggles, their problems, and I know exactly what they need to get them to the next step. So I'm able to resonate and connect with them so well. So within each one of these unique branding aspects, I have tons of experiences, lessons, and stories to share, right? So this is what builds the foundation. When you lay out all of your branding aspects just like this, just like I did, like I said, you have tons of different experiences, lessons, stories within each one of those branding aspects that you can dive into. And that's like hundreds of content ideas, right? But like the branding aspects are the main things that make you who you are, right? This builds the foundation for your brand. And now you can constantly condition your audience with these ideas each and every single day. You don't just jump online and post your story one time, because no one's going to remember you for that. It takes the constant conditioning. There's constantly going to be new followers following you, new people coming in, maybe people already following you. They may not have heard your story yet, right? Or, when they hear it multiple times, the more and more someone hears something, the more they're going to be able to actually identify you for that and actually remember you for that. It's about, conditioning your audience with the same things, but like learning how to do it in a little bit different of a way every time. My content that works is very similar. I just figure out ways to recreate it. So you got to take what's working and double down on that. So all of these unique, aspects lead back to the main core theme of how I built this business and how it changed my life. The reason being is because as a coach, that's what I'm teaching other people to do. And that's what, needs to be the important message within, you building a brand, because that's what you do. That's what you specialize in. But I hope this helped, man. This video right here, I'm telling you, I'm going to give you guys the resource link to this specifically so you have this as an example to look at as well. But I'm telling you guys, you build out your brand in a similar way with identifying all these branding aspects and building them all out, writing everything down, laying it out. You're going to have so much content to pull from that you probably didn't even know you had within yourself. Because I'm telling you, you never need to look at anyone else's content. You have everything you need up here, but the hard part is actually portraying that to the camera. But all of the content you need is found within yourself. So always remember that. I hope you guys got a ton of value out of this, man. And yeah, I will see you boys in the next module. Peace. All right, boys, this is everything you need to know as far as creating an offer. Like I've told you guys so many times up front, I'm not here to create copy and paste coaches. The last thing you want to do is, as soon as you launch your coaching business, right? I see it way too many times. Guys will go, right next to their name, they'll put high level coach in their bio or like elite coach, right? When they literally have no clients and no testimonials. And then on top of that, they'll just go and build out like a generic offer of like, oh, I help men lose 30 pounds in 90 days or something like that. And it's not that offer is not good, but it's not very specific. It's not personal to you. And it's not like attracting an actual, specific group of people, right? Like that's the thing. If your offer looks like every other coach, you're competing in that same space, right? And another thing is too that a lot of guys have is, they'll go and be like, oh, well, in my transformation journey at one point, I lost 20 pounds or whatever. I was overweight. I lost the weight and then I bulked back up and built muscle. And then they'll go and try to sell the double offer. And the reason that doesn't work either is because at the end of the day, if someone likes you enough, bro, and they want to work with you, they're going to buy from you regardless of whether your whether your offer is focused on like fat loss or, gaining size and muscle, right? Like just because your offer is like, oh, I help men, I help overweight men, right? That's not to say that someone, who's skinny looking to bulk up and really likes you and trusts you and wants to work with you. That's not to say that people like that still aren't going to hit you up. But it's like if you make a broad offer for literally everyone, now you're putting yourself in a position to where you're literally competing with every single other coach out there. And you're fighting with like every niche instead of actually just niching down and focusing on the specific group of people who you actually resonate with the most. And that's what's going to eliminate a lot of your competition. You guys got to realize the way you create your offer, it's from your transformation. It's not only your transformation, but the way that you live your life now. The reason your offer is tailored that way, because your content is able to align with that. Once you have that clear offer and that clear ICP, your ideal client prospect of people you want to work with, now you can target all of your content towards that. And it aligns, it makes sense. And then people are going to see through your content that your background and your story and your struggles and everything align with that. So now you're speaking directly to people that are going through the same exact thing that you used to be in, right? And that's where the true connection is built. So you want your offer to not only align with your transformation, whether you lost a bunch of weight or you went from skinny to jacked, right? You want it to align, but at the same time, you also want it to kind of reflect like, what is your current lifestyle like now? Like what is your method? What is the way that you did things, right, to achieve this transformation, but not only continue to make progress now? So those are things you need to think about. And your offer can be very simple. Like as far as me from a mentorship perspective, my offer right here, helping coaches build financial freedom. It's very simple, straight to the point, but also all of my content aligns with that because I tell people like, listen, when I was first getting into this, I didn't care about the car. I didn't care about a whole bunch of money, right? Like I was so broke and I was delivering pizza and all I really wanted was to, work a job that I was actually passionate about, that I enjoyed and that I loved. And all I wanted was the freedom. All I wanted to do was to be able to never have to worry about bills again, not have to
check my bank account every time I made a purchase, right? So I was focused on the freedom, the things that come with the money, right? So all of my content kind of ties into that. My content is very direct. I show people, kind of the reality of my experience with, like, at one point I was chasing the money and the material, and I show them what that did to me, right? And I show them, kind of just open their eyes to like what this is truly about, right? I'm here to work with guys who genuinely want to make an impact, who genuinely want to help people, who genuinely want to work hard and build this business and do this for the rest of their life, right? And build financial freedoms for themselves. I don't want dudes who it's like their only life goal is to go and, buy a sports car. That's not a big enough why. That's not like any real drive to really keep you going. I'm not saying it's, bad to want that or, get that down the road. It's one of those things you'll kind of have to just experience on your own. But the whole goal of this is, real financial freedom. And, my content's very specific, and my story resembles that. My struggles resemble that. The way I think, what I believe in, it all aligns with that one offer. It goes right back to that one offer. And that's what you guys need to have. Because once you have a clear offer, now you have your exact group of people who you are going to target. And it makes you look even more qualified based off of your story and your struggles. The more that, like, once you have this offer, the more that you can actually like speak to these people on more of like an emotional level, not just like surface level, like basic motivational stuff. Like, the more you can go deeper and like share the depths of your mind and really like dive into these pain points and really like target these people on an emotional level of like your story, what you went through, what was your drive for making this whole transformation, right? Now you're speaking to people who are in that same exact position. And those are going to be your best types of clients, because those are people who are literally exactly where you used to be. So you understand them better than anyone else, and you know exactly how to coach them through that because you went through it. So those are not only going to be the best people to work with, but they're also going to be the easiest people to get results for. And, the people who you're actually going to like resonate with the most, right? And that's the thing I'm telling you guys. It's not to say that, like, because at the end of the day, if someone wants to work with you, they're going to work with you, even if it's not specific to your offer. But I'm telling you, when you niche down, it makes you look that much more qualified with the niche that you're in. And it kind of eliminates a lot of the competition. Now you're attracting more people who are in that position that you used to be. So your offer is everything, man. I'm telling you, like, when you're figuring out your offer, and here's the thing, it doesn't have to be set in stone right away. Like, I've changed my offer multiple times, but the thing is like, when this is like personal branding, like when you can really break down your transformation, what it did for you as a man, how your life is now, right? Within all of that, you kind of create this unique offer. Like, think to yourself, like, what did I do? What did I go through? How did my life change? What was my transformation? What do I continue to do now? And like, who exactly do I want to target? Who exactly is my ideal client who I want to work with? And it's like, through all of that, you create this very unique offer. And now you have a direction with your content. Now you have someone to actually target, right? And you can be intentional with your messages and intentional with your videos, and you can speak with conviction, speak with passion about your story and what you went through and struggles you overcame, but also, depth to your content as well. Like, how do you live your life now? What is your, your day-to-day routine like? What are the meals you're eating? How is your training, right? It's like, what are you continuing to do to build on that, physique that you have now? That's also a huge factor. So what it does, man, is like, you're targeting people who are in a position that you used to be. And the more authentic you can be, the more raw you can be, the more personable you can be, it's going to show these people that like you're just like them and that you're a genuine, human being as well. And that's where the real connection is built, because now they see that it's possible. Now they're like, oh, this guy is just like me, and it literally, like, it's that light switch in their brain to where it's like, they know they can do it now. Like, you're living proof that it's possible, right? So your offer is crucial, man. It doesn't have to be super complicated. It doesn't have to be, this crazy, like, ChatGPT scripted out offer. Like, it can be very simple, but it needs to reflect your transformation, what you did, how you live your life, your method, kind of, right? It needs to be able to reflect that. It needs to be direct, and, also think about, who exactly do I want to work with? Who exactly am I most qualified to help and teach? And then that's how you'll be able to figure all that out. It's not overnight. Obviously, when you first start your content, you may not feel comfortable to speak about certain things within your story yet, or have that level of vulnerability, or, conviction and passion with your content, right? That all comes over time. But it's good to start thinking about these things now, because, like, as you put the reps in every day and as you continue to progress with your content, it's going to start to be a lot more clear to you down the road. The better you get at, getting personalized with your content, and portraying your real self. This isn't something that, you're just going to magically be good at on day one, right? Like, it took me a very long time to get to this point, not only with my content, but also this specific offer, right? It took me going through the constant reps and showing up every day and getting better and getting better, and, finally getting to the point to develop all of this, right? Wasn't from day one. So that's what I'll tell you guys, is it is a process, right? So don't be discouraged right away if, you don't feel your content aligns with this, or, your content hasn't been the most personable, or, you're struggling to be authentic and raw. I'm telling you guys, like, it comes with time, and, it's about really just getting more comfortable with the camera, and kind of just being able to portray your real self. Like, I think the biggest problem a lot of guys have is they'll go and they'll watch, all these other coaches' content, and then try to just, like, copy exactly what they're doing because they see it's working. But what you don't realize is, like, whatever that coach is doing, yeah, it may be working for that coach, but that doesn't mean it's going to work for you. This space is about creating separation. If you can't think on your own and come up with your own things and your own unique things that you have, and utilize that, right? And you can't portray your real self, it's going to be very hard for you to resonate with people. And that's going to be the problem. If they look at you and then 5 other coaches and there's nothing different, why would they choose you? So that's the whole point of this, right? Like, this is why it needs to tailor to your story and what you've been through, because no one has the same story as you. And that's the biggest thing that is going to be able to separate you in this space, when you can actually utilize that to build your brand and build your authority. So it's very, very crucial, man. I hope you guys got some good value out of this. Don't overcomplicate it. It's more simple than you think, but again, it will take the reps over time, and I promise you these things will eventually start to be a lot more clear to you when you do truly start to master this way of content. All right, guys, so I want to make this module literally everything you need to know about creating reels and content. Like, by the end of this video, I want you guys to have a full understanding as to how you should be attacking this, and how you should be approaching this, and what exactly to be implementing. And I know there's a lot of you guys, bro, who you sit there and you're like, man, like, I have no ideas. I have nothing to talk about, right? And it leads to this inconsistency. You get in your head. You're worried about other people even judging you. And what I want you guys to know is you have so much more than you think to talk about. This is the best thing I'm probably going to say this whole entire video, the most valuable thing you can take from this, and I want you guys to write this down. All of the content you need is already found within yourself. You already have everything you need up here. Everything you have up here and who you are is what's going to make your brand. There's a reason it's called a personal brand, because it's personal. It's all around you, right? So that's the thing. You already have everything you need up here, but it takes going into the depths of your mind. It takes using your creative ability. If you're just constantly going and copying what everyone else is doing, you're destroying your creative ability. You're destroying your authenticness and your rawness, and you're just going to look like everyone else. And that's not what we want. So I'm telling you guys, it's not easy, right? But it takes the reps. When I first started posting, I posted 5 times a day for 3 months. I didn't go and watch all these, YouTube videos and gather all this information and buy a course. No, I just started doing. I didn't have a plan. I literally just started doing. I mean, I guess I had a plan. I was posting 5 times a day, but that was my thing. Like, I was willing to learn as I went, but I knew I just needed to start, because that's the thing. Doing the actual reps themselves is going to teach you so much more than information actually could, because you're learning from experience. Too many guys will get in their head and they'll try to learn everything up front before they actually even take that first step and start. And you know what the problem is? Yeah, you may be gathering great information, but guess what? You haven't even moved anywhere yet. So what is that information doing? I remember when I first dropped out of college, I was reading like a book a week, right? So I was gathering all this information, but my life wasn't really moving anywhere. I couldn't really I wasn't applying these things that I was learning. I was just reading books on like how to get rich, and it was like mental masturbation. It made me feel good, but in reality, I wasn't moving anywhere. I wasn't applying the information. I wasn't putting in the reps, you know? So that's exactly what this is. And I recommend like those of you guys who are starting with a smaller following, those of you guys who don't have, many posts, like I have 766 posts, and that's not even I'd say half of it. I have a lot of posts that I've archived, that I've taken down, right? So I have well over 1,000 posts ever, but this is just I guess what's on my main page. But think of how many reps that actually is. Like, some of you guys are out here with 5 to 50 videos created, or not even 100 videos made yet, and you're getting in your head saying, oh, I'm getting no views, this doesn't work, I can't do this, I'm not moving anywhere. It's you have nowhere near enough reps to get to the point of actual having enough experience to get the views you want. I'm telling you, the only way you're going to get better is doing it. It's the same thing with sales. Sales, for example, you could go and you can learn all these sales tactics and all these objection handling techniques and anything you want to learn about sales, right? But you're not actually going to get better at sales until you take hundreds and hundreds of sales calls itself. That's the only way I got better. Yeah, I was learning different things as I went, but I was taking data. I was jumping right into these sales calls. And then after it was done, I would look it over. I would learn new information. I'd learn different techniques and approaches. And then I would go and take the next call and apply these things, right? I was learning from the repetition. If I didn't have any repetition at all, there'd be nothing to learn because I have no data. I have no experience. So it's the same thing with posting these reels, guys. Obviously, if you don't have much reps out there, how can you sit there and expect to have the views that you want? How can you sit there and expect to be good at talking to the camera or feel confident yet, right? It takes reps. I'm telling you, I'm the last person who wanted to start talking online, but you know what? I was in a position to where I literally just made an investment. I took on a $5,000 loan of money that I couldn't afford. You better believe I was making a damn reel every day of me talking. Even though I didn't want to, I didn't have a choice because I had to make that money back. I had to build this business. I had to build this brand. So I did it anyway, right? It didn't matter how I felt. And that's how you guys need to approach this. And what I was saying before is I recommend those of you guys who don't have many reps, you have a low following, you're very new to this, post 3 to 5 times a day. I'm telling you, my clients who have gotten the most results are the ones that literally from the jump, they not only show up every day very consistently, but they have volume. They have tons and tons and tons of reps, and they have been single-handedly the ones who have grown the fastest. And it's not a coincidence, right? When I posted 5 times a day for 3 months, right? In the beginning, I was getting no attention, no views. My content sucked. By the end of those 3 months, from all the reps I was putting in, I crossed 10,000 followers on TikTok in 3 months. Because imagine 5 times a day, like forcing yourself to come up with 5 videos a day. Think of how many reps you're getting. Some of you guys are only posting once a day, or maybe you're inconsistent and you're posting like every other day, or even worse, every like 3 to 4 days, right? And you wonder why you're not growing, why you're not consistently getting better and your page isn't growing, because you're not putting in anywhere near as much reps as it takes to actually get better. So I'm telling you guys, your content doesn't have to be perfect. You just need to show up every day. You just need to make that commitment to not only show up every day consistently, but tons and tons of volume within the reps. If you guys went and you posted 3 to 5 times a day, yes, it's not going to be comfortable. Yes, it's not going to feel good at first. Yes, you may not be confident on camera. It may be some of your worst content ever. But what's going to happen over time as you're posting 3 to 5 times a day, you're stacking rep after rep after rep after rep. And then over time, your content within like 2 weeks to a month is going to be like a day and night difference. You're going to look like a completely different dude on that camera. That's how it was for me. The first like 2 weeks of me posting talking content, some of the worst content you'll ever see. You guys can scroll all the way down my page. It sucked. I used to sit there in my car and like literally the camera would be like under my chin and I'd be sitting there and I'd be like twiddling my hair, like super unconfident, low tone, no passion. Like I don't even know how people listen to me. But after 2 weeks of doing that every single day, it was like I was a completely different dude. I remember my mentor literally said that. He watched a video like 2 weeks later of me actually like posting every day. And that video, like 2 weeks later, he was like, dude, I don't even recognize you. Like you're a completely different dude. And it's because I put in the reps. I'm telling you, the more you do something, the more confident you're going to get at it, the more comfortable it's going to be, you know, the more natural you're going to be on camera, right? But you need the reps. You guys cannot sit here and complain that you're not growing or you're not getting better if you're not at least posting like 3 times a day minimum. I promise you, it's all reps at the end of the day. If you're not putting in the effort to get better, you can't expect to get better. So I cannot stress enough how important that is. If you guys really, oh my gosh, I'm sorry, my hamstring just cramped. Oh, that's brutal. Oh, I'm sorry. Dude, I'm not even going to cut that out. That's crazy. You guys probably know that's brutal. I hit legs today. Shit. Okay. But yeah, that's literally like the reps is everything. So now that we know that, like, okay, you know, your content doesn't have to be perfect. You know, it's not going to be perfect in the beginning. It's probably going to be some of your worst content. All you need to do is show up every day and do it multiple times a day. And you will get better over time through the repetition, through getting that experience. And tell you what, posting that much volume in the beginning, more and more people are going to start to see your videos. You get into the algorithm so much faster than if you were to just post like 1 time a day. So like, you're also going to grow your page a lot faster, let alone getting better at the content a lot faster. So that's a huge thing. But now that we understand that, okay, let's dive into like, what are you actually posting, right? Like, what are things you're actually talking about? So in the last module, you guys saw how I told you how to come up with your offer now. So like, now that you have this unique offer, you know exactly who you want to target, your page needs to resemble that. So I've noticed my page has always done the best when it's centered around personal development. You know, it's centered around personal development, how I live my life, the way that I think, what I've been through, struggles I'm facing, struggles I've overcome in the past, right? Literally, like, that's the thing with your content. There has to be depth. You don't want to just like talk about the same thing every day. Now, you know, when obviously with your offer and you have this unique story, you have all these things you went through in the past, right? Yes, you do need to condition your audience with a lot of the same principles every day, like just the way that you think, things you stand for, what you've been through, struggles you faced, right? You're going to be conditioning your audience with those things every day. But at the same time, you need depth to your content as well. You need like new things that are happening in your life, new struggles you're facing,
maybe new things that you implemented into your routine or your dieting or something you learned throughout the day, right? Like these are all things that you can continue to document. But the the biggest thing that you need to know as far as content is it's all documentation at the end of the day. Like I've been posting for 2 years. That's what makes me so relatable, is because it's like people not only see where I'm at right now, but they can go back like 2 years ago when I first started posting content and they saw where I was. And that shows them that, like, oh shit, this guy's just like me. And that's the power of documentation. Like right now, that's the hardest part, because like no one has a reason to listen to you, right? Yet. No one has a reason to listen to you yet. But one day they will. What I've noticed is the more you start to develop, the more you start to grow, the more results you start to get other people, the more clients you start getting, the more you're building your business and progressing in life, right? The more authority you're building, the more people are going to start to pay attention to you, right? So that's the thing. You cannot come into this space and demand authority. You have to earn it. You have to earn it. And as far as things you're going to be talking about, it's all centered around you. Your content needs to be personal. It's turning your story into a lesson for your audience. A lot of people go about their reels and it's just the basic, like, generic motivational stuff that like you could find on 100 other coaches' pages, right? And all it is them constantly, their audience is here, they're up here and they're constantly just talking down to their audience, right? Being like, you need to lock in, you need to wake up early, cold shower, yada, yada. It's like, bro, no one wants that. No one wants a coach who's just going to sit there and yell at them all day. Like the whole part of being a coach, and this is why the personal content is so good, because it's like, you're not necessarily telling people what to do. You're literally meeting them where they are and bringing them up to your level, right? So it's like you're teaching them valuable lessons based on things that you went through, struggles that you faced, that you've overcame, the way that you think about things, how you do certain things, right? And now your audience is forming their opinions based on the ideas that you're saying, based on your personal, experiences that you've went through. And right away, that makes you different. Right away, it's things that they've never heard before that they can't find on any other coach's page. Because again, no one has the same story and experience as you, right? And right away, they're building so much of a deeper connection with you because it's like they're relating to you now. You're not just this dude who's, way above them in the personal development, just talking down, yelling at them, telling them what to do. No, you're meeting them where they are. And you're like, hey guys, like I used to be just like you. Or maybe I struggle with the same things you guys do. This is how I handle it. This is how I approach it, right? That's being a coach. You're teaching people lessons through what you've been through, what you faced, the way that you think, how you view things, why you do certain things. That's the value, So it's getting personal with your content. I'm telling you, when you take that approach and it's personal and you're turning your story into a lesson for others, this is how you build real trust with your audience. This is how you build an audience of people who are actually going to be invested into who you are. And it's like, once you have your clear offer and you have a direction with your content, now it's time to build out all these unique branding aspects that are going to make you who you are. That's going to make your brand. What are those branding aspects? Part of it can be your story. Maybe it's your faith. Maybe it's certain relationships. Maybe it's the way you live your life. Maybe it's the way that you train, right? It could be anything, but it needs to be personal to you, and you can condition your audience with a lot of these same ideas every day. Content isn't supposed to be complicated. You're you, right? And you can speak on the same things in a different way. How many times have you guys heard me bring up the fact that I used to deliver pizza? I have millions of stories within that, And it's like, that's the only reason people are able to identify me with that, because I've conditioned them with those experiences and that idea. You can't expect to jump online and share your story once and then instantly, just expect everyone to know you for who you are. It just doesn't work like that. So that's the biggest thing. And as far as like structuring these reels, I do have a format that I'm going to show you guys, but at the same time, I'm telling you guys, there is no better content than just like being raw. You get a thought,
and then just act on it, right? Because I know a lot of guys, like, they'll get a thought and then they're like, oh, that's good. And then they'll write it down and they'll go make it later. But the problem with that is, like, when you go to make that video later, you're not actually like in that flow state. You're not actually in that way of thinking. And it's not going to come off anywhere near as authentic if you would have made that video in the moment. So that's the thing. That's like true authentic content, is like, basically, when you get an idea, how quick can you execute on that? How quick can you go and, make a video portraying that to the camera? That's going to be your best content ever. So I do like more of like the raw style approach. I know that's not going to be the case every time, and I am going to go over like a simple format with you guys just to get you kind of just more structure with your reels. Because I know a lot of you guys, bro, some of you guys, I'm not going to lie, when you first come in, and I had the same problem, your messages are just all over the place, right? It's all over the place. You're just kind of yapping. There's so many pauses within your content, and that's just going to kill your engagement. You do want your reels, and listen, it takes time. It takes tons and tons of reps, but you do want your reels to be more structured and actually have a deeper meaning, a deeper lesson to them that your audience can actually take from it, right? There needs to be value. So that's what I want to talk about. Obviously, like, I have my fair share of videos where, I just jump on, there's no structure, like, I'm just raw, right? And I can show you guys some examples, like video like this, very raw, no structure, just me and Blake, right? Did really well. Let's see. Same thing here, just very raw. And those are going to be the random videos that like do really well just because of like how truly authentic it is. Now, I want to talk about vulnerability too, because this is the problem. A lot of you guys get in your head and you think that like you need to be perfect. But here's the thing. The longer you try to portray that you're a perfect coach and you don't go through anything and you don't struggle, it's going to be way harder for people to resonate with you. So it's like vulnerability, in a sense, does actually build your authority. It makes you more qualified, and more people will take advice from you and listen to you, because it's like, how can anyone expect you to help them with the problems they're facing if you don't even show any problems that you're overcoming in your life as well, or any problems that you overcame in the past? So that's what it is. In a video like this, me talking about my experience with how for a moment I did walk away from God and I chased all of these things, right? This is one of the hardest videos for me to make. I didn't want to make it at all. I actually had to pray before I made this video. But you can see 109K views, almost 14K likes, tons of comments, engagement's high. This video did so well for me. And the reason it did, it was so vulnerable, and it was saying things that I recognized are not good about me. It wasn't easy to open up about those things, but the video was so relatable. Like, people were able to resonate with it, and they just respected the vulnerability and the honesty and the rawness, right? And it's like, that builds your authority even more, because people can now see you on a more human level. It doesn't change what you've done, right? Like, people know where you're at. They know your success. They know what you're doing, right? So it's like, you being vulnerable is just showing that you are human and you are just like them. And that's what inspires them even more. So it builds your authority, if anything. And I want to give you guys a simple structure with how I kind of go about this, because I think it's going to be really good, like, for you to take into your content. Even just like a video like this did pretty well. This was a very, very raw video. Never even done something like this before. Like, I literally just sat down and I had this thought and I just went with it. There was no like structure with it, nothing. I just spoke. And telling you, don't be afraid to make these videos, because it can be the best type of video possible. Just very raw, very authentic. That's why I'm like hesitant with giving you guys the structure, because obviously I think it's good to follow structure, but at the same time, I don't want you guys to think every video has to be like this, because the best videos are the ones where it's like you get a thought and you just go. Like, I don't want you guys to like overly obsess about structure and all these things, and then you're like scripting out a video. Like that's the last thing I want. So like obviously use it when you see it applicable, but I just want you guys to keep this in mind. But a video like this,
stop glorifying the lifestyle. I'm telling you guys this because I care about you. I don't want you to go down the same rabbit hole that I went down. All you see online is everyone glorifying this.
So right away when I open that video, instantly I say, stop glorifying the lifestyle. And then I even go and show an example of what everyone's doing online. Basically, the structure that you want to have, it's a 3-step format that I kind of came up with, is 1, in your opening sentence right away, as soon as you open the video, let people know exactly what they're getting into right away. Like, I want you guys to open the video with, okay, what is the main idea of this video? What is the main thing that people are getting from your video? Because what that does is, like, let's just say you just open a video and it's just like, all these random details, it takes you 30 seconds to get to the point, right? You know how many people are just going to scroll? But it's like right away, if you open the video with this bold statement, the main idea, people already know right away what they're getting into when they watch this video. So it's like right away, they know exactly what the video is about. They know what they're getting into. It's a bold statement, so it's going to grab their attention. They're like, oh, wait, huh? Stop glorifying the lifestyle. Well, what does he mean? Instantly they're more curious, and it's like it's going to lead them to watching the video because, one, they know what it's about, but now they want to know, okay, what's his reasoning behind that bold claim? So you're drawing them in. So that's the first step, is always open your video with like the main idea of like the point you're trying to get at, right? Like, you guys see me do this a lot. Like right here, the mentor is not what makes you successful. Stop chasing empty possessions. The car is not the center of my life. Where's your identity? The money itself won't fulfill you. And I can even show you up here when I do this. Let's see. Entrepreneurship is the fastest road to destruction. Like, you can see I'm starting all these videos with like these bold claims, right? It's like the main idea of like, what is this video going to be about? That way people know what they're getting into. And then from there, they can determine, okay, like, do I want to watch this further or not? But it's like, if you don't do that, and it takes you 30, 40 seconds just to like get to the point of the video, people are already gone by that point. You lost them because they're not, like, people don't have that level of attention span, right? So that's the thing that's really worked for me, is like, if you want to get more attention, I'm telling you, open with that bold claim. Let people know right away, like, what exactly they're actually getting into.
Stop glorifying the lifestyle. I'm telling you guys this because I care about you, and I don't want you to go down the same rabbit hole that I went down. All you see online is everyone glorifying the successful lifestyle, living in the fast lane, buying car after car, their penthouse.
So now I continue to show that example backing up that claim.
But what you don't realize is the grass isn't actually green on the other side. And all of these people who you see living that lifestyle, I can promise you, if they don't have God, they are empty. And that's why you see them buying thing after thing constantly, because they realize that what they're buying isn't actually satisfying them, and they need to go chase that bigger and better thing for that next high. And it's a never-ending high that never stops. And I'm here to tell you, I thought this same thing. A couple months back, I lost myself. I was putting all my fulfillment in the money I was making. I put my fulfillment.
So right here, right away, now I tie in my own personal experience to show, okay, why does he feel so strongly about this claim? What is his evidence to back it up? Now, this is step 2. Tie in your own personal experience to back up what you're saying. In this video, I think I definitely took a little bit too long to get to my personalized point. I can probably show you guys a better example, but I did take a little bit longer to do so. In my other videos, I normally don't take that long. But that's the format, right? Open with that bold claim. Start with like the main idea that you want people to get from the video. And then right after that, then you can go into all the details, right? Go into the details of your personal experience that is backing up that bold claim that you stated, right? Like, give them the context of like, why does he feel so strongly about this, right? Show what you went through, explain it.
Buying this car that I have now, and you know where that got me? Me sitting in my dream car, more money than I ever could have imagined possible, bawling my eyes out at my lowest,
True.
miserable,
It's true.
my life and empty because I put this above God. I'm here to tell you that all these things are.
I want to say another thing too. I mean, you feel the emotion in this video. That's another thing, and that's what you guys are going to realize with this style of content. It brings out the rawest version of you. It brings out emotion. It brings out conviction. It brings out passion, because it's like, you can't fake this stuff. Me speaking about something like this that genuinely was like genuinely so detrimental to my life, like genuinely such a painful experience and lesson I had to learn, that like you can't fake this emotion, because there's so much pain behind the story that I'm telling. There's so much emotion within it. There's so much passion, like, of what I went through. You know, this was a very rough time in my life. So it's like, you can't fake that. Like, when you're speaking about things that are personalized and specific to you, especially areas of your life that are more vulnerable, it's gonna bring out this level of passion in you and this emotion that you need to really capture the audience, you know, really capture their attention and target their emotions, right? That's what this builds up. And this is why speaking, you know, about personalized things, this is the rawest form of content. This is how you really speak to people. This is how you get through to them, because, you know, when you're just making content that's like general and you're copying what everyone else is saying and it's not specific to you, it's not personalized, like, one, you're probably not even going to enjoy making those videos. And two, how can you possibly have like passion and emotion for something that's like not you? It's not like anything you've went through specifically or anything deep in your life. It's just like you're just repeating words, trying to motivate someone. But it doesn't stick. You know, content like this that's personal and you show that emotion, you show that passion, this sticks. Someone can watch this video and they're going to remember my name if it targeted them the way it should have, right? If it really left an emotional, you know, spot on them, right? If it really targeted a certain part of their emotion, right? And they resonated deeply with it, right? They're going to remember this video. And they're going to remember, you know, the things I was saying and me specifically, because they tie my story to me. You know, it's personalized. They've never heard someone say something like this before. It's my story, you know? So that's the power in it.
Great. I'm not saying that you can't have a nice car, you can't make good money or want to make good money or buy a watch or whatever it may be that you want. But I'm telling you, the second you look for fulfillment in those things apart from God and you put them above God, you will lose yourself. It will make you empty, because that's not where true happiness comes from. We were made in the image of God, and that is where our source of happiness.
So this is like the third point I'm getting to, right? So after I walk them through my personalized experience attached to this bold claim that I made, right? The third step is now you're just turning that personalized experience into a lesson for your audience. Now you're wrapping up the message and making it a really strong lesson for your audience. So to kind of break this down, the three-step format, obviously, open with the main idea. The main idea that you want, or basically the main idea, the main idea of what you're talking about, right? The main point of the video, like the main thing you want your audience to get from this video, that's what you're opening the video with. But like, make it like a bold claim, like something crazy. Like even in the other video, like my opening sentence was like, I'm a born again Christian and I walked away from God. Right away, people are like, whoa, that's bold, right? And then it's like, it makes them more interested to see, okay, what does he have to back this up? What did he go through? And it gets them curious, you know? So that's the first thing. Always start with that bold claim, that the main idea that you want people to get from this video, the main idea of what the video is about. Then tie in your own personalized experience and details to back up that claim that you just made. And then number 3, always turn that personalized experience that you talked about into a lesson for your audience at the end. So now they can take something from what you went through. Basically, you're meeting them where they are and bringing them up to your level. So I hope that makes sense, guys. So you guys seen, I've gotten very good at this. I use that same approach for pretty much like every one of my videos. And it's something that I kind of just like, I didn't learn that from anyone. I'll be honest. Like no one like taught me that specific like method. I low key just like kind of unintentionally did it just from like making so much content. I kind of just like all the different things I've learned, and like also from like the experience of doing videos like this over and over and over and over again, I realized like I guess the best kind of format to go about a video from just like trial and error, right? And experience. So this is what has worked best for me. This is what has gotten me the best sort of engagement for my videos, and what has absolutely just worked the best. So it's definitely, it's a really good format to follow because it's going to give you guys structure, especially a lot of you guys just starting and you don't really know naturally how to like put together a well-built video. Obviously it's different. Like if you have tons of experience with making content, you're obviously not going to be thinking about this framework every video you make. Like I don't think about this framework. I naturally just do it. Like for some, like I just naturally like make videos this way. And that's what like led me to having this method now. But not every video is like that. That's what I want to stress too. Like I don't do this for every video, right? A lot of videos are just like raw, that like something on my mind or something I thought of, right? And those end up being the most transparent, raw, authentic types of videos, right? But having structure is always, always very good. That way you can ensure that your message is strong, your videos formatted well, and that your audience is getting the absolute most about it, but also to ensure that you're drawing in the most amount of people as possible. Because, it's very hard when you start your video off very slow and you don't get to the point for a while. Like your engagement's going to be low, man. A lot of people are going to scroll. You got to kind of draw them in right away. Everyone loves to talk about that hook, right? And in a sense, that's what the bold claim is. It's a hook. It's drawing your audience in, getting them more curious about, oh, where is he about to go with this, right? Like what details does he have to back up this claim? But yeah, man, I hope this was helpful. And I want you guys to know, honestly, the most important thing in this video, or the most important thing about creating content itself, you have to just be you. Like you're never going to get anywhere and you're never going to separate if you constantly just copy other people. You have to be you. And I'm telling you, it's not easy to do that right away. But the more and more and more you do it, and especially the more and more you start to attract an audience of people who actually like you for who you are and are actually like invested into you, that's when it becomes a lot easier, because it's like, you'll know like based off of like the feedback as well, like what to do more of, like that's one thing I want to mention to you guys as well. Like if you have a random video that just like goes crazy viral, or it does, a lot better than, your reels normally would, look at that video and I'm telling you, break it down. This is like a misconception that a lot of people have. They'll have a video go viral and then like literally the next video they post will be like something completely different from that. And they think they have to like come up with something new. It's like, no, bro, you already have something that worked. You already have a video that your audience showed you that they really, really like, right? So create more of that, right? Like recreate that. It's exactly what I did here. This video was the first one, 354K, that I ever made with Blake. It was just very raw, very transparent, right? And I made another one just like it, kind of the same format, right? Just a different topic, but it was still us. It was still raw. Oh, 116K. Oh, whoa. How'd that happen? Well, it worked the first time, so I just recreated it in a different way. And that's what happened. So, and I want to do a lot more of them, to be honest, because it does well. But that's the thing, man. I'm telling you guys, like, once you have something that works, you want to recreate it as many times as possible. That's what I mean with like the conditioning as well. You can talk about the same ideas in a little bit of a different way. you got to recreate what's already working as many times as you can. That's how you gain real momentum. So don't be afraid to do that, man. Your audience is telling you, hey, we like this. Why would you not go and make more of it with that same style or that same idea? Like, break down, like, look at that video and be like, think to yourself, like, what about this got so much engagement? Like, what about this did my audience like that did really well? And then, like, once you figure that out, you can kind of like build on top of that and remake it and try to remake it even better, right? Or maybe just in a little bit different of a way. Same thing with the videos like these, right? I just take the same idea, the same format, and just make it in a little bit different of a way, but it's still the same thing. So yeah, guys, I hope you got a ton of value out of this video. I mean, bro, there's like, this is a lot of information in a video, right? And here's the thing. It's a lot of great information, but you guys aren't going to be able to actually see growth from this until you do what I told you in the beginning of the video. And it's just reps and volume every day. Like, obviously you need to apply this information when you're going about these reps, but I'm telling you, you're not going to truly get better until you just literally just focus on posting every day. Like, that's it. Not only every day, but I'm telling you, multiple times a day. If you're forcing yourself to speak to the camera 3 to 5 times a day and make videos, you're going to get so much better over time. Like, so much better. Like, this is how you separate. I'm telling you, the reps is the best form of learning. You have to learn from experience. So apply this information, but again, it's not going to do anything for you if you're not actually showing up every day and you're not actually staying consistent and you're not putting in multiple reps every single day. So remember that the information isn't the problem. The information's useless without the actual implementation. So always remember that, guys, and go crush it. All right, guys, story flow. I can't even express to you guys how important this is, because I want to break down this simple concept for you, right? So the Reels, for example, here's the whole point of the Reels. The Reels is to basically reach an audience of people who don't know who you are yet, right? You're expanding your reach. You're growing your following of people, who didn't know who you were before, right? So that's the whole point of the Reels. You're gaining a new audience of followers, of people who are actually invested into who you are. But how do you nurture the following you already have even deeper on top of the Reels you're already putting out? It's going to be your stories, because you got to think of your daily stories like a reality TV show. Like, people are getting literally the behind the scenes rawest version of you on a day-to-day basis. And this is truly where the value is. Like, you want to get your audience literally, like, I have people who DM me all the time and they're like, bro, like, I genuinely get excited to watch your stories every day. And when I'm getting DMs like that, like, how can I miss? Like, how can I look at a DM like that and just be like, oh yeah, I'm just not going to post any stories today, right? Like, how can I do that? Because it's like they genuinely work so well. It builds so much connection. Like, your Reels are going to be more like well put together videos and messages, right? Your stories, bro, your stories are as simple as you picking up the camera, pressing record, and just speaking. Like, I'm telling you, it can be anything. You guys see my stories every day. I'm literally just jumping on and like sharing what I'm thinking, or sharing what's going on in my day, or what I'm doing, or posting client results, talking about my clients, right? It's like, it's a mix of, the way I think, what I do on a day-to-day basis, and then also marketing for my business, right? The client results, talking about clients, posting their wins. It's like, it's a mix of my personal development and who I am and the business. And that's what you need with your stories, right? A lot of your marketing is going to be on your stories. And I can't even tell you like how many people I've sold just from stories alone. I literally had this one dude back in September who literally was like, at the time that like my mentorship was dog shit, but I was still doing it, right? And this guy was interested in growing his business. This was September 2024. And, he was ready to do it, right? We even jumped on a call like for weeks and weeks. He was telling me he was going to get the money. Didn't follow through with it, right? But you know what happened? I continued to do my thing. I kept posting on my stories. I kept posting my Reels. He was seeing my growth in real time. Months and months went by. He was watching me every day. And you know what happened? Come March 2025, he hits me back up. Literally one morning randomly hits me back up. It was all because of one story that I posted that morning on the way to the gym. I was just like deep in my thoughts talking about life and stuff. And it was as simple as me literally making a story talking about how like blessed I was to be able to send my mom money for her birthday. And literally he instantly heard that, DMs me. He's like, bro, I want this same thing. Like I want to be in the same exact position, right? Bang, got him on a call that day, sold him. He joined the mentorship and he ended up paying a lot more, than he would have back in September, obviously, right? Because I had a lot more experience. My mentorship was a lot better. So that's kind of the downside of what he had to deal with, right? But that's what happens, like when you're so active on your stories every day and you're continuing to show up, you're continuing to be consistent, right? People are building a connection with you. They're getting to know you better. You're nurturing them, right? I had one of the best compliments I ever got in my life yesterday. I jumped on a sales call with this dude and literally talked to him for 2 hours and 30 minutes, right? 2 hours and 30 minutes. You got to love the game, bro. That's like, we're not selling here. We're building connection. You can't look at it like sales. It's genuinely building a connection with that person and showing that you care. That's what it is. You're going to close more people doing that. If you care about that person more than they care about themselves, you're going to sell. So that's apart from this. I know we're talking about stories here, but he literally, during that call, he literally told me, he was like, bro, you are no different, talking face to face than you are in your content. And that was the best compliment I ever got in my life, because it shows how powerful that real authentic content is. Like when you're just portraying your real self, and then they can even go and have a real conversation with you face to face and you're still the same person. Do you know how powerful that is? Because like they're already getting on that call feeling as if they know you because they've consumed so much of your content. So they're already pre-sold, and then it just takes that little extra push of being on a call and them speaking with you one-on-one directly that builds that final level of trust. This is how powerful this stuff is, guys. I can't stress it enough. I want to break this down to you. If we go here and look at my stories, just at the gym, little physique, pretty much do this every day, right? Gotta show them I'm working, right? Right here, showing a call, launch call, one of my guys, showing what's going on inside the program, right? I'm showing me actually taking calls with my guys, building relationship with them. Right here, I had a thought, I'm just going. I'm talking about how, I had a long day of work, right? And how fulfilling it is. And that turned into, 2 more stories right after that, because I got into the flow state. It started with one idea and I kept going. Perfect. Bang, wake up every morning. I'm very big on my faith, and this is like routine for me every morning. I love to start my mornings with spending time with God. So I'm just showing that. This is always how I start my day. I'm showing everyone, guys, before I jump into the busyness, before I jump into the stress of my day, I got to sit, I got to spend time with God. I got to get my mind right. That's what it's for. And then right after that, I normally just, whatever's on my mind in that morning, I'm just sharing, bro. That's it. Like I'm just going into some deep thoughts here, right? Talking about what I got ahead of me today, all the things I got to do. Then I literally just go into some value as far as content, because I was thinking about like calls that I had yesterday of things I was talking about. So I'm just spitting value now, and it turns into multiple stories because I kept building on this idea. I got into the flow state, and I'm just continuing. Like it doesn't stop. Once you start flowing, it's hard to stop, right? But I'm just giving so much value. And then right here, bang, client win, posting the client win. Okay, now we're talking about it. Now we're talking about, where did Denzel start before he came to me? How did he get these results, right? What did we implement? It's like, it's simple. It's simple. Every time, post that client win, talk about that client. Talk about the relationship you've built with them. Talk about where they were before they came to you, right? What did you implement to get these results for them, right? It's so important. So now, making 2 stories, talking about that, right? It's simple. And it's only... It's a little past noon right now, and I already have, let's see. I want to show you guys how easy this is, man. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 stories already up today. It's literally a little past noon. Like, come on. It's not hard. You just gotta, like, I'm telling you guys, it's as simple as just picking up the camera, pressing record, and talking. You guys want to get better at posting, talking content? You want to get more comfortable with speaking to the camera? You want it to be more natural? Gotta post on your stories. I'm telling you, because it's like, obviously it's much harder to like go and make a reel, because like you're trying to think of this all like this whole structure and like this well thought out message. I'm telling you, your stories tend to be even better because you're not thinking, you're just doing. And that's the whole point of it, right? Like if you want to get better at talking to the camera and get more comfortable and be more authentic, it's going to be through your daily stories. That's why I have my guys post a lot of stories, not only because it's building such a strong connection and nurturing your audience, but it's getting you better at talking to the camera and making the content itself. There's no coincidence. The guys who aren't posting a lot of stories every day, their business isn't really moving. They're not building that connection. They're not building trust with people. Their engagement isn't going up. The more active you are, the more people are going to start to pay attention to you. It's so crucial. And like, you guys can post anything. You can post your morning routines, talk about your morning routine or what's going through your mind in the morning. Talk about, maybe like, you woke up at 4 a.m. and then you're showing your morning routine, what you're doing. And then maybe you go and talk about that, right? Bring them through. Guys, when my alarm clock went off, the last thing I wanted to do was get out of bed. But I sat there and I thought this one thought to myself that, what? If I sit here and I press snooze and I go back to sleep, I'm starting the day off with a loss. And I can't have that, because that's going to set up my whole day for failure. Every other task I go to approach that I know I need to do, I'm not going to do it to the best of my ability. Subconsciously, I'm already thinking about how badly I started the day. I started with a loss. I didn't keep a promise I made to myself. That's the last thing you want to do when you start a day, right? And it's like, talk with them through that, work through that, right? Like that I literally just came up with that off the top of my head. But that's how easy this stuff is. Like, you guys don't need to overcomplicate it. Not only show your audience what you're doing on a day-to-day basis, but talk about it. They don't want to just like, you don't want your stories to be like, oh, show. Hey, look at me. I'm reading the Bible. I'm going to the gym. I'm eating this meal, doing that, doing this. And it's like, great. Like, great. All they're doing is watching what you're doing, but they don't understand like what's going through your mind during that. Like, you're not bringing them along with you. They don't feel like they're going through your day with you. You're just showing them what you're doing. And there's no value in that. There's no value. I'm telling you guys, the value is not by you repeating recycled information that every other coach can talk about. The value comes from you specifically. It's the way you think. It's the way you do things, why you do certain things, like what you've been through, what you struggle with, like, what you've learned. That's the value. They're getting value from you directly as a coach from up here. That's truly authentic to you. And that's what's so important, guys. So you don't need to overcomplicate this. Post your routines, post your meals, post your workouts, talk about those things, right? You can post your physique, and then anything else throughout the day, right? Maybe you're on a client call, post a client call, talk about your client after. Maybe you got a client result. Maybe a client texts you and he's like, yo, bro, feeling amazing on the diet this week. My energy's so much higher. My lifts are going up. Awesome. Screenshot, bang, post on your story. Make like 3 more stories talking about that client. Where did he start with you? Where was he when he came to you? What did you implement to get him feeling this way, right? What did you do to his diet specifically? How do you structure his training? Like, bro, all of those things are so important. So you not only want to be like bringing your audience through your day and like showing the raw, like behind the scenes version of you, like diving into the way that you think and the depths of your mind. So it's like, a lot of the stories is like focused on the personal development and your mind and you. And then the whole other side of that as well is like your business aspect of things, right? You working with clients and results and wins, right? And this is just master marketing, man. Master marketing. That's the name of the game. I'm telling you guys, stories are so crucial. If you're not posting stories, you don't want to grow a business. It's as simple as that. I can't even tell you how important they are. And you cannot sit here and tell me that you don't have time, because I've already posted 9 stories and it's a little past noon. And I'm a busy guy. I have like 6 calls today. That's just 6 calls that are already scheduled. I may even have more. And like, I'm just running through this, right? Because it's not hard. It's not hard to just pick up your camera and, dude, I'm telling you, pick up your camera, press record, start talking. That's all you got to do. And the more and more you do, you're going to get so much better over time. A lot of you guys are stuck because you're just thinking so much instead of actually doing. The more you sit there and think and procrastinate, you're just going to get in your own head and you're not going to move anywhere. But like, if you just like slow your mind down and just do, like literally just start doing, you'll realize, oh, this isn't as bad as I thought. Oh, this is a lot easier than I thought. You get into that flow state and then it's just natural and you get better and better and better. So I'm telling you guys, like, if you really want to grow, minimum 10 to 12 stories a day. I'm not even joking. Like I think I posted like 18 stories yesterday. And it's like fun. Like it's literally fun. Like I love jumping on and connecting with my audience. Like you gotta treat it that way. It's fun, bro. Like I enjoy, like, it's almost like my journal, to be honest. Like I treat my stories like my journal. Like whatever I'm thinking in my mind or whatever, like, something I can teach or something I learned or whatever it is, I just want to share it. It's literally like my journal. And that's how you guys got to treat it. So I'm telling you, stories are so, so crucial. If you're not doing stories, you don't want to build a business and you don't want to build your brand. And it's that simple. I know there's guys who you see who like are higher up and they're posting like 2 stories a day. Listen, you're not them. You're not them. They have a lot of followers. They have an established business. They're already up off the ground. They have a business already doing, $30K plus a month, right? It's like, yeah, they can get by with not doing as much stories, right? But I'm telling you, if you're starting up, like if you're under just like 30K a month in general, like you shouldn't even be questioning it. You need stories. I promise you. This is how you get people coming to you pre-sold, already nurtured, already feeling like they know you. It's because they're spending so much time watching you every day and getting to know who you are and how you live your life. And here's the thing. No one buys from someone who they wouldn't want to be like, or someone who they wouldn't want to trade places with. I've never seen it. Who's going to go buy from a coach who like they wouldn't, want their life to look like? Who's going to want to go learn from that person? So it's like, that's what you're like literally like documenting in your stories, not only who you are, but like what you're doing on a day-to-day basis. Like that's also what people are looking at. They're gonna be like, oh dang, like I want to think like this. I want to be this disciplined. I want to have this kind of routine. I want to live my life like this, right? Like this guy's doing it, So it's like a mix of that, but then also walk them through like, guys, listen, I'm just like you. I don't want to do this every day. I struggle. I have my own problems. Like you need that mix, man. I'm telling you, it's all about connection and building relationship. I hope this helped, guys. Please, if you watch this and you don't go post 15 stories, the next day, something's wrong. You might have to rewatch it. But telling you guys, stories are key. I promise you, you're going to see, give it a couple weeks, post a lot of stories every day. You're going to see a drastic change in not only who you are as a man with the way you're speaking to the camera, but also just the engagement in general in your DMs. I promise you, day and night difference. Got to implement it. So yeah, I hope you guys got a bunch of value. Please go and post your stories. What's up, boys? Hope you guys are super blessed. In this module, I'm going to go over creating an irresistible offer, right? And why would you even need to do something like this? Chances are, if you're under 10K a month, you're not making at least 10K per month, you don't get many referrals, and you have trouble scaling. It's typically just going to be adjusting your offer, right? It's very hard to not only charge a lot for what you're selling, but also go very far within this space with your business without a really strong offer and a really, really strong product, right? Because client fulfillment is everything. If you don't get your clients results, if they're not satisfied with what they're paying for, your business isn't going to be sustainable for very long, right? So this is literally, the single biggest lever that you can actually pull to generate so much more profit for your business is simply just creating an irresistible offer. So, what I want you to do, look at different offers that exist, and make sure that you are a category of one, right? As far as other coaches out there, specifically in your niche, right? Position your offer in such a unique way that they simply can't compare you to others, right? Never constrained by price. It's a value-based offer. So, when you master your offer, the sales and persuasion is going to become super, super easy, right? Like when you can actually, be on a sales call and share your screen and walk them through your product inside, right? Everything you're actually giving them access to, as well as, this offer sheet with everything broken down and listed out, and then you drop your price. It's going to be like a no-brainer. Like there shouldn't be much hesitation. There shouldn't be, any type of persuasion or, you selling them or anything. They should be able to see the value in what you're charging right away. And that's what's really going to make this super, super helpful, especially for your sales calls, right? Because when you get into high ticket, if you don't have a really good product and offer to show, it's going to be very hard for people to see the value in what they're paying for. So how do you even create one? These are the 4 variables that you need to consider when, establishing your offer, right? So 1, extreme pain. The person that you're selling to needs to have extreme pain, right? They need to be willing to throw money to solve the problem, right? Whether they're extremely overweight or, maybe their family doesn't respect them, their wife doesn't respect them, their kids don't respect them, maybe they have no energy. It could be any of those things, but they need to have, enough pain to be able to really feel the need to throw money at the solution, right? Which is you. Purchasing power. Obviously, you don't want to be selling your offer to high schoolers, 14-year-olds. They don't have any purchasing power, right? It doesn't matter how extreme their pain is. They don't have money to throw at it. So it doesn't matter, right? So, you can't be, I ideally wouldn't want to work with anyone under 20. That's kind of like the age for me. Typically, hopefully by the time they're 20 years old, they should have, pretty good credit by then as far as like financing, even if they don't have the money in full. Like 18, anywhere from 18 to 20 is kind of pushing it. It's a hit or miss. It's more so rare the closer they are to 18. Anything under 18, forget about it. You shouldn't even be considering that. You want to look more, especially with fitness, you want to look more middle-aged men with extreme pain, really looking to make this change within their life. Then easy to target, right? Are they fairly easy to target, in the marketplace, right? Like, can you identify their struggles, their pain? Can you speak to their specific pain and struggles through your own personal experience, right? Are they actually easy to target, within your content and your marketing? And then obviously, is your niche a growing market? That's really big too, right? Is, who you're trying to sell to, is that problem expanding every day within your market? That's going to be super, super important. So riches are in the niches, right? So same product, 100x the price. So I'm going to break this down for you guys right here. These are just some examples of offers. So, I help people achieve their dream physique. That's trash. I mean, it's not very specific. Like that person probably doesn't even know like what their dream physique is. It's just very broad. You're competing with everyone. This is worth like $20, right? Whatever. Could be like a template you sell, of a program or whatever. $20. Like that's worth nothing. I help, skinny people bulk up and put on muscle. That's a little specific, a little bit more specific. That could be maybe like $500. And then right here, this is what we're looking for. If you're really looking to charge thousands, you need to be super, super specific, within your offer. I help busy businessmen be more energized and lose weight without spending more than an hour in the gym. That's not only super specific, but the part right here, without spending more than an hour in the gym, people are going to see that and they're like, whoa, like that instantly catches their attention. If they can understand that, they're going to turn around their physique, be more energized, lose the weight that they want to lose, but they also don't have to sacrifice much of their time. That's a game changer. That is worth $2,000. No brainer. Because you're solving such a big problem that they want to lose, and you're doing it with, you're working with their time, right? Busy businessmen, they don't have a bunch of time. So if you can give them that guarantee, they're paying for it. The goal of great writing is for the reader to understand, and the goal of great copy is for the prospect to feel understood. So if you can articulate their problems better, you can provide the solutions to their problems a lot better as well. So the bigger the pain the prospect experiences, the more money he will pay up front. That's a really big thing. You have to dig into their pain points, and you need them to realize that they don't have a choice, right? Like, your program has the solution they are looking for, and they either make that choice to pay for it and turn their life around, or they continue to get worse and worse in their situation and live miserable, you know? So, the core offer components identify the dream outcome, right? I help, specific outcome in specific time period without biggest pain / fear. That's how you want to identify the dream outcome, right? So an example would be, I help business owners / coaches hit 5 to 10K, per month in 180 days without having to spend all day doing outreach and posting reels, right? So we have, who, the specific outcome, the time period, and then, their biggest pain or fear, right? Maybe they're like doing hundreds of outreach, DMs every single day, posting like 5 reels, not seeing results, right? That's a pain for them because it's not getting them any results and it's a lot of work. 2, list out all perceived problems. So what perceived problems would the client have about your offer? Write them down and answer them all. Example, maybe hire bad sales reps, have a huge pipeline because of my training and been in sales for over 2 years. So not have control over the business. A coach can hop on ground calls at any time, continuously ask for approval before moving forward. So this template right here is going to be able to help you craft a really, really amazing offer. And I want every single one of you to go through this, right? Really think, even if you haven't started, like if you're even more so like in the personal branding aspect and you're just building your brand, I'm telling you, like the sooner you can build a really, really good offer and start building out your product, the further you're going to be down the road, right? This gives you the leverage to actually have something charging for, right? Like worth charging a good amount for, and you can scale your offer a lot quicker. So I'm going to show you guys this template after I go over these few things, right? So I'm going to go over these things and I'm going to show you the example and how to do it. So first, you're going to list out 3 to 5 of the main deliverables your core offer provides, right? So, for example, it would be personal branding and content strategy. Create IG and YouTube content that attracts and nurtures your dream clients completely organically, right? So that is going to be content blueprint, one-on-one content review, and step-by-step scripting tutorials, right? So the more specific you can be with this, the better. This is what you're going to be sharing your screen on sales calls, walking people through these exact things after you show them it live and share your screen. Sales assets, so turn your sales calls into onboarding calls so you don't even have to sell. This makes your prospects buy into your offer before they even hop on a call with you. So that's like VSL templates, Calendly qualification sequence, DM flow strategies, offer blueprint, help guys charge 2 to 5K up front for their offer and create an offer that's a category of 1, no more price comparisons and objections. So how to build a completely irresistible high ticket offer, by giving you our exact offer blueprint and nonstop consulting. And then the last one, master effective marketing strategies, learn proper client fulfillment to market your results and constantly bring in qualified leads. So testimonial formats, client resources, and systems for fulfillment. So these are the main deliverables that will be solving your prospects' problems you listed out in the brainstorm. And these are just some questions you do really need to think about when creating your offer. So I want you guys to sit there and ask yourself, what would I deliver if my product cost 10 times its current amount, right? So you're going to list that all out. Like if you had to charge right now 10 times the price you're currently charging. So for me, it would be like done for you services, like run ads for them, train setters one-on-one, hire a VA, set up Zapier, in-house editor, automation systems, etc. Right? If I was going to charge 10x what I'm currently charging, there'd have to be done for you systems, right? That's like a 5-figure investment. So that actually, I think more than that, but choose a few that you will implement into your own program,
right? Like this is what we're adding this into our program. I'm telling you guys, you need to have so much good stuff that it's like they see the price and it's like a no-brainer, right? So choose a few of these and add it into your program. And then what would I deliver if my product cost 1/10 of its current cost and had to provide more value than I currently am at my current price, right? So if you're undervaluing it, think of some things, right? So crazy group training, valuable video modules, record looms for bottlenecks, tons of role plays, accountability, check-ins, etc. These are like all things that I have. Implement those things that you listed down there, right? This is how you're going to get the best offer. And like I said, I want you guys to go through and fill out this offer template. And then as you guys have on your checklist, your war map, the 180-day roadmap, what you're going to do is you're going to fill out, this template, and then you can submit it back to me and I can take a look at it. Or we could even cover it on our one-on-one call. Take a look at your offer, make sure it is perfected and ready to go. And we start building it out. But moving into this is just an example of mine, and I'm going to give you guys the template as well. So outcome, I will help you take your business from where it is now and scale it past 5 to 10K a month within 6 months. So you need to have an outcome, right? What is the end outcome of them working with you? Deliverables, and wait, real quick, I know it's like a little bit different for fitness, because I know you may have people either coming to you to lose weight, or some people may want to lean bulk or whatever, right? So it's hard to have like one specifically. It could just be, maybe your outcome is like, I will help you completely reinvent, your personal development, yourself, your mindset, take your habits and discipline to the next level and build your absolute, dream physique and give you confidence to be able to sustain this, long term, something like that, right? That could be like an outcome for your fitness if you don't want to be as specific as just like losing weight, right? So we already went through the deliverables and all that. Coaching structure, step-by-step videos. We equip you with everything you need to scale your business in short and actionable videos. Weekly group coaching, one-on-ones with me specifically. Weekly action items within the Notion, so you know exactly what to take action on. The process, first it's onboarding, content accelerator, converting leads, building sales assets, sharpening the offer, all that type of stuff. Hiring a team is for guys who are going to scale past, once you get past 10K a month, that's when it's appropriate to start looking at setters, maybe editors, closers, stuff like that. And then bonuses are super important. So, we got roadmap, gain access to a 180-day roadmap, laying out step-by-step how to scale past 10K a month, progress tracker, additional content tracking system to help you perform the highest quality content, KPIs and tracking sheets, tracking systems to track sales data and content analytics, weekly loom breakdown. Every week each client gets to request one loom breakdown where I'll dive into and answer any questions they may have. And then the guarantee, this is huge. If you aren't able to scale your business minimum to 5K a month by the end of 6 months of working together, I will continue to work for free until you do. Granted that they attend coaching calls, watch modules, etc. So this is a clear, example of how you would go about creating, your complete program overview. This is going to be your deliverable sheet. Once you make this, submit it to me. I will go over it with you. We'll sharpen it up, make sure it's ready to go. And then, you'll not only have your product ready to actually have all of these things in it, but this is what you are going to use on your sales calls to give you an insane amount of leverage, right? I'm telling you, when you sit there on a sales call, when someone's ready to move forward and you present your screen and you show them straight up like everything they could expect to get inside, what it would all look like, everything they have access to, and then you go through this whole entire sheet, just breaking everything down of like a lot of the things they already saw. I'm telling you, like, when you drop the price, it's going to be like a no-brainer. Like they will find a way. Like that's going to be your only objection, really. It's just figuring out a way to pay for it. But they should instantly be able to see the value in what you're charging, no doubt. So I hope this helps, and I will see you boys in the next module. What's up, boys? Hope you guys are super blessed. So now that, at this point, you should have your offer fully created, your product good, all that type of stuff. Now, how do you go about actually pricing your offer? So here's the thing. Here's what you want to do. Look at your competitors and charge, in the same ballpark of what they are charging. Get like the top, 5 competitors within your niche in the space, right? And look at what they're charging and just charge the exact same thing. But this is going to be very temporary, right? The goal is obviously to increase the price as soon as possible, right? So what you want to actually do is increase the price by 1/5 until you have 35% closing rate with actual good closing skills, right? If your closing is just shit, then that's just kind of on you, because there's either two things, right? If you have a really bad closing rate, it's either going to be your closing skills, or you're just going to have a really, really bad offer and product. But obviously that's not the case, because we built out the offer sheet, got you a really, really good product. So it's going to be your closing skills. But you can literally increase the price by $1,000 until you get to around that 35% closing rate, because that's going to be your sweet spot, right? Those are going to be the best types of clients that actually respect your program and see the value in what you're charging, right? Because the last thing you want to do, like what I've learned from, my whole journey with this business, right? Like, especially when I first started mentorship, and I was really learning how to do it. Obviously, I wasn't charging anywhere near what I charge now. And all it was doing was like bringing me like really crappy clients, like guys that were just like a headache. They were super, just like texting me nonstop, just like a bother, like couldn't stay consistent, couldn't, be held accountable, right? They had the idea that this was like a get rich quick scheme. Like it just attracted me like really, really bad clients who didn't respect, the program, didn't respect this business or pursuing this business, right? They just wanted it as, a money source. So that's the thing I'm telling you guys, like, don't be afraid to charge more for your program, especially if it's worth it, because it's going to attract you a lot more quality clients that respect your program, respect you as a coach. They see the value in it, and they're not going to be, annoying all day. They're actually going to put their head down and do the work and, get you results, which is what you want, right? You don't want annoying clients who literally do nothing and just complain all day and nag you, right? Like that's the last thing you want in your program. And that typically comes from charging cheap, right? You're either going to get clients like that, or you're going to get clients who just like don't care and don't do anything at all. And like, you don't want either of that, because you're not going to be able to, grow your business, so you can only go down to 0 with price, but you can go infinitely higher with value, right? And that's what you want to focus on. So I want you guys to avoid this number one mistake that a lot of coaches actually do. First, they look at the marketplace. So they look at the marketplace, they see what everyone else offers, and they take the average, right? So they price slightly below to remain competitive, and provide what their competitors offer with a little more. So what that's going to do at the end of the day is, end up at a value proposition, more for less, right? So that's the problem. Like, what ultimately tends to happen, like I feel like everyone's scared to like charge higher, but like again, if your product and your offer is really, really freaking good and you believe in yourself as a coach and you can get people results and you're confident in that, charge higher, right? Because you guys need to understand that like the higher you charge, the more people perceive your program as a lot more valuable, right? Like when you're charging a certain price, especially after you show them everything on a sales call, they're going to be like, oh, I actually never seen this before with any of the other coaches they may have been on calls with, right? They're instantly going to see you as so much more valuable as a coach, because you're a lot more serious. Like, yes, with charging higher, you're going to get a lot more no's, but it's getting rid of the people that, would just be a headache and you wouldn't even want to work with anyway, right? It's going to attract you actual quality clients, right? All you're doing, like when you try to compete with your competitors and you charge less, right? People are just going to undervalue you and you're going to get crappy clients and you'll never be able to compete, in the space. So experiment, there was an experiment too. This is the funny thing. There was an experiment conducted on a blind taste test of wine. There was cheap, there was medium, and then there was expensive. And all of them were the same wine, but with different price tags. And here's the thing. Everyone tasted the cup of wine. They didn't know, which was which. They just saw the price tags. They just saw the cheap, they saw the medium, and the expensive. And it was all the same wine, but the people perceived more value in the expensive one because the price was higher, right? At the end, when everyone drank, each cup, they asked, what do you guys think was the best tasting wine? Everyone just said the expensive one when it was all the same wine, right? Why? Because their perceived value. It was more expensive. It was the most expensive, right? So they instantly saw it as more valuable. That's what you need to be doing with your program, right? So the goal is to be so expensive that a consumer must pause and think, this can't be the same category of solution as everyone else. That's going to make you a category of one, and you're going to become a one-of-one coach. So I want you guys to look at this, right? The value equation. Dream outcome times perceived likelihood of success, divided by time delay and effort and sacrifice equals value. So dream outcome, that's the end. Is the end result meaningful to them, right? Perceived likelihood of success. Do they think they're actually going to succeed? And then you look at time delay. How long will it take them to see the final result? And then the effort and sacrifice, additional cost to achieve, X, Y, Z, right? So the goal is to get to the bottom to zero, right? You need to decrease their time, their effort, and their sacrifice, right? How can I make it more convenient, seamless, and less effort? That's what everyone wants, right? When they have this extreme pain and they're trying to, get a certain goal, right? You want to make it as convenient, seamless, and less effort as you possibly can, right? That's why they're paying you, right? Because they just want to get the results the most convenient, seamless, and less effort way possible, right? They want to decrease the time it would take them on their own, the effort it would take them on their own, and the sacrifice they would take on their own, right? So then focus on increasing the top. Increase meaningfulness of the end result, increase the likelihood that they will succeed, right? Those are the biggest factors within this, right? You guys need to understand too, take busy workers, for example, right? Say your niche is you're targeting busy workers. What's the best thing that you could do to make your program seem a lot better than others? Maybe you advertise that you help them lose weight, you help them gain energy, and they spend less than an hour in the gym every day, right? Maybe they spend less than an hour in the gym and they only work out 3 to 4 days a week, right? Or maybe you have an offer where it's you can still enjoy the foods you want. You don't have to track your macros and you can still lose weight, right? So it's things like this that are going to stand out that make it a lot more convenient, seamless, and less effort. And you increase the meaningfulness of the end result, increase the likelihood that they will succeed. Typically that's more so of having a guarantee as well. Maybe you're you guarantee them, hey, I'm going to help you lose 30 pounds by the end of 3 months, no matter what it takes, right? Helping them actually believe in that is super crucial too, because a lot of times people are going to doubt themselves. It's not necessarily them doubting you as a coach, but a lot of people do just doubt their own ability because it is on them at the end of the day. And you need to increase that likelihood, that they will succeed any way possible, and that's what's going to help you with these. So I hope this was super valuable. Again, with pricing your offer, there's no reason you guys can't be charging at least $2,000 for your fitness offer when, you build everything out as far as your deliverables, the coaching structure, guarantees, bonuses, have a really, really good product. There's no reason. There's no reason, right? So I'm telling you guys, focusing on your offer and your product is going to take you so much further. No more charging $200 a month, $450 for 3 months, right? Again, yes, you may have to start with that at first, but when you get about, 3 to 5 good testimonials, that's when we're jumping straight into this, what I'm covering now, right? That is when we can get to this position to where you are going to be ripping real high ticket coaching. And this is where it gets good.
this is where it gets fun, and this is where you're going to change some lives and work with, your dream clients. So yeah, it's going to be really, really good. I hope you guys got a ton of value out of this, and I will see you boys in the next one. Peace. What's up, boys? Hope you guys are super blessed. We are going to go over bonuses and guarantees. Now, this is the most important thing that you can have. This is so much more important than your offer. I'm telling you, bonuses and guarantees alone, this is the one thing when on a sales call, if you have a prospect that is like on the fence, this is the one thing that's actually going to be able to push them over the edge, right? Like this is going to make your program seem like a no-brainer for the price that you are actually charging, right? I've had so many guys that were kind of on the fence, like they didn't know, they still had doubt, and then it's like they either hear the bonus or the guarantee that I offer, and it's like a no-brainer. They're like, screw it, let's do it, right? They are so powerful. I cannot address this enough. So as far as like the power of bonuses, value of bonuses should always be more than like your actual core offer itself, right? Like you have your core offer, and then the bonuses should literally be 10 times better, right? Like your bonuses should be worth like double what your actual offer is. That's like the whole point of this, right? Because subconsciously they think that like the core offer should be more valuable, So when you bring in the bonuses, they're like, holy shit, there's more. Like, because like the core offer should already be like insane, right? You should have like decked that out on your offer sheet, and then you get to the bonuses, and they're like, holy shit, this is crazy. So tell them in context, what is it going to do for them? How specifically are your bonuses going to improve their situation? Whether it makes it faster for them, easier, maybe it's less effort, right? Those are things you need to be thinking about. So, provide social proof, paint a vivid image, whether that's, including money or like the time you saved, right? So that's super crucial. And here's the thing, with the bonuses, right? If you have tools, checklists, that are better than additional training, right? Because it's a low effort and time, so the value is going to be higher, right? These tools and checklists and all those things, it's not a lot of effort, and it's going to save them so much more time. The value is going to be so much higher. So always include a price tag, right? Like your bonuses should be worth, double of like what your core offer actually is. And they should be able to see that, right? So you want to solve problems that they will face in the future, right? Implies they're going to be successful, increased conviction and perceived likelihood or likeliness of success, right? So bonus templates. Only people who sign up for XYZ program will have access to my bonus 1, 2, and 3 that are never for sale or available anywhere else than through this program, right? So you can say something like, if you buy today, I will add XYZ, bonus that normally costs $1,000 for free. I do this to reward action takers. So an example of that could be like a preloaded landing page software with our exclusive templates, $500, website led to 5K, increase in revenue for my company. 2 could be like access to GHL, sales, CRM, and software, $200 a month. Keep track of sales, increase in total revenue, 13.4 cash collected in 1 day. And then tech support for your clients, 3 to 4 hours a day, save time with automated responses to FAQ. So these are just some examples of like some crazy bonuses, right? This pertains more to mentorship. As far as like a bonus that you could have for, fitness coaching, maybe it's, weight loss trackers. Maybe it's, them tracking their sets and their weight, right? Kind of just things like that. And now moving more into guarantees, and I'm going to show you guys an example of all of this after within my specific template, but the power of guarantees. So guarantees alone have made me a lot more money. Guarantees are a huge selling point, right? So if people think it's too risky to buy, this is exactly what you can use to push people over the fence. So as far as like my guarantee, a lot of the thing that got a lot of people is, especially when investing into a mentorship, right? They want to know, I mean, obviously it's not an instant return, but like they want to be ensured that like if they're paying this amount of money, they're going to get, the return that they're looking for. So my guarantee, for example, would be like, within 6 months, if you are not able to scale to at least 5K a month, I will continue to, work with you for free until you're able to do that, right? So right there, they're kind of just like, oh, well, as long as I get in and I do the work and I follow the system, even if I come up short, I'm not just like booted from the program, right? Like I'm not done until I make 5K a month. And that's like a really big thing, right? Because it's like at first they're kind of like on the fence. They're like, I don't know. They may be doubting their own ability to do it. And then you're like, I'm just like straight up like, bro, like I want your testimonial, right? Like I'm not done working with you until you get to 5K a month, right? As long as you don't quit. And, that's like, it's pushed so many people over the fence. So for you guys, it could be like, maybe your client or your lead wants to lose like 30 pounds. And you're like, bro, like maybe they're signing up with you for 3 months for 2K. And you're like, bro, I guarantee you that if you go through this program and you do everything you're supposed to do and you follow everything to the T, if you do not lose those 30 pounds in 3 months, I will continue working with you until you lose it. Right. And right there, that's going to make them feel a lot better at paying because it's like they know the end outcome, right? They're guaranteed that end outcome. And that's why it's so important. So the idea of it being zero risk applies to or appeals to every single person, so utilize that, be bold about your guarantee, and definitely own your position. Getting into the types of guarantees, unconditional guarantee, unconditional 30-day, money back guarantee, no questions asked. This shows an insane amount of confidence within your product, right? The whole point, like if you're going to do something like a money back guarantee, the goal should never have to be to send money back to anyone, right? Like, that's the thing. Like for an example, it'd be like, if you don't achieve, X and Y amount of time, we will continue working with you until you do, if you attend coaching calls, etc. So that's more so like the one where it's like working for free until you do. Here's the extreme one. If you don't achieve X and Y time, we will give you a full refund, send you an extra $1,000 and keep working with you for free until you achieve, X if you do X, Y, and Z. Now, that's insanely extreme. And you have to be really, really confident in your program to have a guarantee like that. But that's the thing. Someone seeing a guarantee like that, it's like, dude, that's like a no-brainer. Like they're paying, right? They're giving you their card. That's it. Like that's if you have that amount of extreme confidence within your program and it's, you have a really good offer, really good product, absolutely do the money back thing because, you obviously need like, there has to be disclaimers. Like obviously if they don't do the work, if they don't stay consistent, that's just BS. That's out of your control. But it's like, if you're that confident in your product and it's like, if they literally do everything they're supposed to and, they don't basically get the outcome that they want, that's where you would have a guarantee like this. So it should be like, you should be so confident enough that like if everyone does the work they're actually supposed to, they will be able to get, X result in however much time, right? So that's kind of the point of it. So that's the thing. The anti-guarantee, not a good move. You saying we're so good in this market that we don't need a guarantee, so take it or leave it. Not a good move. Option 1 is zero risk, but will not get you to where you want to go. Option 2 is zero risk, but will likely get you to where you want to go. So that's the point. So guarantees are calculated risks in the long run, and they're always going to pay off, right? Don't be that dude who just has no guarantee, and it's like people are just like banking that, they can trust you to get the results. It's like, no, you need to be so confident that like if you're buying my program and if you do everything you're supposed to, you're going to get the results no matter how long it takes. And that's the level of confidence you should have. So I hope this helps. I hope you guys can kind of understand this, right? As far as my bonuses, that it really just goes with like, having the 180-day, tracking system, having, content trackers, KPIs, data, all that stuff. Having like the weekly Loom video breakdown, stuff like that is like really good bonuses to have. Like I said, with you guys in your fitness programs, it could be anything like weight loss trackers, tracking their weight. Maybe, you do something where it's like they could send you however many videos of like, maybe they get like, I don't know, 3 videos a week where they could send you maybe 3 exercises that, they're struggling with, and they could send you a video of their form, and then you send them back a whole Loom video, like breaking down their form, what they're doing wrong and what to improve on, right? Like those are some like really good bonuses that like you could put into your fitness coaching offer, to really kind of push people over the edge. So I hope this makes sense. I hope you guys got really good value out of this. Obviously, if you guys still don't understand as much, we dive a lot deeper on our one-on-one sessions, but I think it's pretty clear. Obviously bonuses and guarantees are so important. I can't stress that enough. I'm sure you guys can see the importance of it in it. This is literally what it's going to take to push people over the edge, especially when you're charging, high ticket and people are either doubting their inability or the program. Obviously you want your offer and coaching structure decked out, but this is going to be that final push to where it's like, they may be unsure about pricing or dropping that much money. And then it's like, bang, you do this and it's like a no-brainer. So this is how you want to structure it. Really, really going to help you close a lot more deals. I can promise you that. So I hope this was helpful. And yeah, I will see you boys in the next one. Peace. What's going on, boys? Hope you guys are super blessed. So in this module specifically, I'm going to be going over getting feedback. Now, this is probably one of the most important things that you should actually be doing, because this is what's going to get you the feedback you need to actually improve your client or improve your product, get you more client results and actually make way more money, right? Because everyone thinks there's like these certain marketing tactics or strategies and all that stuff. I'm telling you guys, there's no better marketing than word of mouth, right? Like getting your clients actual results and having the proof and case studies and testimonials and all that stuff. That's what grows businesses, right? Obviously there's systems, you need good marketing, all that kind of thing. But I'm telling you guys, if you are not getting good results inside, if you're not taking care of your clients, if you're not building good relationships and you don't have a really good product to sell, your business isn't going to last, right? Eventually you'll get to the point to where the fulfillment breaks and everything can crumble, as you guys see, happens a lot within this space. So getting feedback is one of the most important things you can do. Now, it's definitely one of the most overlooked parts of building out an offer, literally asking the people already in your offer, right? It's the easiest thing to do, right? If you want to get feedback on your product, ask the actual people inside that are using it, right? It's one of the most overlooked things. So this is a step-by-step process. You can either hop on a call with that specific client, like maybe you have only 5 clients, right? You can hop on a call with, each of those clients, right? And maybe take 30 minutes to an hour, but it's going to be the most valuable call you ever have, right? Or you can create a Google form as well. I like the Google form aspect as well. I send this to the onboarding for each and every single one of, the guys who onboard with me, right? It's not all of these questions because they haven't gone through the program yet, but as far as the onboarding, you can get some really, really good insight as to why they bought your program. What about the content did they resonate with the most? What pushed them into buying? That type of thing. That's going to be super, super valuable. So definitely the call is more so for clients you've already been working with that have been inside of your product. And then you can have the onboarding questionnaire for the guys just joining. This is super, super important. It's one of those things you need to just be willing to put your ego aside, take really good criticism and see areas that you can actually improve within your product. And what's really important right here, do this with both successful and unsuccessful clients, right? Because it's one thing, obviously if your client's getting results, they're going to be super happy with your program and everything like that. But, maybe talk to clients who haven't really seen much results yet, right? And see what their feedback actually is so you can improve, and maybe see why they're not getting specific results they want, or what the issue may be, and see areas that you can actually improve and help your program. So some of these questions, one, why did you buy into the program? Right? Super, super important. They may tell you something about you specifically. Maybe it was just kind of who you are, your morals, your values, that kind of thing. What resonated with you the most in my content? That could be storytelling, that could be the client results you post, things like that. What pushed you over the edge to get in contact with me? That's a really big one, right? Like, what was the sole reason? Because like everyone normally has that one thing, whether they watched a YouTube video or got free value, or maybe it was a story you posted or a certain reel that like pushed them over the edge and like just spoke so well to the situation that they're in that they, just felt the urge to reach out right away, right? So this is a really important question. What specifically made you buy the program, right? Maybe they really trusted you. Maybe they, saw the value in it within the resources and the things you provide. What could we have done better in the sales process to make you want to buy? That's a really big one, right? What part of the program do you like the most? This is now we're getting into the program aspect, and this is what's really going to help you the most, right? Because, you have right here, what part of the program did you like the most? And then what part of the program do you not like? So definitely double down on the things that they do like, do more of that. And then you can get rid of the things that, majority of the people said they don't like, right? Also, what could we add to the community that would make it extremely valuable? Maybe that's more group calls, maybe it's additional trackers or resources or anything like that. How much would you pay for a community like this? That's a really important one, right? So maybe if they tell you like they would have paid you more for your program, you should be charging more, right? If they told you maybe less, well, there's things you need to improve and work on to get the value of it up. What would someone pay for? Maybe, and this is also an upsell opportunity, right? They tell you directly what they would actually pay more for. Maybe it's more one-on-one calls. Maybe it's, certain access to certain things, whatever that may look like. You may have a chance to upsell someone right there, right? A client that told you that specifically. Once their time is up, you can kind of propose that upsell offer, of like everything additional that they wanted and provide it to them. Who knows? What would make you want to pay more? Just covered that. If you knew the value you would get, would you buy this program? That's a really, really good one, right? Super, super important. So if you knew the value that you would get, would you buy this program again? And get him to really elaborate on this, right? That's a really big thing. It's one thing for someone to go through your program and like it, but they like it so much to the point that they want to buy it again. That's a really, really good sign, and you have a really good product. So obviously get them to elaborate every single point, and probe deeper as much as possible. So this is time for you to put your ego aside, get genuine feedback, and make your offer 10 times better, right? The more honest the feedback, the better you can actually make your offer. And it's super, super important. So telling you guys, this is literally the best information you could possibly get as far as just making your program better, and everything, right? Like, this is the best feedback you can get from the people who actually went through it. I'm going to show you guys an example of my onboarding form. So I only asked them 4 questions, you guys can see right here, like, this is what's super important. Cause like, what about my content specifically pushed you into buying, right? So I could tell just by watching your videos and story, how genuine you are, felt a really good connection without even knowing you, that you weren't prioritizing the money, made me feel like your fulfillment of actually running a mentorship meant more to you than the money, made me feel like I was going to be treated like a person that mattered rather than a number in the system, right? So I know right away, I need to double down on these aspects within my content, right? My relationship with God, pizza delivery story, that's a very common one. Not being about the material, doing something I'm passionate about, including God. Like, it's all, I get very, very common responses. And it's like, that's why when you guys look at my content, it's very direct. I double down on these branding aspects because, one, like, these are the things that make me who I am, right? And that's what's important about it. But 2, these are also the things that people buy into the most. So it's like, I'm very direct with my content. I get the exact data right here, and I can double down on those exact things. What other than the value I provide made you want to work with me? The outcome I could see others were having as a result of you working with them was a huge factor. So testimonials, your personality and the way you currently live your life. So that's another thing. No one buys from someone who they wouldn't want to be like. That's a really big thing, right? You showing kind of just how you live your life, how you do things. It's like you're selling that dream state for other people. I'm not talking about like glorifying a lifestyle, but it could just be the way you live. Like maybe you have a crazy morning routine and then you're just like structured with like your dieting the whole day, your training's on point, you do everything at the same time. Someone may strive to want to live their life that way, right? And that's super important that they see that within you, because like no one would buy from someone from either A, someone who they don't want to be like, or two, someone who they wouldn't want to trade places with or have their lifestyle similar to. The group, to be a part of like-minded people in the same path. They like the community. You seemed very trustable from your content, just from your story. Again, storytelling, building trust. They resonate with me. What parts about my brand specifically did you resonate with the most? The fact that you aren't much older than I am and are able to take care of your family and the people you love without having them struggle. It's a big thing I double down on in my content, man. I'm a huge believer in no 50-50, bro. Like if you're the man of the house, I'd encourage all of you, it's clear in the Bible, you should strive to take care of your family, right? And be financially stable. How you were once just a gym bro like me and how you've gone through all the same problems and can really understand my situation. Again, me speaking through my struggles resonated with him directly right there. Just how someone that's a normal guy managed to create his dream life through doing what he's passionate about. Huge thing. Faith in God, relationship with God, staying grounded with God. Huge, man. Huge. And then why do you enjoy working with me? This is pretty much just, the one-on-one aspect, right? Like I could really tell you care, get great results for your clients and aren't just in it for the money. The relationships you build with the guys in your mentorship are seriously impactful, and the confidence you have in everyone is huge. I actually get one-on-one and specifically tailored help to me and my brand. Even though my niche may not be the same as yours, I still get the right help from you and detailed explanations of why certain things work and why certain things don't. It's nice to know that you're actually there for me as a person every step of the way, rather than just giving me video modules to follow through. I get tailored to my problems. You take the time to listen, genuine dude, just like our last call, we talked about some deep stuff. Not every call is just business related. You actually build relationships with your clients. How often do I tell you guys that, right? The importance of building a relationship with the guys you work with and taking care of them, right? That's huge. No one wants to work with someone who it's like they just feel like a burden to reach out to, right? It's about building that relationship, a connection. All of my guys know I treat them like brothers and I want them to look at me the same way. I'm not a big scary mentor who, they feel scared to reach out to, or they feel like they're bothering me if they reach out. They know they can come to me with literally anything they need. And that's what makes it so valuable, because it's so much more than just business. It's a mental roller coaster, and entrepreneurship can eat you alive, man, if you're not grounded with God and working through those mental struggles the right way, right? So I hope this was super, super valuable for you guys. Again, I highly, highly recommend that you implement these things straight back into your business. It's going to give you the best feedback you could possibly have. So I'm telling you guys, drop your ego, get this feedback, improve your product, take care of your clients. You will go very far within this space. Client results and fulfillment is everything you need to grow. So hope this was valuable, and I'll see y'all boys in the next module. Peace. What's up, boys? Hope you guys are super blessed, man. In this module specifically, we are going to go over delivering your offer and the importance of actually delivering an exceptional product and how you can actually do this effectively. So the goal, as a coach, you want to deliver your product so well that your client wants to keep, continue working with you after the 90 days. The goal is to get clients to keep on buying from you. Your business should rely on monthly reoccurring revenue, not constantly having to go and find new clients, right? Because it's the only sustainable way, an exponential way to grow your business, right? Who's going to be, the easiest client to possibly sell, or the easiest sale you'll ever make is literally going to be a client who already worked with you, a guy who already worked inside of your program, he worked with you one-on-one, you guys have built a relationship, that's going to be the easiest sale you ever make, right? Is that upsell, because he already trusts you. You guys have built a relationship and he's worked with you, right? That is the easiest sale you will ever make. So it's so important to really take care of your guys inside, build great relationships, and deliver a really, really good product. You know, your program has to focus on execution. That means the clients will get the most, value from your onboarding call, your one-on-one calls, and your group calls, right? So you want to provide minimum 2 weekly group calls, right? And then tons of one-on-one support and an amazing onboarding call. Now we're going to go into the importance of an onboarding call. This is the most important call you will ever take, within your client, right? This is the most important call you're ever going to take, because this is what sets the tone for the whole program, right? If you can fully execute this onboarding call, it is going to really set the tone for the whole program, and it's going to give them, just start things off on a really proper foot, right? Because you need to understand, your client, right, specifically, they just made an investment, maybe it was like a really, really uncomfortable investment, right? And they may start getting that buyer's remorse. They may start feeling scared or nervous or unsure. What you want to do on this onboarding call is you want to fully just completely reassure them of their investment and make them feel that they made the best possible investment they could, right? Because in reality, you as a coach, that's what you should strive for. You should want to deliver that same feeling for every client. You want them to know that their investment is safe with you, and they need to be reassured of that. So, on this call, the goal is to give clarity on what the next 90 days will look like for your client. Set timestamps as to when he should finish his modules, right? Implement certain strategies, expect results, etc. That this way, they have a full entire plan, laid out. You guys know, inside of the dashboard specifically, I can show you guys right here. Inside of the dashboard specifically, you guys have a whole entire 180-day roadmap, right? You guys come in and it's you already know exactly what you're supposed to be doing. If you follow these steps directly, step by step, the goal is to pass minimum, that 5K a month by the end of 6 months. And then, more ideally, even go further, past 10K. And then you have a whole new list of steps, right? But everything's completely laid out. It's no one has to wonder what they're doing. It's there's a full proven system and method to follow, and it keeps your clients busy and actively, feeling like they're progressing towards their goal. And that's what's important, right? So you need to explain the support structure of your program, and how they can fully utilize your program and the support you provide, right? So that's most important. Obviously, they need to know that, the support they have from you and the amount of access they get to you, as well as having that structure of everything that's laid out. So you also want to get them hyped for starting the program, especially on that first call, right? There needs to be enthusiasm. There needs to be energy, right? Really get them excited for this, man. Get pumped up. They just invested into you, right? And they're trusting you to get them these results that they want so bad. You're here to change a life, right? Make an impact. Get excited about that, man. Because the more excited you can be and the more energy you put into them, the harder they're going to work and the more, inspired and motivated they're going to be. So show them, this is another thing too. Show them what your clients achieved from listening to your advice and taking action. It's going to encourage them to listen to everything you have to say. That's really important. So as far as the one-on-one calls, unstuck call for clients looking to get past, a specific obstacle. So you need to make sure that you solve the problems that your client is currently facing now on those one-on-one calls, right? Don't try to solve a problem that's going to exist down the line. Assure him or her that you will be there to support them when that problem arises, but focus on what they're actually struggling with right now, because that's their A+ problem. That's top priority. And that should be the main needle mover moving forward. And make your advice extremely personal and give action items. You guys know all the time, directly through what you guys are going through, what do? I relate to you, because I'm someone who has once been in the same position that a lot of you guys are in. And that's what I'm able to do so well, is when I give you guys advice, it's extremely personal. I'm able to relate to you guys and resonate with you by speaking through my past experience, showing you the struggles that I went through is like directly what you're in right now. And I know exactly how to get you out of it, right? So I understand how you guys feel, so it's extremely personal. And you also need to give action items, right? Don't give vague advice that applies to everyone. Give the client personal advice to solve his or her problems, right? At the beginning, spend as much time with clients as well, to get feedback, right? That's another important thing, especially with, going back to your content and you wanting to attract more and more people just like this specific client. Well, they're going to give you the best data you possibly need to go and double down on that within your content, right? And then give the action items to do and simple steps to follow. This is a huge mistake you can make. Don't overload the client with too much information. You guys know who have taken onboarding calls with me. Yes, it's a good amount of information, but I try to keep it very simple as well, right? Like obviously things pick up as the weeks go on. That first call is really just to get a game plan going and solid actionable steps moving forward. But, I don't just overload you guys with 6 months worth of, business knowledge in one call, right? It's like a week by week basis, right? Because you can't build a business overnight. And that's the last thing I want to do is overwhelm anyone, because then they won't take any action at all, right? It's going to make them feel overwhelmed, discouraged before they even start. You need to make sure your advice is easily digestible. So help them realize that the best way forward is asking them good questions. Ask them questions to get them to come to the conclusion themselves. Way more bought in and way more likely to help. And setting expectations. So this is huge. Hold your time in high regard, set expectations clear, and have a strict cutoff early. Because in that case, like the last thing you want is clients just taking advantage of you as well. You're only one person. You have a lot of people to take care of. So that's a really big thing. I want to go over this Loom method as well. So I've talked with some of you guys as far as when you're building out your offer sheet. This is something I really, really recommend you implement into your program. But you can create a Loom fulfillment model. This can be a part of your bonus in your program, but create a Loom fulfillment model where clients can ask for specific feedback, right, on a certain topic. So this is great for saving time. Instead of hopping on one-on-one calls, you film a 5 to 10 minute Loom and help them with their situation. It's faster, it's more efficient, and it's better use of your time, right? So that's super crucial. Like they can ask you like, maybe during the week they have like, 3 exercises that they're not feeling good about. So they take videos of that, they send it to you, and then you just send them a whole Loom breakdown, telling them how they can correct their form, what to do differently, things like that. Group calls. So host 2+ weekly group calls with your clients. Make sure it's in different times so that everyone has a chance to make these calls. So 30 minutes, right? Create slides and provide value on specific topic that a lot of your clients are facing. That's option 1. Number 2, you can do a Q&A section, right? So ask your clients what problems they're facing and answer their questions as bestly as you can. And then workshops. You can do themed workshops are great, for retention and value, especially if you have an MRR. So also accountability check-ins. You have to constantly check in with your clients and make sure they're all good. I definitely made this mistake in the beginning more so, especially when I first started fitness coaching. I 100% fell into this mistake. I was just taking on as many clients as I possibly could, as fast as I possibly could. And I didn't actually realize that, my business isn't going to grow if I'm not getting results for people inside, right? So I still took care of my clients, but I was more self-motivated than anything, right? As long as they paid me, I would just give them what they needed. And that was kind of it. If they did the work or not, I didn't really care. And that was an issue. I was just focused on like getting the next guy in. And that was really just crappy of me. And my business suffered because of it eventually, right? So that's the thing. You need to understand, like, that's why I preach this all the time. Building relationships with your clients, taking care of them, right? The better of a relationship you can build with them, the harder they're going to want to work for you, right? And it just makes the process a whole lot more enjoyable. So implement systems to make sure that, you can check in with every single client. So here's a few extras I want to dive into. So first, introduce and welcome clients once you sign them up, right? We want new clients, treating them like, they're in their new home, right? You want to make it special. So incentivize the actions you want them to take. create an environment where people are excited to share their wins. Community is so, so important, right? So celebrate them for those wins. If they're not posting about their wins themselves, do it, and shout them out. And as your community gets bigger, you won't always be the main source of help and information, right? Not all roads will lead back to you. And that's the best thing, right? Is like when you have a really strong community built and all the guys have built relationships as well, these are people closer to like their current situation, right? Maybe some guys a couple steps ahead or whatever, but it's like, your clients won't always have to come directly back to you for everything. They have a full community of guys who, are a couple steps ahead who they could go to and get value from and ask certain questions. And, it's a like-minded community where, those people actually understand them, right? And it's really, really valuable. So, make a connection with someone who was at their same spot. They will start to ask each other questions and everything. Community becomes a massive value add that draws people in even more. So sub-communities within your main community as you scale, so you can maintain a tight-knit feeling and maintain intimacy rather than, having the community diluted, right? So after length of program is over, charge, however much per week to stay in the community. That's a big thing. That's part of like an upsell you can do as well. If your clients love the community so much, right? Maybe they don't want to continue the one-on-one coaching after they're done with you, but they love the community. You can literally charge a certain amount per week just to keep them in the community, right? Because the last thing you want is guys like after they're done with you to just stay in the community and everything dilutes and it's not like a brotherhood anymore, right? So that's super, super important. But yeah, that's pretty much everything as far as delivering your offer. I'm telling you guys, super, super important, man. Like your business does not grow without the results you get inside for other people. And I cannot hammer that enough. Yes, fulfillment isn't the most or it's not the fastest scalable way for your business, right? You see other guys online just like money hungry, taking as many clients as they possibly can, scaling to these crazy months. But eventually they get to a point to where their fulfillment breaks and then they get a bad rep and then their business slowly goes down, right? You want it to be a slowly progressive uphill, but you may even have times, just say like 1 month, you really push and you sign like 20 new clients, right? You hit a PR month, a record month. And then the month after that, maybe you take a step back and you're like, you know what? I'm just going to do like 20K this month. I'm going to have a maintenance month. I'm going to focus in on my product. I'm going to focus on my clients. I'm going to focus on my fulfillment. Really, really smart to do that. You don't have to consistently hit a record month every single month. You need to understand times where you can actually push and handle the volume, and then times where you need to take a step back, focus more in on your product and your fulfillment and your clients, and then, make that decision to push again. This is how you build a sustainable business, because I'm telling you, it's not going to be an uphill climb where you're progressively just making more and more money. Because if you are, then eventually you get to a point to where you can't handle all the volume inside, your fulfillment breaks, and then your business falls apart. So that's the last thing you want. Do business smart, take it slow, do the right thing, take care of people. I promise you guys, you will be able to do this long term, right? We're not looking for a quick 2-year get rich and then everything falls apart, right? It's like, no, you want to be in this like 10, 20, 30 years. Like you got to do it the right way, man. So I hope you guys got a ton of value out of this. And yeah, I'll see you boys in the next module. Peace. What's up, boys? Hope you guys are super blessed. So in this module, this is the start of cash injection. So this module is going to be fairly simple and, relatively short, just quick and actionable steps that you guys can take literally right now to instantly sign deals within your program. So this is going to be all about reviving past leads, the goal, right? So here's the thing. Majority of people try to get more traffic, more leads, and more calls. And what ends up happening is you book calls, get people interested in your offer, but not everyone's going to buy. And that's just the reality. So here's the thing. An example could be running your offer for 6 months. You take 100 qualified booked calls, right? At a 30% close rate, 30 sales, 70 people that didn't actually close. So I want you to know how you can focus some of your energy to the 70 people that didn't close. So this is the same strategy that I used literally just last month, and I was able to add an extra 10 to 15,000 to my business just off of this alone. You guys need to understand that these are the type of people, because like everyone thinks like, oh, get clients right after, reach more and more people or reach out to new people. It's like, no, the people that you actually got on a call with specifically, these were the people that were closest to buying. So like if you can reconnect with them, right, like maybe a couple months later and like see that they're still in the same exact spot, you got them, right? So they're the low-hanging fruit. So I'm going to show you how you can tap into this. So someone who's already engaged, with you in the past is far more likely to say yes now than a brand new prospect, right? They're at the 1 yard line. So they watched your VSL content, got free value, seen your client results, everything. They're the low-hanging fruit. By reaching out to them and starting a convo, you're going to be able to close a sale quickly and easily. So you need to understand, why didn't they buy? They didn't see the ROI or the COI. The ROI is return on investment, right? So what is the end result they're getting? Is it worth more, to the price of your competitors, right? People didn't buy because it wasn't good enough, return on investment, or, you need to figure out a way that you can make it 10 times or 20 times, better. So, so good that they can't say no and it gets them over the edge, right? So that's a simple fix. But, the cost of inaction, right? So creates urgency and scarcity in people signing up today. Maybe an example is like, hey, this sounds amazing. Let me think about it and let me get back to you. I'll circle back in 60 days, right? If someone doesn't sign up with you today, what's the cost to them if they don't move forward, right? That's what you need to think about. Get good at marketing. This is not just for cash injection, but your overall marketing. By implementing this cash injection campaign, you're going to learn how to have the perfect balance of ROI and COI that gets you more sales. So I'm going to show you guys how you can actually implement this directly right away. So this is something that you can actually do right away to revive these past leads. So when running a cash injection, we want to reach out to leads that could want our service. Prioritize quality over quantity. You don't want to sell in the DMs, just some DM flirting. So you can go to your Calendly, or whatever tool you're using to book calls. Look back at every person who didn't book a call with you in the last 12 months, that didn't purchase. These are going to be the low-hanging fruit. So what you need to do is find them and reach out on Instagram. Instead of sending an email or a cold message, take a more personal approach, right? You could send a voice memo on Instagram. People are going to be much more likely to respond to that because, one, they actually have to open it and listen it to see what you're going to say, but it's actually more personal and genuine as well. So it could literally just be something like as simple, like obviously you need to be very, very strategic with this, right? Because you don't want to just like try to make it seem like you're selling right away. So you need to like maybe go back and like, just rip a voice note and just be like, yo, what's up, John? Just curious, how's life been for you lately, bro? How's everything going? What have you been up to? Hope you're doing super blessed, bro. Just wanted to reconnect and see what you're up to, right? Something simple like that, right? That just like gets them to, spark back conversation. Or you could do something so completely related to the sale. Maybe you could just reply to like their story, be genuine and catch up. Maybe they post like a view, right? And you're like, yo, this looks sick. Where is this? Or, yo, is this blank, location, right? That's just like an indirect way to start that conversation. Ideally, you want to mention something that you talked about in the call. In this case, maybe you talked about UFC. So think really deeply about this message and nail it. If you send the wrong message, you're going to lose the sale. So this is kind of just an example. Yo, what's good, Jake? Did you see the John Jones fight? Whole time I was thinking about, how you must have been so happy. Would be great to catch up. And then you just continue to go on. Then you get down here, right? That's good to hear, bro. What have you been up to recently? Still running X. So right here, ask about their goal. When they reply, don't jump straight into selling, but start by asking if they achieved the goal they were working on, last time you spoke. So an example message would be, that's awesome. By the way, did you manage to hit, your desired goal? So here's the thing. If they say no, that's your opening to re-engage this lead and slowly transition into business, right? That's the whole point. These are the best leads to reach out to because, again, like I said before, they were the closest ones to actually buying. But chances are, you check back in a couple months later, they're still going to be in the same spot. And it's like, this is where you help them realize that, like, they can be like, damn, I screwed up. Like, I screwed up by not investing into this guy because I'm sitting here still in the same exact spot. And then they start to wonder, what would have happened if I would have invested back into him when I had the chance to, right? And now you have that full point of leverage, right? So dig into that obstacle. When they say they haven't achieved their goal, be genuinely surprised. Like, act surprised, right? People are more likely to open up when they feel heard. So you could be like, are you serious, bro? Like, how come? Or like genuinely feel shocked. Be like, what? Like, what do you mean? Like, genuinely feel shocked. Obviously, it's because they didn't buy your freaking program. But like, act shocked. I'm telling you, like, this is like, it's going to make them feel even worse about not investing into you when they could have, because you have the problem or you have the solution to their problem. So if they mention an obstacle, that's your chance to offer the solution. So this is where you can go in and actually propose a call to solve the problem, right? If they share the obstacle, transition into offering a call, keep it casual and solution focused, right? Maybe be like, I'm honestly not too sure, man. Been really struggling. Lead them to the obstacle if needed. Would you say it's still, a lead flow problem? That's just an example for me, right? But you could say something like, as far as getting them on a call, dude, honestly, would love to revisit the convo we had back in May and see how I can help you solve this whole lead flow issue. I got some time this weekend, want to see how we can make this work. This approach works because you're not just trying to sell them something, you're trying to solve their problem. So personalize everything. The biggest mistake a lot of you guys make is sending generic messages that sound like you're reading from a script. I want you guys to know everything I just read. Please do not copy this word for word, right? Be genuine, go into those DMs, re-spark that conversation, right? Help them understand, one, that they haven't moved, and two, that it was the dumbest decision that they didn't buy your freaking coaching, right? That's the whole point of this. I'm telling you guys, the best or the easiest sale you'll ever make is obviously a client who renews with you because they already went through your program and they trust you and they like you. But the second easiest sale you'll ever make is someone who was close to buying but didn't, right? Because again, chances are when you check back in, they're probably going to be in that same damn spot and they're going to be like, shit, I should have bought into this guy when I could have, right? So that's the whole point of this. Just personalize everything. Be specific, be genuine with these guys, and please don't read from a script. But I hope this helps. Please, implement this right away. Short video, super actionable. I want to see you guys go. Look at your past calls from the past 12 months. Go hit these guys back up and go drive in some sales. Super quick module, very actionable. Hope you guys got a ton of value out of this, man. I will see y'all in the next module. Peace. What's up, boys? This is by far my favorite module. You guys are going to get so much sauce in this video. This story strategy, I'm telling you, is so effective. It's so direct. It's way less volume. It's more intentional, more professional, and it is going to drive you in a lot more higher quality leads. No more of that BS, 15, 20 stories a day crap. It's just stupid. It's not sustainable, bro. Like I used to stress out, just to get 15, 20 stories a day. And then I would end up doing like just stupid volume that like probably just annoyed the shit out of my audience. We're not doing that crap anymore. You could literally post like 2 to 3 stories a day doing this and still make way more money because it's so much more intentional and a lot more effective. If you guys implement this and you don't make like 10K the month right after, you're cooked. No, I'm just kidding. But this is really effective. So I think you guys are going to like this a lot. So the goal is to, and wait, I just want to say real quick disclaimer. This doesn't mean that like this isn't an excuse to not still jump on your story and like talk to your audience and connect with them. Obviously you should still do that. But I want you guys to understand that less is more. I want to focus on being more intentional and not just a bunch of shitty volume. That's just going to annoy your audience. So I just want to make that clear. I'm not saying to not still jump on your story and talk and connect with them, but there is a way where you could do less and, be way more intentional and actually make it be a lot more effective. So the goal is to build trust with your audience through your stories. And have I'm going to change this actually, 2 to 3 CTAs throughout the week. What we like to do with this is we're going to have one hard CTA. Normally I'm going to get to it, but normally start it on Monday. Start with one hard CTA to get the inbound leads going. And then I'm going to talk about soft CTAs because soft CTAs are actually really, really good. It's a way less indirect way to get someone to DM you. So we're going to go over that, but 2 to 3 CTAs throughout the week, to generate inbound leads you can sell to. So the most underrated way to generate sales on IG, right? If you're not following a consistent content strategy, you're going to miss out on a lot of money. So getting more into this. So Monday, right? This is where you can start with your hard CTA. Post a result of one of your clients, and then a hard CTA right away, right? You could simply post a client result and then follow up with, I'm looking for 5 people that want, to achieve desired goal in X amount of days. DM me the word now and I'll send you more details. This can just start off the week hot, lead to a ton of inbounds, coming in to start the week, right? I'm going to show you guys examples for everything on my Instagram. Oh, what do you know? It's freaking Louis. Buddy got mogged. No, I'm just kidding, bro. He's freaking huge. We had a crazy leg day today. That shit was insane. But yeah, we're going to scroll down here. I'm going to show you guys an example of when I did a hard CTA. Yeah, probably going to be scrolling for a minute because in my last, coach I learned from, he was not a fan of CTAs, and I probably missed out on a lot of money. So I didn't post CTAs. Let's see here. Trying to think. My bad, boys. I'm going to be scrolling for a minute. Yeah, CTAs will be back up. I like the soft CTAs a lot, but I'm going to show you guys an example of a hard CTA, and I'm sure you guys know already. I probably don't even have to show an example of this, but I'm just going to do it anyway. Let's see. Damn, it's been this, I'm telling you guys, bro, it's been this long since all right, here we go. So this is an example of a hard CTA, right? Obviously I didn't have to do everything in between, but right here, I just posted a shit ton of client results. And then right here, I was just kind of just addressed their problem. Or no, I didn't do that. I talked more about my program specifically and the type of people I actually want to coach and what I'm looking for. Went over kind of the reality of the business and all that, but client results, went through the reality. And then I was I want to be very clear that my mentorship is not for everyone. This is a certain standard expectation that I set for my guys coming in. The last thing I want is clients who aren't committed, aren't hungry, aren't obsessed, and unwilling to stick to something long-term. So right here, bang, hard CTA. I was since I prioritize building real relationships with my guys and actual one-on-one mentorship, I am limited to the amount of guys I can bring on at a time to ensure that everyone gets the one-on-one value they paid for. Yes, this is a, way harder way to scale when you are prioritized on fulfillment, but you should be, because that's what makes your business sustainable, and morals, right? I promise you, the money's not going to make you happy, bro. What's going to make you more happy is seeing people's lives change, and that's what you should prioritize. But more so, especially if you want your business to actually grow and you want to stay around long term and have a really good reputation, fulfillment's going to be the number one thing. But I was I'm opening up a few more spots for the month of September to only select individuals. This is just creating urgency. If you're genuinely passionate about making an impact in others' lives and not only have a powerful story to tell, but have been through serious personal development on your own, DM me Relentless and I'll see if we're a good fit. And then I put in red, if you're afraid of discomfort, this is not the mentorship for you. So super, super effective with that. That is an example of a hard CTA, but I'm sure you guys already know how to do a hard CTA, or I hope you would. Fairly simple, client result, bang, hard CTA, and you're good to go. So start the week off with that. Tuesday, this is where you can go into, provide value and help them realize why they have not achieved their desired outcome. So you could be very direct with this, right? The goal is to really dig deep into their pain point and make them realize they need to change. So I did this right here. So what I did was I said, I see way too many coaches posting meaningless content. Building a strong personal brand is very strategic and intentional. If you lack true understanding of your personality, your belief system, morals, your personal story, old self, struggles and obstacles you've overcome, it will nearly be impossible for you to do these three things, right? Develop a strong personal brand, create separation between your competitors, build a well-nurtured audience of people actually invested into who you are. So some of you, this is where I'm very direct at them, right? Some of you are just taking shots at the dark. I'm pointing at their inability. I'm like, you're just coasting by each day, checking off the boxes with no actual intention within your content. So I said, if you ever want a chance at being able to sell high ticket coaching to your dream clients, you must understand these three things. Your audience needs to feel like they know you, actually like you / resonate, and be able to trust you. So the solution is never going to be ads when you haven't even cracked the 20 to 30K a month yet. You all have the ability to grow organically with the right systems only when applied correctly. So right away, I went straight at their inability and targeted that directly. So I really did dig into their pain and made them realize they need to change all of those things. And then Wednesday, now you can go and talk about a personal story that's going to inspire your audience, right? So it could be future goals, story when you dropped out of college, went all in on your business, etc. Right? So what I did with that specifically was right here. Went through my story, right? So college dropout, delivering pizza, super broke, just trying to hit a breakthrough. My stress was unbearable, knowing that my mom was suffering to work 3 jobs at one time just to cover my bills. I told myself every day that, when my business had finally started to pay off, I would get back to her, So this was a night after a long shift, making only $70. You could see how miserable I actually was and getting to my breaking point. Right here, everyone saw the position I was in, but no one saw how hard I was actually working behind the scenes, eating my chicken and rice while delivering, working as hard as possible to grow my following. The amount of days I wanted to quit were countless, but I had no safety net. I didn't care what was required or how long it took. I knew somehow, some way this was going to work. And I even have a live, the more little screenshots you can put into it to show proof of this, the better. And then right here, picture of my mom. Now I'm showing the aftermath, right? When everything had finally paid off, this was by far, the greatest feeling I'd ever experienced. This moment alone made it all worth the pain and suffering. I wanted my mother to know that all the sacrifices she made for me didn't go unnoticed, and I'm forever grateful for everything she's done. Why am I sharing all this with you? I want you guys to understand that when you have a strong why greater than your own selfish ambition, it puts you in a position where it doesn't matter how you feel, it doesn't matter the circumstances, you will be willing to do whatever it takes to make ends meet, right? I promise each and every single one of you, the self-achievements are cool, the cars are cool, but what will actually fulfill you is doing it for the ones you love and care about. I have much bigger plans for the people I love, and that's what continues to keep me pushing harder each and every day. So you can see right there, I just talked about a personal story that, right away, it's going to inspire my audience, right? So super, super valuable. And then Thursday, post your own wins. So this is actually something I never did for the longest time, right? Obviously, this could apply more so to mentorship. I feel it could be more effective for mentorship, but still, same thing can be applied to the gym. Like maybe you hit a new PR in the gym, or maybe, maybe you're a runner and you hit a new best time, or maybe you're on your cut and you got to an all-time low weight, or maybe you're on your bulk and you hit your goal of you said you were going to get to 220 pounds, right? It could be anything personal. But I didn't realize the importance of posting wins. I was always skeptical about posting my screenshots of me making money because one, I didn't want the people who bought from me that day to get a bad taste in their mouth. But two, just people who live near me and stuff. I don't know. I don't like to be flashy and let people know that I make money because you can't really trust people. But I think this example is going to make a lot of sense, right? Like if you were going to go buy from a fitness coach in the gym, right? Just say they come up to you and they're fat as shit, but they show you like, 20 insane testimonials that they got for other people. The testimonials are cool, but like you look at them and you're like, dude, you're fat as shit. Like, no, I don't want to work with you, right? It's like you don't respect them. So that's like a big thing, like just being able to like not only post your client wins, but show your own wins as well. It just gives you a lot more credibility, right? So I don't really think I have to go over this one. I mean, I kind of did it in my reel that I made. I showed like, I made that 6K and then I was like halfway through the week with a 12K week. That's kind of when I did something like that. I haven't really done it on my story yet specifically. So I don't really have an example of that, but I think you guys can pretty much get the point of how to do something like that. And then Friday, so this one's really good. So this is going to be a soft CTA. I'm going to show you guys exactly how to do a soft CTA. So this is a less indirect way of getting people to DM you without being salesy, right? So the whole point is like when you get these people to DM you, you give them a free resource, whether that's like, a video from like your course module, maybe a template, maybe a YouTube video. Sometimes I've even done like client call recordings. I'm like, yo, I'll post a sale that my client made and I'm like, yo, I have a full hour and 30-minute call recording of exactly the things that we implemented to get him these results. Text me the word learn and I'll send it over to you. Right. So that stuff's super, super effective. So I'm going to show you guys exactly how to implement a soft CTA. I actually did one today. So you can see right here, Justin, my guy, hit a 2.7K PIF. Ridiculous, man. So I showed the screenshot from the past week. So Justin went from a $500 sale last week to a 2.7K PIF after our one-on-one session where we rebuilt out his offer and product. So we prioritized deliverables, coaching structure, program phases, bonuses, and guarantees. And then I said, Justin directly implemented what we went over on our call and packaged his offer in such a way that there was no objection with the price. A lot of you guys are still offering a cookie cutter Trainerize program and Google Doc meal plan expecting to charge more than $200 a month. If you're still charging under 2K for your coaching and making under 10K a month, still, your lead quality is either trash or you have a really bad product or offer. So what I did was I was like, if leads are telling you that your program is too expensive, your product and offer sucks. If you want to learn how to actually start selling high ticket without hesitation or objections, just like my client Justin, DM me offer and I'll send you over some resources. And then all I did was I literally sent them the course module of building out their offer. Simple as that. And then after they do that, I can check back in, I'll be like, yo, bro, what'd you think of the Loom? Did you get any good takeaways from it? Anything you can implement into your business? They may be like, yeah, bro, super, super valuable. I'm implementing this, and that. And then now I have a conversation started. Now I can be more direct. Now they're probably going to be much more willing to like give me a conversation and give me their time. So now I can go a little bit deeper and ask them a little bit more questions about their business. Oh, where are you currently at per month? What biggest struggles are you facing? This, and that. Just continue to give free value and help them, and then eventually try to lead it to a call. You guys need to understand, like a lot of you like feel like you need to hold back with the value, and you're like, oh, well, if I teach this guy everything in the DM, he's not going to see a reason to buy from me. But it's like, no, it's actually the opposite, because if you give shitty advice in the DM and you don't actually give any good free resources or anything like that, what do they expect you have inside, right? If you're not even giving them anything for free, the whole point is like you want to give so much free value, just give, and not hold anything back to the point to where your free value is so freaking good. They're going to sit there and think to themselves and be like, how much more would I get from actually paying this guy, right? How much more would I get from actually working with him one-on-one? If his free value is this good, how much better is his paid value, right? And that's what they start thinking. So that's a really, really good story strategy you can rip Monday through Friday. So you could do 2 to 3 CTAs, just like one hard CTA would be more ideal. Like I'd say like every, maybe like once a week or once every other week. And then the soft CTAs, you can definitely do a lot more often because that's going to be part of your warm outreach. And then Saturday and Sunday, post any story you want, develop the habit of coming up with your own ideas, right? So you could be flexible with it. This is just a general structure you can use and follow. But obviously the goal is going to be to create the habit of posting stories that constantly nurture your audience. So when you do post CTAs, you get an influx of inbound leads, right? If you're not getting a bunch of inbound leads when, you post a CTA, you're probably not providing enough value. And that's a really big thing. Obviously, dropping consistently every week on YouTube as well is going to be really, really big, just giving so much free game, especially in that long form space. But this could be anything you want. What I've been doing is like in my notes, I'll have like, it's called like story flow. And like anytime I'm like going throughout the day and I just get like a really, really good idea, like I literally just did this with this story right here. Literally just like, this was just like off the top of my head. I like got the idea. I went into my notes. I wrote this all down and then I just like pasted it into the story. It literally says, I just like got this idea randomly and I wrote it down and just pasted it. But this is like an example of like a good story flow you could use, like just coming up with stuff on your own. I was just like, everyone wants to be an entrepreneur until you're up late, working on a Saturday night. The reality is this, no, I said, okay, wait, let me restart. Everyone wants to be an entrepreneur until you're up late, working on a Saturday night. The reality is this is what I've always wanted, right? The ability to not have to work, but still choose to because I'm genuinely so passionate about what I do. The personal development and journey will always be more fulfilling than a certain outcome. That's a really good story, right? That's just showing more so kind of who I am and my work ethic and being like just fully transparent and like personable and like showing people like, hey, entrepreneurship isn't always like just driving your, luxury car every day and living in a penthouse. Like it's actually a lot of work you have to put in, especially like the boring work, Saturday nights, late nights, staying up. But I show them a whole different side and I'm like, listen, like I love this shit because I really do. I get fulfillment from working and bettering myself and the grind, bro, like the personal development, the journey, like that's always going to mean more than the actual outcome. Because realistically, you're never going to get to an outcome that actually satisfies you. So this just shows a lot about like kind of just my mindset and who I am. And it's personable and it's, probably relatable to some people, also inspiring, builds trust. And this is also something that, believe it or not, can sell a lot of people. So definitely like really, really good thing to implement within these story strategies. But I want you guys to get reps with this, follow this structure, try to follow it Monday through Friday, get good at doing it on your own. Anytime you get those thoughts throughout the day or whatever, just write it in your notes, make a story, paste it. You could literally sit there because you could make drafts within your story. So you can literally sit there and like take like 30 minutes of your day and you could pre-make stories for the whole week. You can do that. Like you can literally go and make a story, make stories ready to go for every single day, right? So there's no excuse to not have time. I'm telling you guys, you can get away with posting 2 to 3 stories a day if you follow this format. So you guys can sit there maybe like Sunday night. And if you're someone who like lacks time during the week, I'm telling you, there's like no excuse. You can sit there Sunday night, take 30 minutes, and you could make your whole story flow for the whole entire week, have it in your drafts, and then just post it every day. Something you want to focus on though, like if you go on Instagram and you go to like kind of just your analytics, I don't know if it's going to do it on the computer, but if you go inside to like your professional dashboard, you should be able to see like the time when your followers are most active. That's always when I'd recommend like posting your stories. Always just like for me, it says my followers are most active from 12 to 3 p.m. every single day. So that's always when I try to, time up my soft CTAs and stuff like that. So, and especially when you post your CTAs, make sure your stories actually expire before you post them. But yeah, boys, I hope this was super, super valuable. I'm telling you guys, this is going to help you make so much more money. It's going to get you really, really good inbound leads. So really, really excited for you guys to rip this. But yeah, that's about all I have for you in this module. I'm sorry I said it was going to be quick, but I kind of went on a rant. But again, I think it's super, super valuable. So I hope you boys got a lot from it, and I will see y'all in the next module. Peace. What's up, boys? Hope you guys are super blessed today. So in this one, this is a really, really important module. What we're going to do is we're going to talk about how to actually optimize your IG funnel to make your page look professional, right? Not only look professional, but separate yourself as a coach. So the whole way this kind of works is like IG, like when I look at IG, I want all of my content to be centered around me, very personal, right? I have my branding aspects. I'm really using IG to like make it as centered on me as possible and as personal as possible. So people really get an understanding of like who I am, right? And they build that connection through that. And then I'm just pushing people to YouTube, and that's where the conversion happens, right? Because YouTube is where they can really like just spend a lot more time with you, get to know you a lot better. But also that's where you're really dropping like just all the free sauce, all the value in the world, right? Instagram, yes, you're posting value still because everything's tied to you, but it's more so doing it in a lot more of a personal way. If you guys look at my content on IG, it's a lot of it is just really personal to me, right? And it's like, that's what people are buying into. That's the type of stuff that people are looking at when they're determining, whether they want to work with me or not. So I'm going to show you guys how to actually clean up, your IG profile and make it look as professional as possible. So the first thing, the bio, right? So you can put your name. You can put your niche. I'm like mixed on this. Like I don't have my niche here. Like if you guys see right here when I go to my page, right, I just have my name, right? I'm building. This is how I look at it, bro. Because how many guys do you see with like 200 followers and they'll put like high level coach or like elite coach, and it's like you just look like another guru, bro. Like I'm building my name, right? My name is my brand. People see my name and they're like, oh, he's a coach. Like they know what I do, bro. And it's like, I don't need to put, business coach on the side of this for people to know I'm a business coach, right? It's like, I want to build my name. I want to separate. I'm not like just one of these, guru coaches. So again, that's up to you guys. Like if you want to put fitness coach, you can, but again, I don't recommend it. I'm going to be honest. I really don't. It shouldn't take that for someone to know you're a coach, but again, it's up to you, right? Some people do it, some don't. I don't know. That's just my personal take, but that's completely up to you guys. But this one right here, right? After that, you need kind of your offer, right? Who do you actually help? So when you go to mine, helping coaches build financial freedom. Very simple, straight to the point, just showing who I help and what do I help them do, basically. And then after is going to be your CTA, right? So, DM me Relentless for one-on-one mentorship. That's my, business name, my LLC. Relentless is kind of just that mentality I've always had. And that's why I came up with that for my business name. And it's, no better word for people to DM me than that, right? You don't really see anyone else use that. And then lastly, like I talked about, your Instagram is the funnel. So we're going to be sending people directly to YouTube. So, and you guys get basically the template through me, but what you're going to do is all of you are going to be making a VSL, right? A VSL stands for video sales letter, but it's basically just like all you're doing in that video is like breaking down your whole entire journey, but also like basically your method, right? The system you've used to get these results, you're teaching that to other people. And then at the end of that YouTube video, you're like, kind of throwing it out there like, hey, if you got a ton of value from this, you're looking to take this to the next level, there's a link in the description to book a call. If not, hope you got, great value from this or whatever. Hope you can implement this and make changes within your own life, right? Something like that. But it's just like unintentionally trying to sell people. The whole point is like you're providing so much value in that video that it's like you have a right to kind of, try to sell them at the end because you gave so much free sauce away. So always want to be sending people directly to a YouTube link, right? Just giving away as much free value as possible. That's the name of the game, right? I'm telling you guys, you want your free value to be so freaking good that like people feel stupid not to buy from you. That's the whole point. I'm literally dropping within like 2 days. I'm dropping my whole entire course for free, right? Why am I doing that? it's going to be like a 5-6 hour video, right? I don't expect everyone to watch it. Probably like less than like 10% of people are actually going to like watch that video all the way through. But like what that does to people's minds, like the fact that I'm dropping like a 6-hour video of just like my whole entire course that I spent almost $40,000 of information to learn, me just giving that away for free, instantly like people perceive me as like just a way more valuable coach, right? Because I'm just giving them everything away for free, right? So if I'm giving all that away for free, they're going to sit there and think to themselves like, damn, like I watched this video. The information he had was really freaking good. I even applied it and made a little bit of money. How much more could I get if I actually paid this guy to coach me, right? That's the whole process of it. So you want to be directing them straight to YouTube, right? And then, so this was just kind of an example of mine that I have. You want to make that YouTube title really like, not like clickbait, but like you want it to be like outcome based. Like I'm literally like right here, like, bro, steal my blueprint to scale your business past 20K a month. Like that makes people want to click. Don't just put like my story, right? Like no one cares. You need something that's like gonna make people want to click, right? Moving down to your story highlights, right? So I recommend having like, 3 to 5 of these. I wouldn't do any more than 5. Now I low-key have more than 5. I'm going to explain why I have 6 right now. But I'm going to show you guys the key ones that you actually need no matter what. So no matter what, I'm going to highlight them. You need testimonials. You need your client wins. And I would say that the other most important one is your proof. So I'm going to explain why those are the 3 most important. Obviously, I think it's straightforward. Testimonials and client wins are by far the 2 most important because that's your marketing. You're showcasing that you're getting other people results. So that's kind of straightforward. I separate them, like my big hitter testimonials, which are basically the testimonials of people like physically talking about their experience with working with me. Those are in their own tab. And then like client wins is really just like all the screenshots, right? All the screenshots of people making money, that type of thing, just like loaded it with screenshots. I have like 2 separate highlight tabs for just that alone. So you're just like spamming that to the max. And then proof. So what I mean by proof is like, this is going to be your results, right? Why is this so important? When I bought from Suway, right, and I reverse engineered, okay, what were the biggest reasons why I decided to buy from Suway? What I realized was it wasn't just his client results that he were posting, because obviously his client results were very good and that was intriguing, but it was also the way that he would post the money he was making, but like it wasn't in a way to where he was like flexing the money he was making. It was more so in a way of just him being so transparent about his journey and like the results he was getting with his business, to where he would post the money he was making, but he would do it in a way to where it was like actually educational. Like he would post the money he was making and then he would break down like, okay, what moves did he make to like make this amount of money, or what were the things that he did leading up to this? It's like he would just give you like exactly what he did to do it. And like that caught my eye so much, because all you see in this space is like guys posting the money they're making and they're just like shoving it in your face, flexing. And it's like, no one wants that. Right. So I was like always skeptical about posting the money I made, because I never wanted to like fall into that category of just like flexing it, right, and like shoving it in people's face. But when I saw him do it in that way, I was like, damn, like that's actually like, that made me want to buy from him even more. Because it's like, yeah, client results are great, but like, again, would you want to work with a fitness coach like who may have amazing client results, but they're fat, right? Like, no, you probably wouldn't want to work with them. So that's another thing too, is you guys like showcasing your wins, especially a lot of you guys who like are competing in shows as well. That is the best thing you can do, is like document your whole entire progress, like leading up to your show, right? That's like you constantly winning. Like you're constantly dropping weight, you're pulling calories from your diet, you're getting more and more shredded, like stuff like that. Like you guys need to document your wins as well. Maybe you hit a PR in the gym, or maybe you hit a new low weight and you're getting shredded, or maybe you bulked to like 200 pounds and that was your goal. And then like you go through and you're like, guys, this is exactly how I did this, right? Like you bulked to 200 pounds lean, right? Like you gotta be transparent about that stuff. Cause yes, your client wins are super important, but like people also want to see you're winning as well, right? That's a really big thing. And then the other two, I recommend you guys make a My Story highlight tab, just like literally going through your whole entire journey. This obviously you want to do on a day where you have like no stories up, like wait until everything basically expires and then go and post your whole story, because this is going to be like probably 10 to 20 stories. And then also just like lifestyle, or like if you have a woman in your life, right? Like really, really good to have that as well. Just kind of show that like you're a normal dude as well outside of what you do. You're not just like this freaking meathead, or this like guru business coach who only cares about his business. Like, no, you want to show you're a normal dude as well. So as you guys can see here, right, I got client wins, testimonials, more wins of my clients, right? I got me and Blake, my woman, my story, and then proof, right? Just showing, kind of just being transparent about like the months I'm having, the money I'm making, how I'm actually doing it. I even put, the screenshot of me giving away money, right, to that pizza driver, like stuff like that. That's just like really cool. I put in here kind of just my own wins, right? You want to have your own wins tabs because people are inspired by that, and it means a lot. So that's kind of just the story highlights. Again, I have 6. I wouldn't recommend having more than 5. I'm probably going to have to do something with one of these, but by far the most important are just going to be client wins, your testimonials, and proof. And then moving down into reels, right? So as far as your pin posts, your first pin post should be like a service explanation. So explain what your service, explain what is your service, and then you can also use kind of like this script to build trust. So this was just a script with an appointment setter, but like he'll start it and he's like, I've had over 100 people ask me this question. What is appointment setting? I'm going to break it down to you in less than 40 seconds. Almost every influencer sells a high ticket course anywhere from 3 to 10K. To sell that high ticket course, they need to get their prospects on the phone. And because these influencers get hundreds of DMs every single day, they hire appointment setters to manage their inbox and booking calls. Now, you don't have to close it all. Your job is just to text people on behalf of the influencer and booking calls. Appointment setters typically generate 5 to 10% of commission each call they book. That gets closed. This was my business model that I used to generate 7.2K in my first month of setting at 18 years old. I filmed a 14-minute, free video on how to get started. DM me the word free and I'll shoot it over, right? And then if you guys want to check out this example, you can go ahead. So that's what you'd have for your first pin post, right? A service explanation. And then moving into your second pin post, right? This can be a reel explaining your story of how you went from A to B, right? So explain a specific story about your situation in a time where you were really struggling and you managed to overcome it, right? I kind of used this with my woman, Blake. So if you guys see here, like kind of my pin post, right? The woman behind my success. This is really like, this was by far probably the best example of documenting my story because it showed like how much deeper of a why I had when I was starting, right? It showed the whole reason, like kind of just like my life before I started this business and then what really drove me to actually like start taking the necessary action to build everything I have now. So this was the perfect example for that. And obviously it did really well too, which is good. But that's mine for like explaining kind of my story, right? So I think this is straightforward. You guys can use this script too to kind of go off of if you'd like. But the third post, right? So the third post can just be one of your best performing pieces of content and pin it. For me, I did this one with my mom. It's at 463K. So this is like my best, like I just like this video. I mean, obviously like this just meant a lot to me. Like even if it wasn't my highest pin post, I still would put this here because it's just, it not only reflects my values and morals, but it also shows like just it's just like very genuine, down to earth. It's wholesome. Like this video just meant a lot to me, and this is why I have this pinned here. So that's why I have that. But yeah, so that third one, like I said, can just be, one of your best performing pieces of content. Pin it. It's going to allow your prospects to see the type of content you post as a result, and will most likely follow you to see more of that type of content, right? So that's how you can fully optimize your IG funnel. Now, last thing I'm going to talk about, see how I only have 73 posts. And again, that might even be still a little too much. I might get rid of some, but the whole point is I don't keep everything on my main grid. I want my main grid to look as professional as possible, because this is like the first place when people first discover your account. This is the first place they're going to, right? So I have all of my reel, like every reel I've ever posted is in the reel section, right? But my main grid, this is really just like my best type of content. I'm not talking about like the highest performing content necessarily, because I have content that's gotten, either a couple 100,000, millions of views, but again, it doesn't really go with what I'm doing now, right? So that's just going to be in my reels section. But like everything I have on here, this is all content that like, if someone was like just discovering me for the first time, or if someone was like interested in buying from me, this is like all the videos and content that I'd want them to see to actually push them to the point of wanting to buy, right? That's how I structure this. Like, this is just all the content that kind of nails every single branding aspect I have. Just the content that I would want people to see if they were thinking about buying from me, right? So that's how I've basically, made this funnel. And it's cool too, because when you go down here, these are like all pictures like from when I was like first starting my business, which is really cool. Because you can even see like even like something like this, like this picture was from July 15th. That was like the day I quit my job, which was cool. But like these are just like, this is when I first hit like 20K. This was August 17, 2024. I just reached $20,000 total generated from the end of June till August 17th. Just like this was my highest day at the time too. Like just like really cool stuff to go back and see. Like, this was where I was starting, bro. And it's just like so cool to look back on. But yeah, like that's really like, I want you guys to clean up your IGs, make it look as professional as possible, make your main grid, like, follow the pin posts, like what I told you guys for the pin posts, make it as professional as possible. And again, like you want the content on here to be, the content you'd actually want people to see the most if they were just discovering you for the first time. That's the whole point. So that's how I have everything pretty much built out. Again, your IG is a funnel. You want them to go on your main grid. Watch, this, some of your best content, right? That, is very personal and shows who you are the best. And then again, the whole point is we're sending them to YouTube. Watch a couple YouTube videos, then they're coming back to your DMs ready to convert. That is how you get people pretty much pre-sold and ready to go, right? So that's the funnel. I hope you boys got a bunch of value from this. And again, you want to just make this look as professional as possible. This is what's going to separate you. This is what's going to create, that separation from every coach. So, this is your foundation, right? It's very hard to go anywhere without a really strong personal brand and separation. So yeah, I hope you boys got a lot of value from this, and I will see y'all in the next module. Peace. What's up, boys? Hope you guys are having a super blessed day. So what I want to do in this module is I want to go through the 4-step sales funnel, right? Because you guys need to understand, right? It's like, this isn't one of those things, right, where you can just jump online, have a good physique, and magically just start making money. There is a whole process to this. It does take time. It's not overnight. And I want you guys to understand, how you can create a sales funnel for your business that has the highest conversion rate, right? So the 4-step sales funnel all starts with attention, and then you educate people, then it's converting, and then fulfillment, right? So it starts with the attention, right? They first recognize you, through your page. They kind of resonate with who you are. They like you. Content's personal, all that good stuff. Then you educate them, right? Then you provide so much free value that it would be stupid for them not to want to pay you and work with you. Then you convert those leads that come in, right? And then the most important part, the fulfillment, right? Then you fulfill the money they paid you, get them great results, you market your business, and then you start it all over again, right? So understanding why this funnel works will give you clarity on how to scale your offer to the moon, right? So video modules is structured so you can master each step of the funnel in the right order so that you can actually scale up fast. So going to the first one, right? Mastering attention. If you don't have people watching your content, looking at your stories and paying attention to you, why would anyone, want to buy from you, right? How on earth are you ever going to sell when nobody even knows who you are, right? That's one of the biggest things. You guys, a lot of you will jump on, start posting content for like a month or so, right? And then you expect people to magically just start hitting you up, right? It's not how it works. You need to build your name. You need to build your brand. People need to know who you are, right? You need to generate attention and get people to consume your content before you even think about selling, right? That's the first step. A lot of people do it the opposite. They'll just magically, throw coaching in their bio, advertise it all over their page, but no one knows who they are and they're not even providing value. That's the worst part, right? Like, who would want to buy from someone like that? Would you ever buy from someone who, you don't even feel like you know them? No, right? You need to trust someone to pay them money. So that's the most important step. Going into educating your followers now, right? So especially in 2025, you can't just get attention and pitch people straight away. That's how 99% of the coaching businesses run. And that's why you'll never be able to scale past 10K a month. And I want you to think about this question, right? Would you rather buy from someone that has actually provided you great value to help you solve a problem that you have, right? Wouldn't you rather do that? Or would you rather, just buy from someone who you follow on IG, right? Because you liked one of their posts from the Explore page. There's a huge difference between that, right? You want to provide so much value that people see that, they take your free value, they get a lot from it. Maybe they even apply it and get some results on their own. And then they're going to come back to you and be like, dang, like, how much more could I actually get from this guy if I actually paid him, right? And that's the important part. You look at Alex Hormozi, bro, like he's just dominating the info space, right? Alex Hormozi, even Iman Ghatzi, right? What do they have in common? They provide so much value that could literally, like, just all the free sauce given away for free, right? Everything they know, they just teach, right? And it's like, a lot of you would think that, like, oh, well, I'm going to hold back my value, right? Because if I give them everything away for free, they're going to see no point in paying me. But it's like, no, it's the complete opposite, right? When you give away so much free game to the point to where it is just like ridiculous how valuable your information is, it's going to make those people think, like, how much more could they actually get if they paid you to coach them, right? How much more would there actually be inside? Because if your free value is shit, no one's going to see a reason to pay you, right? It doesn't work like that. This is like, when you give away so much free value, this is what gives people the ability to trust you, right? Especially when it's really good value. They're going to trust you with their money, right? Because it shows that you know what you're talking about, but you also care. Like, you're just like genuinely trying to help people, just giving everything away for free. That's when you're going to make the most amount of money. So now, converting your views into cash, right? Now that your followers have gotten value, and trust, here's where you start making sales, right? So you need to learn how to get these nurtured leads from a regular follower into someone that's going to pay you thousands of dollars. And what we do this through is a VSL, right? Video sales letter. So this video basically gets people over the edge to book a call with you and speak directly to you. Like you guys see in my bio, right? I have literally for completely free, steal my whole blueprint to scale past 20K a month. I drop all the sauce in that video and I just give it away for free, right? Literally helping people build a business. You know why? Because here's why. This is what you also need to think about, right? Info's not the problem. It's not. A lot of you guys think, oh, I'm not going to give away all my free value because then people are going to get results and they won't need me. It's like, no, people, bro, you could drop all the free value in the world. It's like people still aren't going to do it. That's not the problem, right? The issue isn't the info. If info was the solution, then everyone would be in shape or everyone would be running a successful business, right? The information's everywhere online, but it's not. Some people lack the ability to implement. Some people lack the accountability, the actual skills, right? So, the only way to learn that is from someone who's already done it, actually being coached by someone, right? You wouldn't join a football team and then you guys just go and, play on Friday nights, right? It's like, no, you have a coach that's preparing you the whole entire week, a coach who has a lot more experience and knowledge than you do, right? That's what's going to help you get better. So this video gets people over the edge, right? You need to learn how to properly set appointments that are going to be highly qualified, and also how to structure a sales call so you can have a 40% closing rate, right? That's kind of the ideal of what you want. You don't want to be closing every single person, because obviously not every single person that comes to you is going to be fit for your program, right? And if you are closing every single person, then your prices are probably way too low, right? The whole point in raising prices is like actually making your program that much more selective, to the point to where if people are paying good money for something, they respect you, they respect your program, and they're going to do the freaking work. They're serious about their goals, and that's what you want. Now going into the delivery, right? So, you run a coaching business. Your number one priority should be to get the best possible results for your clients possible. Again, I can't stress this enough. Your business will not grow without the results inside that you're getting for other clients. That should be your main focus, is fulfillment. Because again, this is why so many coaching businesses fail, is because these guys will go and get money hungry and greedy, and they'll take on all this volume that they can't even handle. And then eventually they get to the point to where their fulfillment breaks. And once your fulfillment breaks and people are talking bad about you as a coach and people aren't getting taken care of, you're not building good relationships with them, right? They're not getting good results. Your business can come crumbling down, right? That's always been my number one highest priority, is like focus on actually building really good relationships with my clients, taking care of them to the best of my ability, and doing everything I possibly can to set them up to get great results. Now, do all of my clients get great results? No, they don't. Do I do everything in my power to help them get great results? Yes, I do. But again, the work is up to that specific individual, right? That's just a simple fact. Like, not everyone who works with you is going to get amazing results. Like, it's, you can lead a horse to water, but they actually have to drink it, right? So if they're not really doing everything they're supposed to and listening to you and, having that consistency and working their ass off every day, doesn't matter what you give them, they're not going to get results, right? And that's also where being more selective with your program is going to help you a lot, right? Because it's like, even if someone can pay me, like, to be honest, I don't need their money. Like, them paying me is not going to make or break me paying my bills. But what I do need is testimonials. If I don't feel like I can build a good relationship with someone, and if I don't feel like they're going to be able to do the work and get great results, it's not worth the money, because it's not going to help me grow my business, right? I can teach all the skills, systems, give all the resources, but what I can't do, I can't teach work ethic, I can't teach consistency, I can't teach hunger, and I can't teach obsession, right? You need those certain characteristics within, clients you're trying to work with, because you can teach them everything, but again, if they don't have those things, they're not going to get results. So we teach you how to, how I structure specifically for Relentless, and how you can implement the same exact fulfillment systems to increase your client success rate, right? If you build your business with toothpicks, it's all going to come crashing down. But if your fulfillment in your coaching business is one of the most important aspects to you, you're gonna scale to the moon, bro. Like, that's the most important thing. When you genuinely care about what you do and your heart's in the right position and you really have an intention to change lives and impact other people, you're going to go very far. But if you're only focused on the money and that's all you care about, it's not going to last. I promise you that. But this is just a simple funnel. This is each step you actually need to take to build your business. These are the 4 most important aspects. And yeah, I hope this video was valuable. I want you guys to keep this in mind always. This is every step you need to take to scale up your business, right? It starts with the intention, then free value, you educate people, then you convert, then get them great results every single time. So hope you boys got a lot from this, and I will see y'all in the next module. Peace. All right, boys, inbound leads. What are they specifically, and how, do you actually go on about handling these? How do you get a DM from someone, work through it, qualify them, and then end up getting them on a call and selling them, right? It's everything we're going to cover in this module because I want to break this down to you guys and simplify it the best way possible, because sales is not complicated. You can't look at sales like sales. You have to look at it like building connection and genuine trust with these people, right? You're building a relationship. The more you can show that you care about this person more than they care about themselves, you got them, right? So sales is genuinely about building connection. There's no scripts. Like if you're coming into this expecting me to hand you a script, please, you shouldn't be in sales. That is literally the worst way to approach someone. I'm telling you, prospects are getting smarter and smarter as time goes on. I'm telling you, they can tell when someone is literally just trying to lead them to a sale and get their money, right? Like, how do you build any type of trust with a script? You just sound robotic. You don't even sound like, they don't even think they're talking to a genuine human being. How are you going to sell them, right? So, yeah, you will not be finding scripts in this module. Sorry. That's just all it's going to do is have just a bunch of people leave you on red and not even answer you. So if that's what you want, by all means, be my guest, bro. Go use scripts. But I promise you, we're not doing that here. I did that for like the first month when I started fitness coaching. And yeah, sometimes it worked because I wasn't charging like anything as far as pricing. I was charging like $200 a month. So didn't take much trust to build with that person. But after a month and just countless times getting left on red, I was like, yeah, like I have to actually be personable with these people. Like, this is crazy. Like, they're reaching out to you expecting to get to talk to you, and you're just like being robotic and scripty. Like, who wants that? So that's kind of breaking that down. But as far as like, okay, what is an inbound lead in general? This is someone who DMs you directly, right? Whether it's from like a piece of content they watched, maybe they've just been following you for a long time and they decided to reach out, whatever it may be, someone DM'd you, right? You didn't reach out to them. So here's the difference, because this is not warm outreach. Warm outreach is when you reach out to them. Inbound lead is when they come to you directly, right? So this is the easiest way to ever sell someone, because they're coming to you, right? So you have all authority. They're coming to you for help. You're in a position of authority, and you have everything they need. They're coming to you. So that's the thing. You have all the power in this position. So you need to make sure you handle it correctly, right? Like, a lot of the times, and this is the best advice you'll hear this whole entire call as far as sales, conversations is what leads to sales. So it can't be one of those things where someone reaches out to you and then you're instantly just trying to like sell your offer. Like, you haven't established any sort of like trust with them or showed that like you have what they need, right? So you need to get into a deep conversation, right? A lot of the times someone isn't going to text you your CTA, your call to action, right? They may just start with a general like question, right? Or maybe like happens to me all the time. Someone will shoot me a text and be like, yo, bro, I've been watching your content for so long. I'm so inspired by what you're doing. I think it's amazing, right? Like, right there, starting a conversation, they've shown that they've been watching me for a long time. They have a good understanding of who I am as a person. I know they have some sort of connection built with me already. So I take that information and I lead to a conversation. And the biggest thing that has helped me close so many sales, especially through the DMs, I've literally been able to sell people through the DMs without even needing a sales call. The reason being is because I sent voice memos. Voice memos are absolutely huge. Like, when you're literally like, because I promise you, if you're sitting there taking the time to send like a super long paragraph, no good. Like, I promise you, voice memos, unless you're literally responding with like a sentence or something, like voice memos are so good. Because what it's doing is it's not only showing that person that they're actually speaking to you directly, they hear your voice, but at the same time, like if you're literally showing that, like, I'll go and I'll rip like a 2-3 minute voice memo, sending it to these people, and like it shows them that like, wait, wow, this guy like really cares. He just went like really in depth there. He was personal. He just gave me a lot of value and literally took the time out of his day to do that for free. right? So instantly you're building trust with them and connection. Like you're literally just going out of your way to help them. So voice memos are so crucial for basically just building a connection and trust with someone. And what I'll tell you about the DMs, just like, because a lot of people have a question of like, oh, well, how do I know when to get them on a call, right? Well, here's the thing in the DM. Obviously, you want to get a really good conversation going, but what do you want to be finding out within that conversation? You know, there's a couple of things you need to qualify someone. One, figure out, you know, like why do they even want to make this change specifically, right? Like you need to figure out, okay, why are they reaching out to you? Like where are they at right now? Why do they want to make this change specifically? What's been holding them back from making that change? What are they struggling with, right? You know, also you need to qualify them by like, you know, income wise, right? You need to make sure like, okay, do they even have money to invest into this, right? Because obviously coaching isn't free. I normally go about it in a way, you know, as far as like fitness, when I was doing fitness, I would do it in a way to be like, you know, I would say something like, you know, what are you currently doing for work? You know, for a source of income, just trying to get a better understanding as to, you know, you kind of just your week by week schedule and, how much time that takes up for you throughout the day, right? Because you're trying to fit in their training and their meals, right, around that. So you want to do it in a way to where you're trying to get a good understanding of their schedule, but realistically, you want to make sure that they're financially qualified. Also, age is a huge thing. Like, for me, like it's different with mentorship. Honestly, I don't want to be working with anyone like under 20 years old. Obviously, there's been a select few of people, like my youngest client, Noah, 18. He's already made over $1,000 within 2 months, right? It's crazy. And he's, you know, one of the exceptions, right? Because it's like he's genuinely, you know, yes, he's younger, but he's very driven, very serious. Like not every 18-year-old is like that. Actually, very few are like that. So he's an exception, right? So that's kind of how it is. But yeah, for the most part, like with fitness coaching, it's a little different. Most likely don't want to be getting anyone under 18 because one, they wouldn't even have the ability to like finance, but two, mostly like anyone under 18, either they're not mature enough, they're not even going to be that serious, or they're just expecting free coaching. Like they most likely don't have money saved up or a job to even afford your coaching. So it's just not really worth your time. They're not like the ideal client. Yes, I have had people in the past who I've worked with who, you know, with fitness who were younger than 18. And those were literally people who it's like, when they told me their age, I told them like, man, sorry, brother. You know, I don't normally work with anyone under 18. And they literally like begged me to do the coaching. They had the money. So I gave them a little discount and we did it. And they ended up being a very good and serious client who put their work in. Right. So that's an exception. That's not reality. Like that's not really going to happen too often. So you want to be careful and not waste your time with the younger crowd. Right. But there's three things you need to qualify someone before moving on a call. One, can you help them? You know, and that's obvious. You should be able to have the knowledge to pretty much help anyone, you know, no matter where they're at in their fitness or, you know, personal development journey, right? Two, are they financially qualified? And then, you know, three, are they old enough, you know, to join your program? Are they someone you can trust to actually do the work? Are they serious? Are they mature? Are they committed? You know, those are very big things before wanting to move on a call. And once you like, you know, you're in the DMs, you have a really good conversation with someone, you guys are shooting voice memos back and forth, you're building connection, you know, they're starting to trust you more and more, you're giving them great value, you're getting a full understanding as to like where they're at in life right now, what they want to change, you know, why they want to make this change, right? You know exactly how you can help them. That's a good time once you know that they're qualified to transition basically into a sales call, right? So kind of how you want to go about this is after you've had a really good conversation, basically just say something like, you know, awesome, man. Well, what's your soonest availability to, you know, jump on a call? I'd love to talk more and see what I can do for you or see if you're a good fit for this, right? So it's as simple as that. Basically just asking them their soonest availability to, you know, jump on a call, stating that you'd love to talk more and get a better understanding of their situation and where they're at. That's the best way you can put it. You know, not being salesy or anything like that, genuinely just wanting to, get to know them a little better, understand their situation a lot more, and see if there's anything you can do for them, right? So that's kind of how you want to approach it. And I wanted to bring this up, and I know Denzel is not going to care. We talk about this all the time. Those of you guys that don't know, so I'm going to bring up the DMs between me and Denzel. Denzel reached out to me back in like June. Literally, he was in a different mentorship at the time, was miserable, wasn't getting taken care of. And that's kind of how he reached out to me, because he was watching my content. And I literally went back and forth with Denzel for like a whole entire month, just giving him so much free value and like helping him, you know, in this situation and everything. And then we jumped on a call, right? And he eventually pulled the trigger and ended up working with me, right? And that's the thing. That's another thing with sales. You have to be patient. Like, you're not going to sell everyone that same day, right? And it's just not how it works. Like, you got to play the long game too, right? Sometimes it's going to take someone, you know, a good amount of time to finally make that commitment and invest into you. But you can't really like give up on someone unless you just know they're not a good fit or they're not serious. You know, you shouldn't really be giving up on anyone, because just because they don't buy that same day doesn't mean they're not going to buy, you know, a couple days or a couple weeks or maybe even a couple months from now. I've had so many people who, you know, I were DMing who were interested, and then, you know, whatever, they don't decide to move forward. And then a couple months later, after them just like continuing to watch my content and seeing me grow and what I'm doing for other people, they end up reaching back out, and then they're like ready to pull the trigger, right? So sales is a long game sometimes, and you can't give up on that. But I literally had that long conversation with Denzel, just giving him so much value, treating him like a genuine human being, and just showing how much I cared, right? And like, that's what led him to trusting me to be able to pull the trigger on this. And obviously you guys have seen his results. It's ridiculous. So it ended up being a very, very good decision for him. But also on my end too, pursuing him, because obviously his success is my success. The more results he gets, you know, the more that helps my business. And that's what I'm here for, right? I want the best guys who I can build a good relationship and are going to work really, really hard. So that's something I look for when I'm DMing these people and jumping on sales calls. But to kind of walk you guys through this, I'm going to scroll, you know, all the way back to when we first started that conversation, just to show you guys an example. Because we were just shooting so many DMs back and forth, like so many voice memos. It's probably around the time we're getting started. Let me see. You can just see there's tons and tons of DMs here. Tons. And this is like this is like sometimes reality, like what I'm talking about, the long game. This is a long, ongoing conversation. You can see just like so many voice memos, right? And I'm sending like, you know, minute 43 back. Like it's crazy. You know, I'm just sending all these voice memos, you know, and it's huge for building connection. You're actually genuinely speaking to that person. They know it's you and they know that you care. You can't just go back and forth with text, you know, all the way through a DM and expect to build a lot of trust with someone. That's just not how it works. And I had a client, Ty, in the past, who started with like 600 followers and scaled to like 4K a month. And he was sending me sales of him selling people through the DMs, because instead of a voice memo, he was actually recording a video and sending it to that person in the DMs. Imagine that. Like, now they're not just hearing your voice, you're talking to them face to face. Like, he was sending them a full-on video of him talking through the DM. Like, you can do that too. I've never done that, but that's like next level stuff, bro. But it's like, that's what you guys got to realize. Like, this is a very simple concept. I don't want you guys to, like, I know like sales is like scary in the beginning. You don't know what you're doing. You're nervous. You want to get the sale, right? Like, I'm telling you guys, if you just build relationship, have conversations with these people, build connection, show that you care, you know, ask them good questions, right? I'm telling you, you're going to build that trust and they're going to buy. I promise you. Not everyone's going to buy though. You got to expect that with sales. Like, you honestly need to expect that someone's going to say no every time. Like, you need to be prepared for that, because obviously if they could make the decision themselves, they would have already paid you, you know, but they didn't. They need your help to help them come to that conclusion, right? That's why you're selling them. But that's the thing with sales. Like, guys, like, trust me, the more and more reps you get, the better you're going to get at it. I'm telling you, like, it's scary in the beginning, but you want to get so much reps with just like going through so many conversations with people in the DMs and jumping on so many calls that I promise you, you're going to get to the point to where it's like just second nature. You've ran through it so many times. You've dealt with every objection, right? And you're just going to know right off the top of the head, like, you know, the second someone's in a certain situation or they say something, you're going to know exactly how to handle it. So telling you guys, the more and more you do this, the better you're going to get at it. You know, obviously in this module, I'm giving tons of great information, tons of things you can apply. But again, you're not actually going to learn until you get in the DMs yourself and start, you know, having these conversations and trying to get them on a call and sell. So that's how it is. But guys, DMs are so simple. Remember, inbound leads, you have all the authority. They're coming to you, asking you for help. You're in the position of power. You have the authority. Always remember that. You know, you're already in shape. You don't lose anything by them not buying from you. You're already in shape. They're coming to you, asking for your help to get them in shape, right? So like, what are you losing? You know, obviously you want the sale, but it's like at the same time, you got to realize you're also in a position of power and authority, and you got to treat it like that. You know, don't let these people walk all over you. Stand your ground. You're the coach. You know, they're coming to you for help. And that's how it is. And that's how you got to treat it. But I'm telling you, remember this. And I recommend you guys just write this down, because I'm telling you, it's literally the best advice I've ever gotten. And this is what has made me pretty much all of my money. Conversations lead to sales. Okay. You can't expect to have like a short, like, you know, back and forth, you know, quick little back and forth, you know, a couple words, whatever, and then expect someone to buy. It takes deep conversations and building that connection and building trust for them to finally trust you enough to pull the trigger. Okay. So it's the best advice you'll get this whole module. I promise you guys. Conversations. Get personal. Ask them good questions. Learn about them. Have them learn about you. Relate to them. You know, even like if they're going through something that you've been through in the past, that's the perfect time to literally build that bridge, right? Build that connection and so they can resonate with you, right? Perfect time to do that. Those are always awesome when you get in contact with people who are in the same spot that you used to be, because you can make that connection with them and show them, hey, I was there too. I did this, and this, and overcame that, you know? So you're showing you can help them through the same thing. You understand. People, that's the thing with sales, bro. People just want to be understood and heard, you know, and they want to know that you care. So it's simple, man. That's really all it is. I promise you guys, have good conversations, go and apply these things, be personable, be yourself, be authentic, show that you're a genuine human being who cares, not just a guru coach who wants money, and you will sell them. I promise you guys. Take care of these people, show that you care, you will make money in return. All right, boys. So I know we just talked about inbound leads, right? Those are leads that are DMing you first, specifically, you know, reaching out to you, right? That's obviously a lot better of a scenario. You have all the authority. It's a lot easier to go about, right? But here's the thing with sales, and this is one of the biggest things I've learned. You're going to have, and this is business in general as well, right? Like, it's highs and lows. Business is not just a straight, you know, mountain climb to the top, right? Like, business is a lot of highs and lows. There's going to be good months and there's going to be bad months, good seasons and bad seasons. And in that same way, it's the same thing with leads, right? You're going to have months that are really good with great leads who are just like all super qualified. And then you're just going to have really bad months with leads that are just like really bad and not qualified. Excuse me, right? So that's one of the things, like, the reason outreach is so important, and this doesn't matter, like, no matter what level you're at, like, even Alex Hormozy does outreaching. Because here's the thing, if you're not, like, if you're just sitting around 24/7 waiting for your leads, right, you're literally leaving so much money on the table. But especially those of you guys who are just starting and you don't have tons and tons of, you know, inbound leads coming in every day, you need to go hunting. You need to go search for your leads and your clients, right? to bring people into your business. Build your value as a coach. You can't build your value and credibility without showing the results that you're getting for other people and you working with other clients. That's the fastest way you build your business. So, not only to get better at sales in itself, but to get you more clients, you need to go and hunt for your leads. You have to be hungry, right? If you're just sitting around 24/7 expecting the leads to constantly come to you, that's not reality. You got to go hunt as well. Those are the guys who truly will go the furthest with this, because like I said, there's good months and bad months. You may have a month where it's like literally you're getting like no leads, and like the leads that you are getting are just like very bad and unqualified. What are you just going to continue to sit around and wait, for better leads to come in? No, you should be going and searching for more, right? Because I'm telling you, like, yes, like the warm outreach, yes, you're not going to convert every person. Like you have a lot less of a chance to convert, a warm outreach lead compared to inbound, right? But it's like, okay, if you can get like 2 out of 10 people that you warm outreach, those are 2 people that you wouldn't have sold, if you didn't do anything, right? So it's like, by not warm outreaching, you're literally leaving money on the table. And here's the thing, the way you want to go about it is, I'm not talking about cold DMs. Cold DMs are a completely different thing. Like, obviously, like, I don't think it's a good idea to reach out to someone who's like never seen your content, doesn't even follow you. They've shown no interest in who you are and your page, right? I don't think those are good people to reach out to, right? But as far as warm outreach, the reason it's warm is because you want to be reaching out to people who are viewing your stories. They're already following you. Maybe they're liking your stories. They're liking your posts. They're engaging with your content. Maybe they're commenting, right? These are all people who are watching your content on a day-to-day basis. They're getting to understand more of who you are and what you do, and they're getting value from you, right? So these are warm leads who just haven't reached out yet. I can't even tell you how many people, and I got Kyle right here for an example. Kyle, if you're watching this, brother, love you to death, man. You're a great dude. I hope you don't mind that I'm using this, but Kyle was actually someone long ago who I outreached, right? And here's what happened with Kyle, and I'm going to show you guys. Kyle literally told me on the call after he joined my program that he literally wanted to become a coach for so long and like start content creation, but he was literally just too scared to reach out. And if I would have never reached out to him, I don't know if he would have started by now, right? I don't know if he would have gotten that courage. So here's kind of the thing with warm outreach is like, yes, you're reaching out to them. So like you are putting yourself in a position of like less authority. So you kind of have to like really build a really good conversation and like switch that authority. Like you can't approach a warm outreach and instantly just like, try to sell someone on your offer. Like, no, they're just going to leave you on red, right? Like you have to go in, same thing with anything I teach you guys in sales, conversations lead to sales. And even more so with warm outreach, you can't go in with that intention of like wanting to sell them right away. You just can't. You have to go in, you have to do it, slowly, kind of ease your way in, start a good conversation, build connection, build relationship, and then find that position to kind of work in your offer and see, if they are interested, right? So that's the thing. Like, there's so many people, even Kyle, right, who I've reached out to who literally told me they've been wanting to reach out, but just didn't have the courage. And that's the thing, just say someone's watching your content and they really resonate with who you are and they love you so much as a person, right? And you're someone they want to work with, right? But it's like, they may not have that courage to reach out to you and take that first step. So by you shooting a DM, they're going to be like, holy crap, Jake Seals just reached out to me, or Denzel just reached out to me, or Louis just reached out to me, right? And it's like instantly, like they may get excited about that, right? Because maybe they've been wanting to reach out to you for the longest time. They just didn't have the courage, and you'd never know if you don't take that step. So I'm going to show you guys with Kyle how this actually went, because it's pretty crazy. It's insane, man. And obviously this is like a mentorship perspective. Like right here, he slid up. This was like September 2024. He just slid up on my story and said facts. And this was my problem. I probably should have said something after this because he was engaging with me, right? Like, this is honestly a perfect example of how you can switch something. Like now, like the people who like do this now, who like slide up on my story and they'll be like facts or whatever, bro, I always look at their account now. And if there's any little thing that I can pick out to like start a conversation, maybe they're even a coach too. And I'll be like, appreciate you, brother. How long have you been coaching for? Or how's business been? Starting that conversation, seeing if there's any like additional value I can give them or any way I can help them, right? It's the same thing you guys should be doing with your fitness. If someone's like, sliding up your story, being like facts or, bro, this is so true or something like that, bro, go look at their account, see if there's any little thing you can pick out. Maybe you're like, appreciate you, brother. And then you see on their page, like, they're down 20 pounds already, or they're just starting their workout journey. You can be like, appreciate you, brother. I just checked your page. I see you're down 20 pounds. How long have you been working out for? Or how did you go about doing that, right? Or where are you currently at in your fitness journey? Like, spark conversation. Conversations lead to sales. You're gonna hear me say that over and over again because you need to engrave it in your head. It's so true. It's so true. You got to build connection. So, yeah, after this, I didn't say anything bad on my end, right? But it was September. I was like 3 months into my business. But this is when I outreached him. January 13th, I said, yo, brother, you got a sick physique. I see you starting to post content. What are your intentions behind that? Just very subtle, starting a conversation. He said, thank you, brother. Likewise, I want to start fitness coaching. So I was like, I got to start posting content, getting my personal brand and page rolling. Perfect. Like, see how we're going with this, right? Like, started with a simple outreach. This is like a perfect example, bro. Kyle, you're the GOAT, brother. Love working with you, man. Love you to death. You're a great dude. So I hope you don't mind me doing this. But I said, yeah, bro, 100%. That is the first step because your physique is credibility, but now you just need to build up an audience who trusts you. So you can sell to them. And honestly, I should have been sending voice messages. Like, this was back in January. This was like when I first started outreaching because like for the longest time, I would only sell people who inbounded me and I was missing out on so much money. But yeah, all of this like should have been a voice message, like 100%, but it still worked. Are you planning on doing this solo or are you serious, really looking for help to scale to 5 to 10K a month? And see, even there, like, yes, it worked, but like, I think that's way too soon. Like, we did not have anywhere near long enough of a conversation built up to actually like that was pretty bold for me to say that right there. Like, this definitely isn't the perfect example because I do think that was a little too soon for me to throw in a question like that. But, if someone really wants to work with you, it'll work, but this isn't like the best example. He said, definitely want to get some guidance with this. I said, awesome, man. What are you currently doing for work apart from coaching? Just wanted to see, like, qualify him financially. Working in a restaurant. I said, okay, are you in school or anything at the moment? No school. And then, basically just tried to move forward and get him on a call as soon as possible, right? So we could talk more. This is not a great example, to be honest, now that I think about it. That was nowhere near enough conversation built up for me to like throw my offer in like that. But the good thing is, the only reason it worked is because Kyle like already had in his mind, like he wanted to do this. He wanted guidance, right? He's been following me for a while. That's the only reason it worked. But someone who has not been following you as long, this is not going to work. I promise you. You need way more conversation and connection. So to be honest, this was a pretty bad example. So I'm actually sorry for that. But it still worked. We got on the call and was able to get Kyle into the program. But yeah, that's not the best example now that I think about it, man. I'm sorry. You guys can kind of get the point, but like what I think the only difference I want you guys to know is it does take more conversation with that. And like, you'll realize like some people you outreach are just already going to be like initially very skeptical from the start. So like, this is why you really have to be like a lot softer of approach and kind of just, slowly build that conversation and trust, because what you're trying to do is like when you reach out to them first, you're losing all authority right away. So you have to like kind of regain their trust and kind of flip the switch type of thing. But yeah, with the outreach, I'm telling you guys, like, you got to be hungry. If you want to build your business, you want to grow, you want to get more clients, you cannot sit around and wait for inbound 24/7. You have to go and hunt for your leads and your clients as well. This is also going to get you so much better at sales, so much better, just get you so much more experience. Like my guy Noah, literally 18 years old. The only reason he's been able to make, over $1,000 in 2 months is because this dude sends like 50 DMs a day. Like Noah, like that's the level of like hunger you need. Like Noah's like, screw this. Like I'm just starting content. I'm not going to sit around and, wait for all these inbound leads, right? Like I'm going to do something about it. I want to get clients. I want to build my business. And that's the approach he's had. He's sending literally 50 DMs a day and booking calls and getting these people, right? It's like, that's the level of hunger you need, especially in the beginning when you want to get up off the ground, guys. Like when you're more established, obviously you're going to get a lot more qualified inbound leads coming to you, but still, bro, even where I'm at, I still send inbound leads, I still send warm outreach, any free time I have, I'm going through my followers, going through my content, seeing who's engaging, right? Just shooting quick DMs, starting conversations. When I'm at the damn gym, in between sets, I'm working DMs, right? That's the level of hunger you guys need to have. Like you have to want this, There's no reason you guys shouldn't be able to, be bringing in, consistent clients with this approach. If you're hungry and you really want, you should be searching to get guys on the team, right? This is the fastest way you're going to be able to get clients in and build your business. I promise you. So guys, please put the ego down. I know it hurts sometimes. Like you send 10 DMs, maybe 9 of them left you on red. I know it hurts. Don't stop trying. I promise you, sales is a constant game of rejection. But if you can overcome, that fear of rejection and just do it anyway, you're good. Like, what are you losing? What are you losing? If you don't send anything, you don't take the shot anyway, nothing's happening either way. But if you take the shot and you miss, okay, at least you tried. You're not losing anything from sending a warm outreach. So I'm telling you guys, put the ego aside, send the outreach, man. Get hungry, get in the DMs, and get you some more clients. I'm telling you guys, this is how you're going to build your business faster. So I hope this helps. What's up, boys? So in this module, I'm going to cover everything you need to know about pre-qualifying a prospect, and then getting them into your program, right? So here's the thing. There's like a 3-step process that you need from every individual to qualify them and see like, is this person even qualified to get on a call with me, right? Or to work with me. Here's the thing. This pertains to, those of you guys who are like more so trying to just get up off the ground and you're not actually established yet. You need to be taking every sales call possible, as many sales calls as possible, right? It's a little different when you're more established, right? Because then you can be more selective with certain guys you want to bring on the team and all that type of stuff. You don't have to take a call with everyone, especially when you can tell right away that they're probably not the most qualified, right? But it's very different when you're trying to get up off the ground. Like in the beginning, as frustrating as it was, I literally took so many sales calls. Even if I knew they weren't very qualified and they didn't have money or whatever it was, I always took those calls. Because here's the thing. One, someone may seem very skeptical in the DMs, but the second you actually get on a call with them, I've had so many of these calls, when you sit down face to face and you actually have a really good conversation, you build connection, you build trust, they resonate with you, they may actually open their budget, right? They may have came into it very skeptical, making it seem like they didn't want to pay anything, right? Just very skeptical. But it's like over that call, if you can build that trust, their budget may open and completely change. And you would have never known if you never would have gotten on the call. But here's the thing. There's no better way to get better at selling than like trying to sell people that are literally unsellable. That's why you guys trying to get up off the ground need to be getting on as many sales calls as possible, because you need reps, you need experience, right? Like you need to go through multiple different calls, working with all different types of people. Like
hearing these objections over and over and over again, because that's what's going to help you easily start to be able to overcome them, right? Like when you hear an objection, 20 different times, it's like when you hear it again, it's going to be like, all right, I know exactly how to get around this, right? It's like you're not going to sit there and stutter and be like, but like you need to know, like you need to be sharp, right? Like you need to know like what you're doing when they speak these things, right? Because obviously every objection is a limiting belief that this person has. So you're not arguing with them. You're not yelling at them, be like, buy my coach. No, like you're just like trying to literally just point them to the truth. You hear their objection, their limiting belief that they have either within themselves or within, the program that you're trying to sell, right? And you work around it. You point them to the truth, right? So that's all this is. But take as many calls as possible. I don't care if they're the most unqualified person in the world. Yes, it's going to be frustrating, but this is how you're going to get better at sales a lot quicker, and it's going to help you down the road, especially when you move into high ticket. I'm very thankful for all the frustrating sales calls I've taken when I first started. It sucked, but it got me better, and I'm so thankful for it. So first things first, when you're going through the DM, there's 3 things you need to qualify someone, right? First thing, obviously you need to know, can I help this person, right? And that's pretty self-explanatory. As a fitness coach, you realistically should be able to help pretty much anyone. No matter whether they want to lose weight, gain weight, whatever it may be, you should be able to help anyone. But here's the thing. You need to like I've said a million times, and you guys know, conversations lead to sales. Stop, trying to rush people onto a call, or just escort them to the sale as quick as possible. This is how you're going to lose people. You got to have a good conversation. You got to build trust. You got to build connection. You got to resonate with them, right? So have good conversations, guys. Get a good understanding of like, where's this person at? Why do they even want to make this change? What change do they want to make specifically? What's been holding them back from doing that, right? You need to understand all these things. So that's number 1. Number 2, you need to qualify them by age, right? This is obvious, right? You don't want to be working with anyone, under 18, I'd say, right? Because 1, anyone under 18, they can't finance for like a firm, Klarna, all that stuff. They're not eligible for that. But 2, anyone under 18 probably isn't going to be mature. They probably don't have a job, probably don't have money saved up, right? So they're not financially qualified either. And they're not really people who are going to come in and like take your coaching serious and actually get good results anyway. So it's like just not a good ideal situation, right? So even for me, like I don't even like working with guys under 20. And obviously there's a select few of you who are under 20 and you're in between the 18 to 20 range. And it's rare. Those of you guys who are in here that I do pick to join my coaching who are under 20, there's a reason for it. You guys are very mature for your age. You're not like, you're not the average 19-year-old or 18-year-old. You guys are like very dedicated, very hardworking, very disciplined, very mature for your age. So obviously that's a lot different. That's not very common, right? So that's the thing. I would recommend no one like under 20, but again, you're going to get those few guys who are just like very mature for their age, and it's like they're always worth taking, right? So obviously age is a really big thing. And then the third one, this is most important, you need to financially qualify them. Now, those of you guys who are just starting out, you're selling the low ticket, $200 a month, $450 for 3 months, whatever. This is going to be a lot easier for you, right? Because it's like they don't have to have a super big budget to work with you. It's very cheap coaching. I feel like literally anyone with a job should be able to afford that, right? So that's the thing. You won't run into many issues as far as that. When you get into high ticket, that's when that becomes an issue. But you want to do it in a smooth way, right? Like you don't want to just be like, you don't want to ask them like how much money do you have saved up or something like that. Like you don't want to ever do that. You want to do it smart. So like I would normally ask a question of like, curious, what are you currently doing for work right now? Just want to get a better understanding of your day-to-day schedule and routine, right? As simple as that. That's how you can do it, right? So you do it in a way to where you want to see like what is their day-to-day like how long are they at work? How can we like fit meals around this and their training and all that stuff, right? It's like that's how you kind of need to put it. So you want to be smooth about it, right? And then obviously that's going to tell you like, okay, are they financially qualified? Normally when someone tells me like, oh, I don't have a job or,
don't really have any money saved up or anything like that, that's when I would go into like, okay, like, do you have good credit? Because obviously, I've gotten tons of people who literally had no budget, but they had great credit. They were able to go through a firm or Klarna and, were able to, do this no problem, right? So that's kind of where I would go from there. If they don't have a budget or work a job, ask them, do you have good credit? That may be the determining factor, right? But after those questions, obviously you want to get them on a call as soon as possible when you see, they're qualified. So I normally go about it a way of like, after I have a really good conversation with someone, I'll dive into the fact of like, I'll ask them, when is your soonest availability to jump on a call? Really just want to get a better understanding as to where you're at and see exactly how I can help you, right? That's kind of how I always go about it. Here's the thing. If they can, like, best case scenario, if they can get on a call right then and there, or like in the next hour, or like that same day, that's obviously best case scenario. The guys, you got to understand, like, from the time they reach out to you until when you get them on a call, the faster you can do it, the better, because that's the warmest they're going to be. Like, if you wait like a week later to get them on a call, not good, right? Because it's like, what's happening is they're getting colder and colder. They're sitting there thinking to themselves every single day, about this investment, about doing your coaching, right? And their mind is going to slowly talk themselves out of it, so that's the problem with it. You can't, you want to get them on a call as soon as possible. You need to be urgent. And obviously the guys who are most urgent for you as well are going to be the ones who are actually committed, right? So that's the thing. But obviously if you can't get them on a call right then and there, this is when, this comes into play, the relentless, or I'm sorry, just a coaching qualification. So I'm going to show you guys how I set this up through Calendly. That way you guys can kind of do the same thing, right? So this is what you would send someone. If they can't get on a call that same day, they would go and book a call at their soonest availability. But this also pre-qualifies them as well. This is more so something that you would put on like your YouTube, or you could even put it in like your TikTok bio to have people like book calls through there, and it will like pre-qualify them. But this is also what I use for the guys who have to book through the DM, right? So what it kind of looks like is you go through here, you pick a day, pick a time. And then right here, obviously you put your name, email, all that stuff. And then first question, and you might already know this, right? Because you went through the DM. But again, this could be people from YouTube. This could be people from TikTok. So you need these questions, right? First question, this is only for men 18 plus who are determined to transform their body. Do you confirm that you are over the age of 18 and are determined to make a change? Then in parentheses, if you are under 18 or not fully committed to changing yourself, do not book a call. You want to make that very clear so they can check yes. Also confirm you're booking this call because you're looking for help attaining the ultimate version of your physique, mindset, and self. That's important too. You want to make sure that they are serious and you're on the right page. What is your physique-based goal within the next 180 days? Lose all body fat and get six-pack abs, gain a ton of muscle and size, or maybe a mix of both, right? These are all just multiple choice. Right here, if I were to help you achieve the goals stated above, how much would that mean to you? So this is an open-ended. They go through, can fill that out. And then right here, the budgeting question. This is the most important. Here's the thing. I have, 500 to 750, 1K to 2K, 3K plus. Obviously, this is more high ticket. Here's the thing. I'm just giving you guys a layout of like what I had. But when you guys go and make these questions and like have your answer choices, I want you guys to do what's most appropriate for your specific coaching offer, right? Because obviously, if you're just starting out, you're not going to have this budget range here. So please, like, don't copy this. Make your own for that. And you could always go back and like edit it, as you get into higher ticket or whatever it may be. But I want you guys to know you don't have to copy this all word for word, and you shouldn't. Like, make it more appropriate for your coaching offer. You could even change, some of these answer choices or whatever it may be. Do this in your own unique way. I don't want you guys to just copy this word for word, right? I want you to make it, make more sense for your coaching specifically. But obviously budget is the most important one. Their current budget for physique and mindset coaching. And I have here, do not book a call if you are not ready to invest in your future. This may turn a lot of people away, but good. They weren't serious anyway. And that's the thing. If this scares them away, They weren't committed anyway. They weren't serious, and it's not worth your time. But if you're accepted into this program, when would you like to start working towards your dream physique? I want to start working toward my dream physique immediately, or the second 1+ months. Please don't book a call. Book when you are ready to start. That's very important. Obviously, if they're not ready to get started, as soon as possible, not really worth getting on a call with them. Obviously just let them know, please just don't book a call, book when you're ready to get started. And then right here, confirm you understand that if you do not show up to the call you schedule without notice or letting me know beforehand, any calls you book in the future will be canceled. This is huge. Gotta show them the level of urgency and also the seriousness of this. You got to show that you take your coaching very serious, and you're not here to mess around and BS and just have people waste your time, right? You respect their time as much as they should respect yours. So this is crucial. You got to let them know, listen, if you don't show up to this call without letting me know or giving me any sort of notice, any call you book in the future, I'm going to cancel it, right? So let them know that. And then obviously they put their phone number down below, and then they can schedule the event. So this is the Calendly. This is what you would put in your YouTube, and then you would send this to people through the DM for people who can't get on a call with you that same day. Now what I'm going to show you is my Typeform, right? So with Typeform, this is what I ripped for TikTok. When I started fitness coaching, I had about, I think like 65K followers on TikTok. So I had this large audience, but I wasn't really using them. Everything I was doing was through Instagram DMs, but mind you, I only had like 6.5K on Instagram. So what I did was I went and I made this Typeform and I put it in my TikTok bio. Now, mind you, you do have to have at least 1,000 followers to put a link in your bio on TikTok. But this was really good because I would just get people straight from TikTok. So I was able to leverage that audience as well, because obviously not everyone from TikTok is just going to like go straight to my Instagram. So this was really good. So I did that. And I actually got a lot of sales through the Typeform, which was really, really good. I'm going to walk you guys through this now. So it kind of looks something like this. I'm going to walk you guys through. And this is how you can kind of edit it all. You could do this on Google Forms as well. And again, if you don't want to do like a coaching application like this, again, you can just put like your Calendly in your TikTok bio as well and have people just go through that, get pre-qualified and book a call. You could do it that way too. I just thought this was better because I always wanted to like reach out to people first, like before they would just go and book a call. It's kind of weird, like jumping on a call with someone before they ever even like you ever even speak to them. That's kind of just how I always did it, but I can walk you guys through this. So right here, it would start like this. They would click the link, so you want to work directly with me as your online fitness coach to help you reach your goals. Click that button below to get started. And then obviously name. And then their age. So this is important as well. Mind you, the guys coming through here, you haven't like talked to them yet. They're just coming straight through TikTok. So obviously all these questions are very, very important. The reason I liked the Typeform was because after someone would fill this out, you would get an email, and then you can go through and determine like who you want to reach out to specifically, like who's qualified and who's not. And here's the thing. When you're making these forms, this is the mistake that I made in the beginning. You need to make sure that these questions are on required, right? Because I didn't do that. Because when you're making the questions, you're going to see that like in settings or whatever, there's a little box that says like make question required or like make this a requirement or something. Make sure you check that because I didn't have that. And then people would just go through and literally like submit blank forms. And it used to piss me off. Just like people just like trolling, right? And like, here's the thing, even though these are required, there's still some people who will go through and just troll and like write random answers, and it's annoying, but like for the most part, you'll get pretty serious people. So here's what happens, like, when you make the question required, if I go to try to continue, it says, please fill this in. So it is a requirement, which is good. This is what you want. So, right here, height and weight. It's a good question. And right here, are you currently employed? If so, what do you do? This gives me an idea of your daily activity. Again, doing it in a smooth way. to get an idea of their budget, right? So this is a very important question. If you could pick one, what is your current main goal? Just a standard multiple choice, get an understanding of their goals. So either maximize my strength and muscle growth, lose weight or tone up, focus on improving my diet, or to be fully coached and held accountable. And then what is your number one struggle right now? Could be losing fat, could be holding myself accountable, could be staying disciplined, whatever it may be. How many days a week do you currently exercise? Not super important. When are you looking to start coaching? So obviously this is good. You want urgency. So I put down here, I'm looking for people who are ready to take action now. If this isn't a good time for you, then please apply when you are ready to get started. So you're looking for people who are ready now. Obviously, on a scale of 1 to 10, how committed are you to achieving these goals? 1 being the lowest, 10 being the highest. And this is the most important question, budgeting, right? How they're approaching this financial investment. So I kind of like the way I did it on here a lot better than the coaching qualification on Calendly, because when you put numbers, it can kind of scare people, especially with the fact that if I'm charging like 4K and it's like I have that in there, but it's like realistically they could just go through a firm if they have good credit and pay like as little as $130 a month. Obviously that changes a lot, so I kind of like this approach a lot better. So it doesn't like scare them away with numbers, so I just put one, I don't have much to invest into myself, or, I have some money to invest, or I'm willing to do whatever it takes. Right. And then under here, I should have put in like parentheses or something like, if you're not in a position to invest in yourself, please do not book a call or please do not move forward or something like that. You can do that if you want. I didn't, but very good question. Where did you hear about me? This one's good too. See where they came from. And then their phone number. This is how, you would reach out to them, right? You'll receive a text message if your application is approved. So yeah, that's basically everything as far as those two. I ripped with Typeform. I mean, I got a lot of sales through this with TikTok. It was really, really good. I liked it because I didn't have to spend too much time talking to them. They were kind of pre-qualified. I'd shoot them a couple text messages, talk a little bit, get them on a call. It was super, super smooth. So I like this approach a lot. Really, really good, man. And again, here's the thing. Like I tell you guys, it's all about building connection and trust, right? Like you need to have good conversations with these people. You don't want to be scripty. You don't want to sound robotic, right? Like you want to have really good conversations. Resonate with them, especially those guys who it's like, they're currently going through certain problems or struggles that you faced in the past. If you can resonate with them on that level, super, super good. Like that is always going to be the best type of client. And those are like the easiest people to sell, right? But that's the thing. Obviously, everything we pretty much do is through the DMs. So you're going to be having a lot of your conversations in there, pre-qualifying people, getting an understanding of who they are, being able to connect with them and all that good stuff. And then, this little stuff here is just extra for qualifying and all that stuff. But mainly you're going to be doing everything through the DMs. So I'm telling you guys, it's going to be tough at first, but the more and more reps you can get with like texting different types of people, the more and more you can go through this process and framework and structure, and the more DMs you can like have, obviously the quicker you're going to get better. So it's all reps. I'm telling you guys, like I've been through this process so many times that it's like, I could pretty much tell right away, like if someone's like a good lead or not by the way, like they approach me in the DMs. Especially like on our calls. Like the first question I'll ask on a call is like, why'd you reach out to me specifically over like all these other coaches? That's going to tell me a lot about that individual, right? It's going to tell me how nurtured they are and how much of my content they've actually watched, right? You can tell, like obviously if someone isn't very nurtured and they haven't watched much of your content, they're going to be much harder to sell because they don't have as strong of a connection to you, right? So that's always super, super important. And like you can kind of tell that within the DMs. Like there's a lot of dudes who DM me who it's like they may not even be following me, and I'm like, oh yeah, like this guy just like hasn't even watched any of my content. Like he's not serious, right? So that's the thing. You want these guys to come in nurtured. You want them to have a good understanding of like who you are, what you do, your story, who you are as a person, the way that you think, how you operate, what your mindset's like all these things. You want them to feel like they know you before even speaking to you. And that's obviously the power of your content. That is what's going to drive in more quality leads, right? But I hope I hope this gave you a good understanding of, the qualifying process and all that stuff. Again, don't overcomplicate it. Have good conversations. Treat these people like genuine people, right? Like, especially with objections. Like, you want to get to the point where you hear these objections so much that like literally it's like it like the back of your hand. Like, exactly how to get around it. I'm telling you guys, like, you never, like, with objections, it's just limiting beliefs. You never want to argue with these people. You don't want to yell at them, right? It's just like, overcoming their limiting beliefs and pointing them to the truth, right? You're actually doing these people a favor. A lot of the truth you're going to tell them is obviously, you can't be afraid to be like, not like mean to these people, but like by telling them the truth, it may hurt their feelings in the moment, but if it's going to push them to be better, it's worth it, right? That's your job as a coach. So you're trying to push them to their highest potential. So with the limiting beliefs that they have, it may hurt their feelings a little bit, what you're going to say to them, but you're just pointing them to the truth. And a lot of people are going to thank you for that later on when they do actually turn their life around and get the results that they want. So you guys got to understand that objections is all limiting beliefs. Don't treat it like the super scary thing. Like, you should expect objections. Like, you should expect people to say no to your coaching, because obviously if they knew, getting on that call, they were going to invest, they would have already paid you, but they're on that call because they need your help pointing them to the truth and helping them make that decision. So like, you shouldn't be surprised when like someone says no right away. Like, obviously, it's your job to like kind of direct them more so to the truth and help them make this decision, right? So that's how you should treat sales. Like, every call you get on, you should already expect that these people are going to say no, and what truth do you have to overcome their limiting beliefs to help them, make this decision, right? That's what you're kind of working through. So again, guys, this is all reps. It's time in the game. It's reps. It's staying consistent with it, talking with a lot of people, and you will get better over time. So I hope this video helped.
What's up, boys? So, as far as structuring your sales calls, this is something, it's not super complicated. Like, again, I say this all the time. I don't want you guys to look at this as sales. You're not selling something, right? Like, you guys need to understand, like, having a sales call, right? It shouldn't be, to the point where you're almost having to like force your offer onto that person to get them to buy. That's not sales. It's genuinely finding people who resonate with you, see you as the solution to their problems, and then, you knowing that you can provide what they need and you guys are a good fit to work together. Your sales calls should never be like you like forcing your offer onto someone to get them to buy. That's just not how you want to approach it at all. Through the DMs and leading up to the sales call, as far as like that pre-qualification process works, like you saw in the other modules, someone should already, like, by the time you get to a sales call, realistically, someone should already be so well nurtured just from watching your content and consuming a lot of it. And then also that conversation that you had before the sales call, they should already be so well nurtured that all you're really doing with the sales call is kind of just to go over details and pricing. That's really it, unless obviously they're just like booking straight from like your YouTube or something and you didn't have an opportunity to text them before prior. That's a different story. But the way I typically like to do my sales calls is, as far as jumping on the call itself, right? What I'll typically tend to do is the first like 10 minutes, I'll just go deeper into discovery. Normally by the time I get on that sales call, I already have a really good understanding of, that client, their situation, things like budget, all that type of stuff, especially from the pre-qualifying questions with the Calendly. But I do go a lot deeper into discovery as far as, starting off that sales call. Like, the first question I ask someone when I jump on a sales call is, why did you choose me specifically out of all of the other coaches out there? Right there, that's going to tell you right away how well nurtured is this potential prospect already, right? Like, they're going to tell you, not only give you feedback of like, okay, what about, your content stuck out to them? What about your content helped them to trust you? What about your content helped to build a connection with them? Like, this is going to be all very important things, right? So that question of asking them, like, why did you reach out to me specifically? That's going to tell you everything you need to know to kind of like double down more of within your content, like what's even driving in the most amount of traffic. Very, very important, right? But that's also going to tell you how well nurtured they already are. Like, if someone, like, if you ask someone that and they just give you a very like generic response, like, okay, this person probably hasn't watched much of my content. They're probably not too serious. I don't really think they're here to, actually, use my help and purchase this coaching, right? Like, I don't think they're serious about this investment. You can kind of tell right off the bat, like, how is this sales call going to go, right? It's a very important question to start off because obviously, if someone sits there and gives you a very detailed response and they show that, like, it seems like they already know you, that's kind of the whole point. Like, you want people to get on these calls with you feeling as if they already know you from watching so much of your content, you shooting those voice messages back and forth in the DM, building really good connection and trust. They should be getting on this call feeling as if they already know you. And then usually what you want to hear, is why someone chose you over anyone else because they really like you, they resonate with you the most out of everyone else, and they know they can trust you. And those are the most important things that you need when someone's determining whether to buy from you or not. So that's going to be a really important question. And then after that, obviously, just go a lot deeper into discovery, go a lot deeper into like, what is their current situation? Why do they even want to make this change specifically, right? Maybe what's been holding them back from actually being able to take the action on their own, right? Why haven't they been able to make this change on their own yet, right? What's been holding them back from doing that? And then really just go deep into discovery. That way, if any objections do tend to come up down the road, you can use this as ammunition. You can use this as leverage against them, right? When it comes down to pricing, because the whole point is your prospect needs to feel that the solution you have to offer them, the solution that you have to their problems, is far going to exceed the amount of money they have to pay, right? The return that they're going to get on their investment with, you know, reaching their goals with their physique, bettering their mindset, going through the personal development and overall just becoming a way better man for themselves, their family, their peers, right? Like that, those things should far outweigh, the price they have to invest into you, right? Because it's changing their whole entire life, so they need to be able to understand that. But these questions are really, really important because you need to get deep into this stuff. And if you can find any, like, this is something I do really well on my sales calls is, and majority of you guys probably know this from having the call with me. um, I find any little way possible that I can make a connection, right? These calls is all about building connection and building even more trust, right? Like, they should already be well nurtured by the time they get on the call, but you're just like reinsuring that even more, so if you can find any little point within what they're going through or their current situation that, like, you can relate to, you can tie something back to your story and when you were in a similar position, I'm telling you, it's going to be very, very easy to sell from there. If you can make these little small connections and resonate with them on that much deeper of a level, you are going to, have a really high chance of closing this, right? um so that's what's really, really important. Those are key things I look for. But after kind of having a really good conversation with this individual, I learn more about them and their motives and their situation and why they want to do this and all that good stuff. Through all that, I'll determine, like, okay, is this person really a good fit? Normally by this point, after having a really good conversation, this is someone that, I not only resonate with really well and I actually want to bring on board to work with me, but they also resonate with me really well at the same time. And once we kind of get to that point, you'll feel it within the call that, like, okay, this is a really good conversation. This person's a really good fit. I know I can help them. They know I have the solutions to their problems. They trust me. This is when it's a good time to actually move forward. So, what I always do, and this is what I would highly, highly, highly recommend. I know a lot of you guys don't have a course built out yet, but you can still utilize your Trainerize. You can still utilize workout programs, all that type of stuff. So, what you guys need to be doing is after, you have a really good conversation, what I'll typically tend to do is I'll ask that individual, okay, on a scale of 1 to 10, how bad do you really want to get these results? Like on a scale of 1 to 10, how bad is this something that you actually want to move forward with and get these results that you're looking for? And hopefully if they say like an 8 or above, they're very serious about it, right? So from there, I'm very upfront with people. I want them to know exactly what they are getting, exactly what they can expect to get inside of the program before they actually buy it. Because it's very hard to sit there and kind of just like briefly explain everything they'd be getting and all that stuff. And then you kind of just like price drop on them. Like you need to visually show them and walk them through exactly what it looks like inside of your program, because this is what's going to actually kind of reinsure them why they're paying the amount they're paying, right? So what I'll do is, when I know someone wants to move forward, I'll just say, awesome, brother. Listen, I'm very upfront, right? I'm a genuine dude. I don't want any misunderstanding. So, what I'm going to do is I'm going to share my screen and I'm going to show you exactly what you can expect to get inside of this mentorship, right? I'm going to show you firsthand, exactly what you will be getting. That way, there's no confusion, there's no misunderstanding. You can have a full understanding of exactly what to expect with working with me one on one and everything you will have access to, right? So then I go ahead, I share my screen, I show them the whole entire school, I walk through the whole entire community, I show them the entire one on one dashboard they'd be getting. I kind of walk them through, like, as far as like the one on one access, like, what is their access to me, whether they choose the tier where it's like calls each and every single week, or calls bi-weekly, whatever it may be. I show them that they have access to the one-on-one calls, 24/7 access to my phone number. I tell them the importance of like, you know, actually having access. Like when I say access, I mean access. Like you guys know there's guys who literally text me every day and it's like that's what I want, right? Because it's like I know if someone's not keeping in touch with me and they're not booking the one-on-one calls, then it's like, okay, either that individual just doesn't care or somehow they just must have it all figured out. And it's like, I don't like that. I'm here to actually build real relationships with the guys that I work with, because that's what actually makes the coaching experience and that's what gives you fulfillment, right? There's nothing better than bringing on guys who you genuinely resonate with so much, building a great relationship with them and seeing their personal development over time, right? So, I walk them through the importance of the one-on-one aspect, how I'm guiding them through everything, how we're able to build a relationship, you know, how much access they actually have to me personally. So I go through all that. I tell them about, obviously all my calls are recorded. They get access to all the calls. They can watch it over, all that good stuff. Um, and then also tell them about the community aspect, not just the course, but also how I have all of my one-on-one guys in their own group chat as well. And this is something I recommend you guys do with all of your clients, because here's where it's huge. The reason I have all of my one-on-one guys in their own group chat is because while they not only have access to me, right, while they not only have access to me directly, they have a whole community of like-minded individuals who are doing the same thing, have the same type of mindset. They all understand each other and they can all bounce, ideas off of each other and help each other grow. And that's the most important thing, right? So it's like, that's the thing. You'll understand that, like, you can have more clients by doing this because your clients won't always have to rely directly on you for everything, because they also have a whole community of other guys as well that they can go to with literally anything they need. So like, that's the importance of it. When you put all your guys in a group chat, they're going to be competing against each other. Everyone's going to be pushing each other. It's going to make everyone, that want to work that much harder. And it just, everyone builds up that much quicker. So I recommend having that community aspect as well. Before, I know a lot of you guys don't have a course yet, and that's fine. That's something you'll be able to scale into, but 100% community is very, very important. So once I walk them through that whole process, then basically from there, I ask them, based off of everything I showed you so far, you know, how does this look as far as, the mentorship goes? Is this something that you really do want to move forward with? They'll say, yeah. And then we go straight into pricing. What I'll do is I'll break down my pricing tiers. I know a lot of you guys may not have this yet as well, especially if you're just starting out. You're at the $200 a month, $450 for 3 months. That's completely fine. when you walk through these tiers, always like, you want to start with your highest offer, obviously, and then kind of work down. But I more so, as far as my tiers go, I kind of, you know, I guess, what's the word? I kind of promote the offer that I think would best fit that individual, right? So I kind of just work through my pricing. And one thing you guys need to understand, again, it's not a huge issue when you're charging low ticket, but this is more so when you get to like $1,000, $1,500, $2,000 plus. This is when you get to the point to where financing is going to be your best friend. So you guys need to understand that, right? Like everything, the ins and outs of financing. I cover this with you guys on one-on-one calls. I have a lot about financing within, the systems set up as well with the Stripe. So you guys can fully learn how all that works. But financing is very, very crucial. Every time I go and I drop my price, I say, again, this isn't something you have to pay in full. I do have financing options and affordable payment plans available as well, so you don't have to drop this in full. That's very important because, you know, with where my prices are at, not many people can go and just drop that much in full, right? It's expensive. And that's the thing, having that financing option available, the payment plans, it not only works for your client, it's more comfortable for them, it's affordable, something they can actually do and commit to. And then on your end, you get the money up front. So both ends of the party, it works in both favors, which is really, really good, right? So you want to walk through that pricing, figure out what the best option is going to be for them. If they're going to go the financing route, obviously get them set up with a firm, check their purchasing power, make sure they're actually eligible to do this. And then from there, right, make sure the payment goes through on the phone. I can't stress this enough. I can't even tell you guys how many times, when I was first starting with sales, that, I didn't get the payment on the phone. They gave me some excuse of like, oh, my wallet's in my car, send the payment link over and I'll pay it, when I get to it. Or, oh, I have to go do this, send the payment link over and I'll get to it. Right. And it's like, you guys need to understand, it's a lot of the times, I mean, I'd say 90% of the time it's BS completely. They're just using it as an excuse to get off the phone because they don't want to tell you no. But very rarely have I actually had someone have like a legitimate reason to where they couldn't pay right then and there. And then they went through with it. Like normally I can sometimes tell someone's level of commitment, but a lot of the times it's just going to be BS. And, if they're trying to make an excuse to get off the phone and make the payment later, that's when you can say, listen, man, like, you told me this is something you really want to do. If price is an issue, please let me know. And I can do anything I can to try to work that out for you because the last thing I want to do is for you to pass up on a program that you really want, that you really need, and these are the results you want to get. The last thing, you know, I'd want is to lose you over a price. So what can I do, to get you started today? Whether that's payment plan, financing, breaking up the payment into two halves, whatever that may be. But it's like if they're trying to get off the phone, there's something that's holding them back with the price. So you do need to kind of figure out that objection. But yeah, always like, you want to get them set up on the phone, right? So like shoot over the payment link, walk them through it, show them how to actually do it, right? Whether they're just paying in full or they're going through a firm. And once you actually do get the payment to go through, that's when, you need to start that onboarding process as soon as possible, right? Like as soon as people buy from me, literally on the call, I get them set up with the course. I get them into the group chat. I set up their Notion dashboard. I get our first onboarding call booked for literally, if not that same day, the next day, or as soon as they possibly can, right? So I reassure them that like, listen, you made the investment, you're getting access to all this stuff. We're getting to work right away. Like there's no time to wait. The worst thing that ever happened to me was the first investment I ever made into I'm not going to say his name, but the first investment I ever made into my first mentor, it was $5,000. I had $200 to my name. Scariest investment I ever made in my life. I didn't get access to anything until a full week later. I didn't even get a call with this guy until a full week later. You know what that did to me? I had insane buyer's remorse. I was questioning what I did because this mentor, I thought it was a scam. He didn't reinsure me of my investment. There was no urgency. There was no like, getting me started as soon as possible, right? So I almost thought I got scammed, right? And that's the worst thing you can do. Like, you need to understand when people are making an uncomfortable investment, if you're not reassuring their investment as fast as possible and making them feel safe with the purchase they just made, that's going to lead to a lot of buyer's remorse. And you're going to have all these people who buy from you and then literally, like, that same night or the next day, they're going to text you and be like, hey, man, listen, like, I was fully on board, but like, now thinking it over, like, I don't think I can afford this. I don't think, like, all the excuses come up, right? And that's the last thing you want to run into. So I'm telling you, as soon as they make that payment, stay on the call with them, get that onboarding process set up as soon as possible. In your guys' case, it's going to be shooting them over the email for their Trainerize, right? Getting all their information so you can go ahead and create their diet as soon as possible. And you should have their training program, their meal program sent over to them literally, if not that same day, the next following day, right? That's how fast you should be acting on this. And before you get off that call as well, you should also be booking a one-on-one call with that client a week later from when you're getting them set up to start the plan, right? So you can talk about how that first week was, any questions they have, things they're struggling with the diet or accessing their Trainerize or anything it might be, right? You should have a call with them a week later to talk about everything they've done within that week and continue to, get them pushing forward and making progress. So I'm telling you guys, these sales calls, they don't have to be super long. Mine tend to be longer than they actually should be because I do feel that um, I have really long conversations with people. I like to build really good connection and, like, honestly, like, it's not even needed, but like that's just kind of how I am. I want to make sure that like that person's a good fit and I really resonate with them. So I take a pretty long time on my sales calls, but like definitely not necessary. But that's just how I like doing it, man. I like getting on these calls. I like talking with this individual, finding out if they're a good fit, building connection, and really just, you know, making sure that this is actually, the right fit for them. It's financially makes sense, and they're going to be someone I can trust to actually put in the work because that's most important. But I hope this video helped. Listen, these sales calls, the only way to get better at them is just taking multiple over and over and over again. I know you guys, you can watch this video, take insight, structure your call in a similar way. But again, you're not going to really get good at this until you take them over and over and over again. I'm at a point to where I've taken so many sales calls that I have kind of figured out the best structure that, works for me now, and that may be a little bit different for you, right? So you're not going to learn, until you really get that experience. So I recommend you record all of your sales calls as well, not only to send them to me to look at so I can give you feedback, but also for yourself. you know Study those calls that you didn't sell, figure out what went wrong, what you could have said better, right? Or the calls that you do close, study those as well. What did you do right? Why was this person so ready to buy? Why did they have no objections, right? How did you structure this call? These are things that, like, you guys need to be studying to really start to master, your sales calls and build your confidence as a coach. So I hope this video helps. And again, you know, take as many calls as possible, get the reps, get the experience. You guys are going to get better over time. So hope this helps. Continue to, keep crushing. What's going on, boys? So today I want to go over client onboarding. And many times in business, this is very, very overlooked. But you guys got to realize, like, the second someone pays you, right? Client onboarding, like, not only how fast you can get them onboarded, but like how well of a job you can do it, like how well you can reassure that the money they just invested to you or invested into you is one of the most crucial things. Because here's the thing: if someone pays you and then you're just like waiting around, don't give them everything, like, don't, like, kind of just like basically, reassure their investment, they're going to get very skeptical. This is when they start to get doubts. And then it may even lead them to buyer's remorse of like instantly just like wanting a refund because they get scared about the money they just invested. So this is why it's so important. The second that someone, pays for your coaching, you need to show that you're taking care of them. You need to be urgent. You need to get them set up as soon as possible and get them all the necessary information that they need and get to work immediately. Because I'm telling you, the last thing you want to do, I remember one of my first mentors did this and it really got in my head. I literally, this was like the biggest purchase of my life. I dropped like 5K on a loan when I only had $200 to my name. And literally, I didn't get started with this mentor until a whole week later. And during that whole first week, I was texting him. I was like, bro, like, is there anything I'm supposed to be doing yet? Like, you know, is there anything I can receive or like, what are we doing here? It's like, I was just kind of left in the dust. And he was like, oh, no, bro, we'll cover everything first call. And it's like, no, like you can't do that because that whole entire first week, I was skeptical, right? I just made this insane investment that I couldn't afford. And it's like that whole week, I'm just in my head, like, did I just get scammed? Like, what's going on? Like, I was having that buyer's remorse. And like, that's the thing. It can cause you a lot of problems with your business if you're not taking care of that client right away. So, here we go. Let's just say the second you basically, all right, so here's how I kind of did it with fitness coaching, and I recommend you guys do the same. One, always, always, always get the payments over the phone. That way you ensure that, like, okay, they're actually serious, they're moving forward. Because I'm telling you, I've heard the excuse a million times of like, oh, bro, well, my wallet's in my car, we'll jump off this car and send me over the payment link, I'll get it to you like whenever. Oh, bro, I gotta go take care of this real quick, then I'll get it to you. It's like, here's the thing with prospects, they'll lie to you any way possible just for an excuse to get off the phone. Like, I don't know why, but prospects would much rather lie than like tell you the truth that like they're not going to do it. So it's just an excuse to get off the phone. So always, always, always get payments before you jump off the call. Make sure it goes through. But yeah, that's for a whole nother module. I'm going to cover sales in depth and all that. But yeah, so let's just say you're on a call, right? Payment just went through, they just paid, everything's good. Instead of getting off the call with them, move forward right then and there. Be like, okay, when is the soonest you are able to start your programs, right? Get that information. Hopefully they say as soon as tomorrow, right? That's best case scenario because obviously you don't want to do it the same day. They need time to go to the grocery store, get the foods and everything, all that stuff, get mentally prepared as well. But best case scenario that you want to get them started next day, but you got to get information from them, right? So like make them feel like you care. You're moving forward with this, right? So what I'll do is after they pay, I'll get them fully set up with their Trainerize account, right? Like I showed you guys in the systems module where I showed you, go here, add a client. I showed you guys how to add a client and everything. So that's what you want to do immediately. Get their Trainerize account set up, and then that way you'll be able to have their account ready to go in to start creating these plans for them. So while you're still on the call, what I do is I talk to them a little bit about their training and their schedule, right? Make sure you get that figured out. Make sure you find a solid schedule that's going to be sustainable for them that you can fit, around their work or around other activities they may have going on, right? Like make sure you find exactly the days that they will be able to get to the gym and get in there and put the work in, right? So that's the first thing. Find a sustainable schedule. That way you can go accordingly with building out their workout plan. Also, figure out, okay, what are their lacking muscle groups, right? Figure out, like, do they have specific muscle groups that they want to work more than others, right? That they want to bring up. Make sure you take that all into account with their programming. But then also the most important is the dieting. On that, like while you're still on that call, what I do is I get all the information I need from them. I make sure, by then you should already be clear of like their goals, whether they want to obviously lose weight or gain weight. But as far as foods, you need to ask them like, okay, like, do you have any allergies? What food specifically can you eat? Can you eat eggs? Can you eat red meats? Do you like rice? Do you like sweet potatoes? Like, make sure you get all of that information from them so that way you can go accordingly with building their plan. But what this is doing is it's building trust. You're getting all the necessary information from them and you're showing them the urgency to move forward, right? You already have their Trainerize done. They already have your personal phone number. You should have already went ahead and set up your first like one-on-one check-in a week later from when they start the training, right? Like all of these things need to be taken care of before you get off the call. And then that way, when you get all the necessary information from them, then you can jump off the call and be like, all right, brother, here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to get your whole workout training program set up. I'm going to get you your full customized meal plan all done. And I'm going to have it to you, either by the end of today or within the next couple hours or whatever it may be. Right. Just show them the urgency. Be like, listen, I got this information. As soon as we jump off this call, I'm going to build everything out for you. And I'm going to get this back to you as soon as possible. That way you can prepare, do what you got to do. If you have any questions, you got my number. Don't hesitate to text me at any time, right? And show the urgency. I cannot stress how important this is. Show that you care, you're taking care of them. Show the urgency, show how urgent you are to get started and get them the results that they want. This is going to make them feel so much better about the investment that they just made. So that is a crucial step. And I'm going to show you guys basically that's pretty much like everything you need to be doing. Obviously, if you don't have a course yet, I do recommend like a course is something really good to have. I know a lot of you guys may not have that yet. A course is more so something I'd say when you're at least doing like 5-10K a month, definitely good to add in a course as well. Obviously, that would be a part of the onboarding, right? Get them course access right away, send them the free invite. That's something really good. And you guys know, like my one-on-one guys who are watching this, I go through and show you guys like everything within the course and how to build that out and all that. But that's really more so like when you're more so doing more towards like 5-10K a month, that's when you want to add in the course, because at that point you're going to most likely be having like a lot higher ticket prices. So that way you need some sort of downsell, because obviously not everyone's going to be able to afford your high ticket, but you still want to, create as much impact as possible. You still want to help as much people as possible, right? So that's why the course is really good for that downsell. But yeah, guys, I'm telling you, like, do not wait around. Do not like this needs to be taken serious, because I'm telling you, if you don't take care of these people and you're very like just slow with the onboarding and you don't show that level of urgency and fulfillment right away, they're gonna get buyer's remorse. And then that's when you're gonna have those tough conversations of people wanting, a refund right away before they even started, right? And it's like it's not a good feeling. I'm telling you, it's not fun to go through. I cannot stress how important it is to take care of these people right away. Make sure they know that you care, you're urgent, and you want to get started. Man, I'm telling you, make them feel safe with their investment and that they put their money into you. That is the best thing you can do as a coach. And then you have to continue that through the whole coaching. Like, guys, I'm telling you, if you're not a genuine coach who actually cares about you and or who I'm sorry, who actually cares about these people, you're not impact is what will make you the money in return. The more you take care of people, the more value you provide, the more you change lives, the money's going to come in return. Focus on that always, and the money will come. I promise you guys that. I hope this video, excuse me, I hope this video helped. More of a shorter video, but I really want to explain the emphasis on client fulfillment, because this is so crucial with, really just making your customers safe with their investment. So I don't want you guys to run into any of these problems down the road with refunds or disputes and all that stuff. Obviously, it's for the game. It's going to happen regardless. It doesn't matter how good you treat someone. They still may have that buyer's remorse and just get scared and want to get their money back. Right? It happens. You can't control that with everyone, but you can control what you do, which is obviously take care of people the best you can, give your full effort, your level of urgency and commitment, and for the most part you will be good. So I hope this helped. What's up, boys? So in this, I want to go over weekly check-ins, because this is crucial for keeping your clients on track, but not only keeping them on track, like I'm telling you from past experience, the better of a relationship that you and your client can build together, not only the more enjoyable the process is going to be, but the more results you're both going to be able to get. Because remember, your business does not grow if your clients don't get any results. Like, yes, they pay you something up front to get in and get your coaching and learn the information, but that can only take you so far. Yeah, it's still money in your pocket, but
if they genuinely get no results and you're not able to post your results online and show what you're doing for people, you're never going to be able to scale. You're never going to grow your business. People aren't going to trust you, right? So I'm telling you that the better you treat your clients, the better of a relationship you build with them, the more enjoyable it's going to be, and the more results you're both going to get. It's really like, I'm telling you, when the process is enjoyable and you build a really good relationship with your client and they're excited to jump on calls with you, they're excited to speak with you, like, I'm telling you, like, when you guys build that really solid relationship, like, it makes the client more excited to like do the work and go even harder, because it's like, out of respect for how much you're doing for them, it's like they want to return that. They want to give you that same thing in return, and like actually work so much harder and bring you these crazy results. Like, that's what continues to grow the relationship. So it's an amazing thing, and I'm telling you, that all starts on the weekly check-ins. Like, do not neglect weekly check-ins. I'm not talking about like, you know randomly giving your guys a phone call. Like, that's great, and I do that. I just had like an hour phone call last night with one of my top guys, Denzel. Just randomly, he was texting me and I was free, and I was like, randomly, I just gave him a call, and we had a really good conversation, right? And it's like, that's because of the relationship we've built, and it's like, I treat all my guys like that. I want them to know that, like, I don't look at them like a client. They're genuinely a brother to me, and I want them to look at me the same way. I'm not this big scary coach. No, I want them to look at me as a brother as well, someone who they could come to with literally anything they need. So it's like, you need these set like one-on-one check-ins every week. Like, you guys can see, every week I'm doing this with all of my guys, right? We check in every single week, one-on-one calls every week with my guys, where we sit down and actually break down what we're doing, and like, not only break down everything they're doing and learn and teach them things, but the mental aspect as well. Because I'm telling you, like, if your client's not doing good mentally and you don't address that, you don't talk about those things, it doesn't matter what you teach them. They're not in the right headspace to do the work and execute. So that's where the relationship comes in, the personal relationship you guys are building. The better that gets, the more open they can be with you, the deeper things they can talk about. And that's what builds that bond. That's what continues to help you guys grow. And the mental aspect's everything. Like, I'm telling you, doesn't matter what you teach someone, if they're not right mentally up here, they're not going to go anywhere. So that's everything. So that's what I do with my guys, is like, on these one-on-ones every week, we not only break down everything they're doing, how can we get better, what else can I teach them, what can they learn. It's like, on top of that, bro, there's been calls like, I've genuinely sat on for like an hour and a half with a client, where we didn't even cover anything for them to learn. It was more so just about life struggles, business struggles, relationship struggles, relationship with God, like, talked about really deep things that, like, really gave them mental clarity, and it gave them that fire back to continue pushing and continue working. So I can't even stress how valuable these calls are, man. Like, every week, I'm telling you, jump on with your guys, check in with them, get them excited to do the work, get them excited to make progress and continue going, right? It's an amazing thing. Like, build that relationship with your guys, I'm telling you, because also, and you guys overlook this, I know a big thing with business is, you guys think, oh, how do I make more money? Well, I not only need to get people results, but I need to keep getting new clients, right? And it's like, yeah, that's true. But think about this. The better of a relationship you build with your guys, and the closer you guys get, if they continue to renew, because they love you so much as an individual, and they love your coaching so much, and they're getting such great results, if they continue to renew, you're literally expanding the lifetime of a client within your program. So think about that. They not only, love working with you so much that they're continuing to renew. So you have a very solid, loyal client who's also bringing you a ton of results, but also they may love you so much in your coaching that they bring you referrals. They may go to 3 to 5 other people and like refer them to you. And that's getting you even more, income and results for your business, right? So
you can't overlook these things. I'm telling you, calls are huge. You got to make it a priority to get on with your guys. And like, I even have guys, because I obviously I don't book these calls. Like, I send every single one of my clients my Calendly link, and it's up to them to book these calls depending on their schedules. But I've had guys who have missed, certain weeks, and like I'll have to go and text them and check in and be like, hey, like, what's going on, bro? You didn't book a call this week. Like, are you okay? Like, are you struggling with something? Like, talk to me. What's going on? Like, I'm here for anything you need, right? And it's like, that's the level of care and accountability you need to have for your guys. It shows them that you care. You're not just after their money, right? And it's like, you know, it takes that level of accountability to be like, okay, listen, I don't expect you to be perfect. I know you're going to struggle, and I know things are going to come up in life or whatever, but it's like, I'm here to help you work through it. And it's like figuring out the best way possible to get them back on track, right? That's what's most important. So that's huge. And then on top of that, right, you need 24/7 access with your phone number. Give your clients, your personal phone number, right? So they can text you at any time. And bro, sometimes like I do small calls during the week as well, where like, my guys need something real quick to talk about or whatever. Quick 5-10 minute phone call. Like, that's building that relationship as well. That's personal, right? It's really good to do that. And like I said last night, I had an hour call with Denzel, right? Like, that was amazing. And that like built our relationship that much more, right? And it's like, it's the little things, bro. I'm telling you, it's the little things as a coach that people overlook, or they just get lazy, or maybe they just don't care about their clients, right? But it's like, I'm telling you, if you're in this for the right reasons and you care and you're here to make impact, and you know you want to help people the best you can, you're gonna put as much as possible into building the relationship with them. Because I mean, who wants to work with people who they don't enjoy working with, right? It's like, that's a big part of taking on guys who you resonate with and who are actually a good fit, right? Not just taking everyone who can pay, and it's like, that's kind of the leverage you'll have down the road when you're more established, because then it's like you can take or leave someone, right? It's like, you're looking for specific people to work with and move your business, right? So it's like, you don't want anything that's not good for your program in there. So that's kind of the leverage you get down the road. But I'm telling you guys, like, start this habit early, because it is going to take you very, very far. Word of mouth is everything. You want your guys to all feel that you genuinely care about them, and that you're a good, genuine dude, right? Word of mouth goes very far, and it spreads. The last thing you want to do is build a bad reputation for yourself because you were just a crappy coach who didn't care about your guys and didn't show up for them. That's not what you want, and you're not going to build a sustainable business doing that. So I hope you guys got a good amount of value out of this. I know it's more so simple and straightforward, but it's the little things in business that a lot of people overlook that can take you so much further. So I hope you guys understand that, and I hope you got a lot out of this.
What's going on, guys? So I want to literally explain fully in depth not only how to go about getting client testimonials and wins, but also um, basically what they should look like, right? So I'm gonna kind of bring you guys back to when I first started, because there's a difference. So obviously, when you're first acquiring clients, we all know it's going to take a good, like, at least 3 months minimum to get any sort of like real noticeable change with like a side by side physique comparison, right? So in the meantime, because like, you don't want to wait like 3 months for each client just to get results. It's like, in the meantime, you can be posting little wins. These wins can be as simple as like someone sending you, hey, bro, just started the new diet plan, feeling absolutely amazing. My energy is so much higher this week. My lifts, I feel stronger, right? Something as little as that is them just like implementing the new diet and them sending you a text to that. Instantly, bam, screenshot. You should be posting it on your story. And what you guys need to do, I'm telling you, like, no matter how small the win is, I'm telling you, post the client testimonial, and in the next couple stories, talk about that client. Talk about what, like, basically where they started with you, what you incorporated into their training or their meal plan or advice you gave them, whatever it may be, whatever you incorporated to get them these results or get them feeling this way, you need to be talking about it, right? I'm telling you, this will build massive amounts of trust. Don't just post your client wins. You need to go through and explain them, talk about that client, talk about, and show like that you have a relationship with them, right? That you're actually working with them and you know their situation, you know where they started, you know what they need. Like, show that you're qualified. I'm telling you guys, this goes a long way, but I can show you examples. When I first started, I was posting the dumbest stuff, but like I built up this like crazy long like highlights. Like look how many highlights are there, and these are just like the littlest things. Like, bro sent me abs are pumped, and I'm sitting here, I'm like, just the beginning for my man. What's your excuse? Something as small as that I was posting because I didn't care. I was so excited to train these guys, I was posting the littlest things, like him sending me 4 hours of sleep, didn't feel like it, still hit his cardio. Like, that's awesome to me. I was so excited about this, and I was posting these things. So you guys can even go on my page and like go through all these for an example. I was posting so like anything, any little thing that I had, I was excited. I was excited for my guys and how they were feeling, right? 7 pounds from when I started, bang. Like it's a lot more simple than you think. And then, you can build up like tons and tons of tabs of like just results like this, right? Obviously these aren't like your big hitter testimonials, but it's proof. It's proof that you're working with real people, and that's the point. So you can build up like these huge, these huge like just client wins, all the little small wins here. Like, you could build out all these tabs and just fill them up, right? And then over here, you can have like your big hitter testimonials. These are like the side-by-side physique transformations. Maybe it's like a weight chart, right? Or maybe best yet, basically your client sending you a video 30 seconds to like a minute long of them talking about their experience so far with working with you and how it's been and the progress they've gotten, right? Like, those mean the absolute most. You can sit there and talk about your clients all day, but like, you need your client's perspective as well. Like, them actually speaking these things, that's what goes a long way, This was one of the guys I actually had in person, my guy Jez. Love this dude, man. You guys should see him now. It's crazy, like how much weight he's actually down now. It's ridiculous. He's a whole different person than what you see right here. But I took a picture of him in the gym. He was already down 6 pounds in 2 weeks. I was so proud of him, man, because he just kept showing up. And now he's like, you guys, I wish I could bring up a picture of him right now because it's insane. But you should see how far along he is now. It's incredible. But right here, talking testimonial of Christian. This was my first ever client, man. $450 for 3 months. Love this dude. He took a chance on me. Awesome dude, man. He's got this talking testimonial. I got this guy right here. This is Carlos. I'm sorry, not Carlos. One of my guys. And then this is actually Jez, that guy I was talking about. Crazy, man, 90 pounds. I even posted a little, I wasn't even coaching this dude, but I posted a little Instagram one, down 50 pounds just from watching my content. Another one, 4 months. Got my guy Jez talking about me. Got my guy Kyle talking, this was a crazy transformation, 3 months. Another one, got my guy Jeffrey. So like, you guys can see, it's like, these are the big hitters, right? You want those side-by-side transformations, and you also want your guys speaking their experience, man. So it goes a really long way, man. So these are absolutely huge. I'm telling you guys, like, you need to be getting these testimonials, and it all goes to just taking care of your clients. I'm telling you, the more you take care of them, the harder they're going to want to work for you, and it goes a long way. But how you can go about acquiring these testimonials is, one, be intentional with the text messages you're sending your clients. Like, check in with them. Like if you're just starting and you only have a couple clients, you should be checking in with each one of those guys like almost every day. Like ask them, hey bro, how are you feeling on the diet this week? They may text you back, oh, I feel amazing, energy's so much higher. Bam, testimonial, post it. Hey bro, how many pounds are you down so far in these 2 weeks? Bro, I'm down 8 pounds. Bang, post it. Like it's as simple as that. You don't always have to wait for them to text you. Be intentional with the questions you're asking, and then you can get these easy little testimonials to post, these client wins. So it's as simple as that. And then like I showed you guys in the Trainerize, this was back in like the section of the modules with like the business system setup, like how to actually set up Trainerize and everything. I went through in there basically like the section where you have your guys once a week post their progress pictures in Trainerize, and then also track their weight as well. Now, what you can also do is not only do that in Trainerize, but you could even have your guys send you the pictures on text, week by week if you wanted. But that's how you're going to be able to acquire those like side-by-side physique transformations over time. And then once you get a really, really good like transformation, bro, like, just say they're down like a significant amount of weight, or like they noticeably just like have so much change in the mirror, right? And they're excited. Like, bro, I'm telling you, everyone, like if your client's getting really, really good results and they like you a lot and you've built a really good relationship with them, again, this is why I'm going back to the whole relationship part and how important it is, because bro, it's going to be like no questions asked. Like they would want to send you a speaking testimonial of them talking about their experience with you. Like they'll be more than happy to do that if they not only have a really good relationship with you, but they're also making a ton of progress. So that's why you really need to take care of these guys, because you're going to be able to get those testimonials so much easier. It's a lot harder if you're not checking in with someone, you barely care for them, you guys don't have a good relationship, and then they get some mediocre results, and then you're like on top of that, like, oh bro, yeah, you mind shooting me a minute video of you talking about our experience with working together? Obviously they're probably not going to want to do that because it was probably a crappy experience. Like you want to this is the thing with one-on-one coaching. It's the experience they get from working with you. It's not about like the meal plans, the training plans, it's the experience, the excitement that you're bringing to their life, the excitement they're getting about personal development and making progress and going to the gym. Like that changes people's lives, and the excitement they get from working with you and building a relationship with you. Like that's what this is all about. It's not just coaching. It's the experience that makes it so valuable. It's not just about handing people these plans and saying, oh, have at it, bro, do the work. It's like, no, you got to create that experience for your clients. And I'm telling you, it will take you so, so far. So I hope this video helped. Testimonials are everything. Remember, if you're not getting your guys' results, if you're not building good relationships with them, your business is not going to grow. It's very hard to take a business anywhere if you're not getting the people that you're working with results. So always remember that, guys. I hope this helped, man. Go crush it.
All right, boys, that is the end of the whole entire training. I genuinely hope that you guys got so much value from this, because me and my team spent so much time putting this together for all of you. And my only goal is that you genuinely just take everything I've given you and actually apply it. Because again, the info that I just shared means absolutely nothing if you don't do anything with it. It's one thing to just sit there and watch this video and go, oh yeah, that was, super valuable. But it's another thing to actually take the information, apply the advice, get the results you want, and actually move towards the life that you want to live. Now, if you actually want help with this process and you want me to personally guide you every single step of the way, then feel free to book a call with me in the description. It's going to be a quick 30-minute strategy call where we can break down exactly where you are right now and see exactly what we need to do to scale you past 10K months. You can easily take everything in this video, all the information, and scale past 5 to 10K a month on your own. But if you want to get there faster, if you want a guaranteed blueprint, and you want to work side by side with me one-on-one through the whole way with weekly calls, 24/7 access, the whole entire system, then scroll down and book a call with me. We'll build out a whole entire game plan for you. But if that doesn't interest you right now, that's completely fine. Take this blueprint, rewatch it, and implement everything you're getting, because you can still achieve the success that you want whether you work with me or not. I put so much time and effort into this. I genuinely hope you guys enjoyed it and got a lot of value from it. Send this to your friends or anyone who's even looking to start their online coaching business. Subscribe, leave a comment, do whatever you need to do to show appreciation, because this took real work to put together and it would be greatly appreciated. I genuinely hope this helps you guys from the bottom of my heart, and I'll see you guys in the next video.